Fang Yuan had, just a moment ago, conversed with Mo Yao's will, and these few sentences were exchanged at lightning speed. Unfortunately, giant suns will notice this tiny moment and attacked at the point when Fang Yuan was slightly distracted. Giant suns will had incredible methods at controlling the fight. He was even stronger than Fang Yuan at grasping battle opportunities. Bam! A loud bang. Fang Yuan crashed on the ground harshly. Rocks were sent flying and the ground was shaking slightly. Giant suns will followed closely after. Adding salt to the wound, it turned into a golden sword again. The blade was extremely sharp and fast. It stabbed after leaving a golden trail in the air. Fang Yuan had no way to resist. At the crucial moment, Mo Yao's will manipulated water pavilion and turned it back into a liquid armor, preserving Fang Yuan's life. Giant suns will stabbed again and again, causing huge ripples to appear on the liquid armor. Quickly stand up. Mo Yao's will shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He used his remaining left arm to support his body off the ground, enduring the strong impact of Giant Sun's wills as he stood up. It is useless, you cannot kill me. I have stored all of your own, Giant Sun's, immortal essence in my immortal aperture. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed crazily, attempting to break Giant Sun's will's fighting spirit, but his words caused it to become even more furious. The attacks became faster. He was stabbing at several times the original frequency. Crack, crack, crack. Because he had exceeded his limit, Giant Sun's will's thoughts were destroying themselves too. But because of the furious attacks, the liquid armor could not defend against it. Occasionally, the sword would pierce through. Fang Yuan laughed unceasingly as he protected his brain. In addition, as long as his mind was protected, he would not be invaded by Giant Sun's will. He did not care how many times his organs were stabbed. The liquid armor was pierced through continuously, but also recovered rapidly. Emitting a blue glow, Fang Yuan's body was nourished as his injuries healed. Quickly dodge at this rate. My immortal essence is expending too rapidly. Mo Yao's will reminded him frantically. No, this is a rare chance. We have to endure it. Fang Yuan refused, standing at the same spot enduring the frantic attacks of Giant Sun's will. Even if your immortal essence is used up, you can lend water pavilion to me. I still have over 20 green grape immortal essence beads. Giant Sun's will went crazy. He is doing something very stupid, that is to consume his own thoughts for strong attacks. At this rate, the amount of thoughts he destroys would surpass the damage I have been dealing to him. Mo Yao's will went into deep hesitation. The two were expending resources intensively, falling into a stalemate. Should we go and assist old ancestor? Gu tribe leader Gu Guolong asked. While Fang Yuan was fighting Giant Sun's will, He Lu Lan led everyone and captured many Gu worms. They had recovered their battle strength. The reason they were able to capture Gu worms so easily was because there were still many Gu worms inside the wind veil. Meanwhile, the number of formless hands was decreasing. With Gu worms in their possession, they were no longer scared. In addition, because they saw that Fang Yuan was on the ground taking hits from Giant Sun's will, not just Gu Guolong, the other Gu masters were also moved and wanted to go in and fight. He Lu Lan was silent, watching the surroundings. The wind veil of assimilation continued to spread, the wind walls getting thicker as the space inside was unceasingly being squeezed between. Out of their survival instincts, Gu worms could only fly inwards. Thus, the density of Gu worms became even higher. They were all over the place. In fact, sometimes a Gu master only needed to stretch out his hand and grab beside him to capture a Gu worm. Crack, crack. On the ground below, cracks started forming. This was a sign that the area was collapsing. Far away, a huge spherical light halo was created again. Wisdom Gu, which had been sent flying by Giant Sun's will earlier, seemed to have sensed the danger of extermination as it exerted all of its strength to defy its fate, preventing other existences from getting near it. All this showed that there was not much time left. He Lu Lan decided not to wait anymore. He nodded and shouted, "Everyone listen to my command. We will attack together. Do not cause internal conflict and weaken our offensive." Everyone nodded. Their expressions were serious. To them, killing Fang Yuan was the same as surviving this crisis. However, just when He Lulan and the others were about to strike, Giant Suns will suddenly laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you have fallen into my trap. Saying this, he retreated quickly. Wills had almost no mass, he retreated as he liked, taking a huge number of steps back in the blink of an eye. What? Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a formless hand grabbing at him. He shouted in shock. Seven-fingered formless hand. It turns out, when Giant Sun's Will was pretending to fight with Fang Yuan, even using self-destruction to lure Fang Yuan into tanking the hits, his frenzied attacks were only to attract all of Fang Yuan's attention, to obscure his vision so that this formless hand could be lured over. In the Wind Vale, although there were decreasing numbers of formless hands, a large number of them still remained. Giant Sun's Will lacked immortal essence. He could not use immortal goo. But he had never relied on He Lulan and the others. His plan was to use the external force called formless hands. He split out a small portion of his will, carrying several immortal goo to attract the formless hand. The formless hand was faster than Giant Sun's Will. Giant Sun's Will thus split up into 10 wills that carried immortal goo each at regular intervals. Once the formless hand got near, he would destroy the immortal goo. The formless hand did not have any gains. After feeling the aura of the next immortal goo, it would go over. This way, after Giant Sun's Will lost 8 immortal goo, the formless hand was finally lured over. Quickly dodge it! Mo Yao's Will screamed. It's too late! Fang Yuan had already darted away, simultaneously activating Eagle Rise Goo. But it was no use, he needed time to accelerate, but the formless hand had already arrived. At the moment of life and death, Mo Yao's Will sighed gloomily. She suddenly activated Water Pavilion and had it leave Fang Yuan, crashing towards the seven-fingered formless hand. The seven-fingered formless hand grabbed, and immediately took away the rank 7 immortal goo that formed part of Water Pavilion, Water Harmony Goo, away. Water Pavilion was a rank 7 immortal goo house. It was made up of over 3,000 goo worms. Each of the goo worms were interlinked and connected to each other. Their core was the rank 7 Water Harmony Immortal Goo. Other than that, there were 2 supporting Immortal Goo, the rank 6 Movement Immortal Goo Worldly Wave Trace, and the Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Delight in Water and Mountain. Right now, the one and only core Water Harmony Immortal Goo was taken away by the formless hand. Water Pavilion broke down immediately. Ha ha ha! Let's see what you can use to block me now. Giant Sun's Will laughed continuously. He paid a huge price and obtained the result he wanted to see. The formless fist carried the Water Harmony Goo and flew into the sky. Quickly destroy it! Mo Yao's Will screamed. The remainder of the over 3,000 goo worms carried Red Date Immortal Essence as they floated around Fang Yuan. Without her reminder, Fang Yuan had already begun to do that. He used all of his movement goo, chasing the formless fist and attacking fiercely. Giant Sun's Will snorted, blocking them. We will strike too. He Lulan and the others saw the good chance and came to join in, attempting to thwart Fang Yuan's plans. You've come at the right time. Giant Sun's Will praised loudly. He changed his battle tactic and stopped blocking Fang Yuan, turning into a bright rainbow and attacking him instead. Fang Yuan was faced with the Goo Master's attacks, but he did not mind it. He could use 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King to resist them. But Giant Sun's Will's attacks were very threatening to him. Giant Sun's Will did not block Fang Yuan at all. His battle tactic was, go ahead and chase it. I'll let you. In the process of chasing it, I will kill you. Water Pavilion was broken apart. Mo Yao's Will could no longer provide him any defense. Fang Yuan got into an even more dangerous situation. He Lulan and the others' attacks were troublesome. They hindered his speed. Pop! Giant Sun's Will slammed, turning into a monk's spade as he changed directions, cutting the goo worms circulating around Fang Yuan into 2 segments. Oh no! My Red Date Immortal Essence! Mo Yao was caught off guard. Not only were many goo worms destroyed by Giant Sun's Will, the Red Date Immortal Essence was taken by Giant Sun's Will. There were already few Red Date Immortal Essence left. Now they were completely gone. Mo Yao was stunned. Mo Yao? I'll open my aperture. Quickly come in! Fang Yuan shouted, retreating rapidly at the same time. The technique of Giant Sun's will was ongoing and he could not give chase immediately. Fang Yuan was able to pull some distance. He snorted, flying over quickly in pursuit. During this time, Mo Yao's will moved the remaining immortal goo and together with them entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Quickly lend worldly wave trace goo to me, Fang Yuan urged. Mo Yao's will did not hesitate at all, shouting, "Since I have no immortal essence left anyway, I'll lend these goo to you." Although Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo earlier, he did not have time to refine them. He could only suppress them with his will. There were only 2 goo he did not suppress with his will. Tai by Yunshang's man as before and landscape as before. It was a pity that he did not obtain Tai by Yunshang's permission. Thus Fang Yuan could not use them. After obtaining Mo Yao's agreement, Fang Yuan immediately used the rank 6 immortal goo. He shouted while using 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, activating worldly wave trace. This goo was like a jellyfish. It was the size of a baby's fist, wrapping around the green grape immortal essence as it consumed it. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet, bringing Fang Yuan away at rapid speed, pulling distance away from Giant Sun's will. Worldly wave trace was a rank 6 immortal goo. Although Fang Yuan was not a waterpath goo immortal, he had rank 6 cultivation and could activate it fully. Giant Sun's will was stunned. This was the first time Fang Yuan was able to shrug him off since the battle began. But he was merely slightly shocked, snickering immediately after. "If this was the outside world, I would be helpless against you. But inside this wind veil of assimilation, the space is becoming more limited. Go ahead and run. As time passes, I will eventually catch you. Give up on struggling. You destroyed 88 Truyang building and ruined Imperial Court Blessed Land. And you still want to leave? Humph. Don't think of the impossible. You are dead meat. Don't worry, if I die, I will drag all of you with me. Don't think of leaving unscathed." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His green face and sharp fangs made him look extremely vile and ruthless. "Then come and battle. Don't run away if you have the guts." Although Giant Sun's will could not catch up to Fang Yuan, he chased behind with menacing killing intent. Fang Yuan did not dare to fight it. He did not have water pavilion to protect his brain. Once he exposes a weakness in battle, Giant Sun's will would invade his mind. By then, he would fall into confusion again and be unable to think. He would be meat on the chopping block without any way to fight back. However, Giant Sun's will's earlier words were not wrong. As the wind veil of assimilation spreads, the space would get smaller. Eventually, it would become small to the extent where Fang Yuan cannot dodge, and would be killed by Giant Sun's will. "Giant Sun, I admit your power. But don't forget that all of your Giant Sun's immortal essence is in my immortal aperture. Without any immortal essence, how will you use immortal goo? You have no chance of breaking through the wind veil of assimilation just by relying on your special will." Fang Yuan's thoughts were racing as he attempted to negotiate with Giant Sun's will. "Want to negotiate? Ha ha ha." Giant Sun's will laughed loudly, not concealing the hatred within. "Why would I negotiate with you? Won't it be the same if I kill you and seize the immortal essence back from your immortal aperture? Why don't you try to destroy the immortal essence? You might even succeed." Giant Sun's will was self-confident. It was not that the immortal essence could not be destroyed, but at the moment it was not possible. If Fang Yuan destroyed the immortal essence in his own immortal aperture, the foreign immortal essence would inflict serious harm to his immortal aperture. This would be the same as seeking his own doom. If he destroyed the immortal essence outside his body, the scattered immortal essence aura would instead help Giant Sun's will to activate immortal goo. "Fang Yuan, I won't compromise. You can't fight me and can't escape either. What can you still do? Just let it be. Die quickly." Giant Sun's will taunted while chasing. Fang Yuan did not respond and only concentrated on fleeing. As time passed, the wind veil of assimilation was creeping closer. It made no sound, but it devoured everything in its path, assimilating everything. The space Fang Yuan could flee to was shrinking. As Giant Sun's will intercepted his paths, Fang Yuan was facing great dangers all around him. "Giant Sun's will, I will stand here. Do you dare to come?" Fang Yuan suddenly stood still and stopped using worldly wave trace immortal goo. Giant Sun's will, however, stopped chasing. They were still hundreds of steps afar, but it did not dare to move closer. Humph! I already expected you would make such a choice. He scoffed in disdain. But so what? You are only delaying your death by a few moments. I will watch as you die. The area Fang Yuan was standing on was the area covered by the light of wisdom. The light of wisdom was the bane of Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will could only stop its chase. Through this intense battle, its remaining will was only the volume of an adult man, and could no longer endure any more severe exhaustion. Fang Yuan, your lifespan. Mo Yao's will warned. There is no other way. Tell me, what else can I do in this situation? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his tone filled with hatred and extreme helplessness. Standing in the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan could clearly feel his lifespan was decreasing unceasingly, but he did not have any other choice. Giant Sun's will hated him to the extreme and gave him no chance to make compromises. Sigh? Mo Yao's will heaved a long sigh. This is simply a struggle at death's door. Perhaps wisdom goo might stop sending out the light of wisdom in the next moment. Fang Yuan was silent. Giant Sun's will suddenly shouted to He Lulan's group, "Go deal with this thief. Most of his defensive goo have already perished in our fight. Force him nearer to wisdom goo where the light of wisdom is much stronger. His lifespan will be used up even faster. Let me see how much lifespan he can waste." He Lulan's group accepted the order immediately. Even He Lulan, with his great strength true martial physique, did not want to fight Fang Yuan in close combat. They had long ago discussed as appropriate, and right now, all of them used long-range attacks. Inside the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gave a cold snort and used his goo to counterattack with his own long-range attacks while maintaining defensive goo. 4 to 5 layers of light barriers covered his body. Tens of bone shields hovered around him, and occasionally, stone barriers emerged from the ground to shield him from the attacks of He Lulan's group. Ordinary defensive mortal goo were not of much use against Giant Sun's will, but they were still effective in dealing with these mortal goo masters. Fang Yuan cultivated strength path and was not specialized in long-range battle. However, he had no shortage of long-range attacking goo worms. It was only that they did not follow a proper fighting system. More importantly, he had unlimited primeval essence. Thus, he was not at any disadvantage, and the situation was even many times better compared to when he fought with Giant Sun's will. Speed up the attacks. Don't stop for even a moment. Even if he has unlimited primeval essence, mortal goo cannot be activated non-stop. He Lulan shouted. Right? Mortal goo are not immortal goo and have a limit to what they can endure. Activating them unceasingly will only cause them to collapse. Yi Lui Sang also added. They were tribe leaders of He tribe and Yi Lui tribe. They understood the situation deeply. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, carriers of the great Tao. Essentially, they were tools. Every tool has their own respective usage. The more they were used, and when the burden on them crosses the limit, they will start breaking down. When mortal goo masters used mortal goo, they could only activate the goo worms a few times because of the limitations in primeval essence. Thus this flaw was not too evident. When goo immortals activated mortal goo, this issue would become conspicuous. However, after some time, He Lulan's group's hopes came to nothing. Why does he have so many goo worms? Someone shouted in an incredulous tone. The quantity of Fang Yuan's goo worms surpassed their imagination. During the course of the fight, he switched goo worms one after another as if it was very natural and effortless. Even if he has a mysterious origin and made prior preparations for goo immortal advancement, preparing many mortal goo, a mortal aperture is not able to hold so many goo. No one could explain this no matter what they thought of and were bewildered. Could it be? Giant Sun's will recalled the scene of Fang Yuan opening a stargate. Fang Yuan had opened a stargate within 88 Truyang building. Thus Giant Sun's will knew it clearly. It seems he relied on that gateway to leave Imperial Court blessed land and obtained significant support. Giant Sun's will was very experienced and knowledgeable, immediately realizing the usage of the Stargate when it thought of whole Earth goo and connecting heaven goo. It was thanks to Fang Yuan having Hu Immortal blessed land behind him that he was able to purchase large numbers of mortal goo from Treasure Yellow Heaven. Although he had given most of them to Tai Bai Yun Shang, he had also left many for himself. Fang Yuan's naturally cautious nature of being prepared for anything had paid off at this moment. Humph, you borrowed external strength. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. Giant Sons will gave a cold snort before suddenly making a move. He pierced the air at lightning speed. He did not move into the light of wisdom but shot towards the goo worms. Several breaths later, he appeared above He Lu Lan's group and dropped a large group of mortal goo. Take it. I am going to impart a killer move to you. Giant Sons will split itself into a dozen or so parts which covered the goo worms and directly moved into everyone's apertures. Every person received 38 goo. These mortal goo had already been refined by Giant Sun's will. Under the coordination of Giant Sun's will, the group was able to immediately refine the goo worms and learn the killer move through the directions of the special will. This killer move! He Lu Lan's group showed expressions of joy and shock when they comprehended the killer move. It is just a small trick my main body created when I had inspiration during my leisure time. I have not given it name yet. Giant Sons will said in a light tone. Now is a good time to use it. For the time being, let's call it 38 Sealing Arts. He Lu Lan's group immediately activated the killer move, breathing out rays of purple light chi from their mouths. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed and he immediately dodged them. But he had limited space and the purple light chi mixed in with other attacks. As such, he was still struck. So it was like this killer move's effect is this. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. 38 Sealing Arts was targeted against goo worms. This concept was not unusual. A goo master's battle strength came mostly from their goo worms, thus many goo worms targeted this point like rank 4 problem nipped in the bud goo, or rank 5 pitch black goo. However, this killer move 38 Sealing Arts was much stronger than pitch black goo. It could contaminate moves that were used by a goo master, and all the goo worms used for it would be sealed one after another. This killer move naturally could not seal immortal goo. And as for mortal goo, the higher the rank of the goo, the shorter the duration of the seal. But it could seal them completely, and the goo worms that formed this killer move were mostly ordinary and could be easily gathered. It touched upon chi path, and even if an attacking goo was used, it could follow the chi back to the source, sealing the goo. This was an exceptional killer move which particularly suited the current situation. After Fang Yuan was struck, his defensive goo were sealed successively. The stone barriers were pervaded by the purple light chi. The stone barrier shield goo were immediately sealed. The white bone shields hovering around Fang Yuan were also shrouded in the purple light chi, falling down one after another, turning back into flying bone shield goo. The wind blades Fang Yuan attacked with were touched by purple light chi, and even if the corresponding wind blade goo were inside his aperture, the goo worms would be covered by a faint layer of dense purple chi and be sealed. Historically, sealing defensive goo was easy while sealing attacking goo was difficult, all because defensive goo were easier to attack. But 38 Sealing Arts could deal with both equally. Fang Yuan's goo worm quantity decreased the more he used them. He already did not have a lot of defensive goo and could not forcibly resist the purple light chi, only able to dodge and evade all over the place. But there was only so much space, he would sooner or later run out of space to run to. At this moment, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack the purple light chi. He would rather more of his attacking goo be sealed. He required defensive goo to protect his whole body. Once the purple light chi touched his 6-arm heavenly zombie king form, who is to say it might not seal the corresponding goo worms and break the killer move 6-arm heavenly zombie king. Soon, Fang Yuan's offensive started becoming sparser as he was suppressed into disadvantage by the crowd of goo masters. Kill! Kill this demon! Yi Lui Sang shouted excitedly and sent out hundreds of fireballs. The fireballs detonated in an intense explosion with dust and dirts flying everywhere. Fang Yuan dodged here and there, but he was still struck by the explosions. His skin and flesh were torn open. You demon, you are guilty of the most heinous crimes. You went as far as daring to topple Truyong building. We ended up in this state all because of you. Gu Guolong shouted furiously, throwing out endless wind blades that were as sharp as knives, and could also chase the target. New cuts were formed on Fong Yuan's body. Rays of purple light chi were also constantly sent out now and then. These surviving Gu masters, more than 10 in number, gritted their teeth with eyes filled with fury. They wished they could eat Fong Yuan's flesh and drink his blood. They had painstakingly fought in many battlefields and taken huge risks to arrive at Imperial Court Blessed Land. It was supposed to have been an enormous opportunity, but they ended up in this plight. Almost all of their tribesmen, relatives, and friends were dead. The disparity from the beginning to the end was too large. It could easily be imagined how much hatred and anger they felt towards the main cause of this disaster. You will die a dog's death today. This is your end for offending Ancestor Giant Sun. One Gu Master did not forget to flatter Giant Sun's will. It was a pity Giant Sun's will was not human and his expression could not be seen. He only reminded everyone, do not cause harm to Wisdom Gu no matter what. Giant Sun's will was too strong. Not just his battle strength, but also his deep foundation. It inherited some of the Immortal Venerable's experience. Just a killer move created out of boredom drove Fong Yuan into a desperate state again. Damn it! Is it time to use Spring-Autumn Cicada again? Fong Yuan gritted his teeth, a thought arising in his mind. The first aperture was filled with pressure. The surface of the aperture walls was covered with cracks resembling a spider's web. Spring-Autumn Cicada floated in the center, as yellow and green lights flickered on the cicada's body. Fong Yuan was not ignorant. The aperture had obviously reached its limits. It could break the very next second. But he quickly dispelled the thought of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. More and more of his Gu worms were being sealed. His firepower was weakening. Fong Yuan was starting to take hits passively. Come on, why don't you strike back? The Gu masters laughed maniacally. Are you afraid now? Come out and fight if you have the guts. Someone laughed coldly. You demon. This is your deserved fate. Go and die. Someone cursed. Seeing Fong Yuan suppressed by them, they felt unbelievable joy. Suddenly, Mo Yao's Will's frantic voice resounded in Fong Yuan's mind again. Oh no! Fong Yuan, zombie speckles are showing up on your body. The death energy is starting to invade your body. If the speckles spread over your whole body, you will turn into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king for real. An even worse situation had arrived. The estimated hour limit had not been reached, but Fong Yuan was already starting to become a zombie. A body that is zombified will be completely immersed in death energy. They cannot return to normal. Unless he removed the 6-arm heavenly zombie king killer move now, the zombie speckles would continue to spread. No, once I stop using the killer move, Giant Sun's will would attack. At this distance, I would not be able to react. Fong Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. Although he had defensive Gu, these mortal Gu were not worth mentioning in front of Giant Sun's will. Only 6-arm heavenly zombie king could allow Fong Yuan to hold his own. Right now, although Giant Sun's will had not entered the Wisdom Halo, that was only because the price to pay was too great for a small gain. Giant Sun's will was definitely capable of making sacrifices. To attract a 7-fingered formless hand, he lost 8 immortal Gu. If I cancel the killer move now, Giant Sun's will would go all out and kill me regardless of the sacrifice. Once I die, he would take back the immortal essence of Giant Sun. I cannot take this risk. Fong Yuan's attitude was firm. But your body... Mo Yao's tone was hesitant, sounding worried. Fong Yuan was unmoved. His expression was determined. The zombie speckles continued to spread. There was only a dot on his back at first, but now almost his entire back was covered. The speed of spreading was getting faster. Soon, Fong Yuan's chest turned black. The Gu masters saw this and were shocked. Giant Sun's will laughed heartily. So this is it, you have turned into a zombie for too long, the balance of life and death energy had been broken. Now that the death energy is invading you, you will turn into a real zombie, a member of the living dead, a monster that is neither human nor a ghost. Your cultivation will be stagnant forever. Giant Sun's will had great experience and knowledge. He understood Fong Yuan's situation immediately. The Gu masters felt a surge in morale. Some laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Persisting in evil brings about self-destruction, demon. You have committed too many wicked deeds. This terrible end is brought about entirely by yourself. Even without us attacking now, you are finished. Humph! Members of the demonic path crave strength and disregard all else. You have finally experienced the painful consequences now. What a pity! Even if you became an immortal luckily, you still became a zombie, a monster. This is the result of you toying with evil schemes and causing harm to everyone, being enemies with Ancestor Giant Sun, and with us of the righteous path. Mo Yao's will urged as well. Fong Yuan, the price to pay is too huge. In my opinion, Giant Sun's will might not necessarily attack. It does not have much strength left. You have great talent and ability, you should not end up like this. It is not too late to stop now. Once you turn into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king for real, it will be far too difficult to revert back to being a human. Fong Yuan's gaze was shining. His emotions were in turbulence, as his expression was changing. But eventually, his gritted teeth did not loosen. He turned into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king completely. The speckles turned his body black. In the strength path immortal aperture, the bright and clear heaven and earth turned into an eerie dark color. White stone mountains collapsed one after another. The sky was dark gray and the land was rotting. There was not a trace of life energy. Meanwhile, in the first aperture it was deathly silent too. The purple crystal aperture walls no longer had the crystal clear appearance. They looked like gray rocks. But precisely because of this, spring-autumn cicada's pressure was no longer so threatening. Right after becoming a goo immortal, he degraded into a zombie. All his past accumulations, all his achievements, all turned into nothing. From this point on, his cultivation could not advance in the slightest. Without any potential to progress in this regard, Fong Yuan was worse off than immortal. Even with Fong Yuan's iron will, he felt a bit of desolation. The thought of using spring-autumn cicada appeared in his head once more. If I use spring-autumn cicada and restart everything, I will be able to quickly retreat and avoid this terrible situation to the best of my ability. But Fong Yuan forcefully suppressed this thought. The wind veil of assimilation was very close now. Without any sound from the wind, it spread silently, compressing the space and bringing an immense mental pressure to all at the scene. Fong Yuan observed everyone from afar, suddenly doing something shocking. He stopped the activation of all his goo. He had completely become a 6-arm heavenly zombie king. He did not need to use goo worms to activate it. As the purple light chi hit him, this move, 38 sealing arts, had no effect. As long as Fong Yuan did not activate his goo worms, the purple light chi would not be able to follow the chi within and trace it back to the source, sealing the goo worms. Everyone was stunned. Even Giant Sun's will gasped lightly. But next, the goo masters erupted with fierce momentum. Kill! Kill this demon! He stopped using his goo worms right in front of us. He is courting death! Everyone shouted, screamed, and yelled with their lungs. Fong Yuan retreated step by step, using the 6-arm heavenly zombie king's defense and recovery speed to endure the attacks. Be careful. Don't hit the wisdom goo. Seeing that Fong Yuan was getting close to wisdom goo, He Lulan quickly gave a reminder. The goo masters controlled their firepower, no longer unleashing flashy attacks, but aiming more precisely at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's appearance was nothing like before. His chest was blown open, his bones were broken, and his intestines were smashed. He had no choice but to turn around, with his back facing everyone and using it to endure the intense attacks. Bam! A bolt of lightning struck Fong Yuan's back. An intense force slammed him to the ground. From behind him, cheering could be heard. Ha ha ha! I beat him! This newly caught goo is not bad. It should be the rank 5 Thunderhammer goo. Fong Yuan crawled up in difficulty. His back was burst open, the injury was coiling with lightning. His spine and bones were exposed to the air. Look at my wind path killer move! Someone shouted. Swoosh! A huge wind blade with jagged teeth spun and shot out, making a loop around Fong Yuan's arm and cutting it off. It fell on the ground. This person was breathing roughly. Almost all his primeval essence had been expended, but his eyes were shining with a ruthless light of excitement. He shouted, "Did you see? Did you see? I took away one of his arms." Humph, you made use of that weakness. If the flesh and skin of that area of his arm hadn't already been fully removed, left with only a segment of his bone, would you be able to cut it off? Someone scoffed. The body of six-arm heavenly zombie king was strong, but it could not endure such fast-paced and strong attacks. Everyone laughed wildly. They shouted and cheered, torturing Fang Yuan, feeling pride from the heavy injuries they were inflicting on him, competing against each other. Fang Yuan was defeated time and time again. His tall and muscular body was becoming smaller, but he got up every time. Even though he had 1 out of 8 arms remaining, even though he did not have a patch of undamaged skin left, even though his zombie blood was dyeing the ground, even though his organs were exposed to the air, even though his right shoulder was only left with a pale white shoulder blade. Why to this extent? Why? Mo Yao's will sobbed. Fang Yuan was silent. Enough! Giant Sons will suddenly spoke. The Gu Masters did not dare to disobey him. They stopped attacking. At this point, are you still not giving up? Humph. Your attitude is truly worth admiring. Giant Sons will spoke in a milder tone. Enough. It is not easy for you to reach this extent. Give up. I will give you a chance to surrender. As long as you recognize me as your master, I will allow you to make up for your mistakes. What? Ancestor Giant Sun is sparing him? Ancestor, please reconsider it. Everyone was shocked. Surrender. Fang Yuan scoffed. Let me consider it. Giant Sons will continued. You destroyed 88 True Yang building. Your sins are unforgivable. I will give you a chance to redeem yourself. After recognizing me as your master, you will help me to once again establish 88 True Yang building. That will make up for your sins. When True Yang building is rebuilt, not only will I grant you freedom, I will even get rid of your zombie status and teach you the method to regain a human body. If someone else heard this, their heart would waver. Giant Sons will give Fang Yuan a way to live. Most importantly, he gave him hope to continue cultivating. Fang Yuan was silent. Let me consider. Giant Sons will laughed plainly. I will not give you any chance to stall for time. I will count down from 10. You must give me a response. 10. Fang Yuan, are you really surrendering? Be careful of Giant Sun's will schemes. As long as you get out and leave the light of wisdom's range, you will be a fish on his chopping block, subject entirely to his treatment. Mo Yao's will worriedly reminded in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. How could I be so stupid as to believe him? Next, he sighed. Oh, to think that I will still have to use my final trump card. You still have a trump card? To speak the truth, I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. What? Spring-Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me it's that 7th-ranked goo among the top 10 mystical goo worms in the world. It can travel upstream along the river of time, returning to the past, that Spring-Autumn Cicada which can change history. Mo Yao's will screamed. That's right. That's right. Fang Yuan said, as he snickered in his heart, asking Mo Yao's will. You've been wanting me to use it, haven't you? Fang Yuan, what do you mean? How would I know that you have Spring-Autumn Cicada? Mo Yao's will stared blankly, before quickly denying it. He. Fang Yuan laughed. Oh, Mo Yao, I am a naturally cautious person. I consider situations where I suffer defeat more than those of victory. Thus, from the moment you lurked in my mind, I had already considered the worst possible situation. What was the worst possible situation? That was the fact that the greatest mystery of me having Spring-Autumn Cicada and being reborn is known by you. I would assume, since the first time I entered Water Pavilion, your will had already known this secret, right? Mo Yao's will appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. She appeared extremely sincere as she shook her head. Fang Yuan, are you misunderstanding something? Fang Yuan ignored her, continuing. You knew this secret, but you pretended not to know, revealing yourself on your own initiative. Next, you pretended that you had let down Spirit Affinity House, showing a guilty expression as you purposely gave me the mission of returning Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. In truth, this was a red herring. In order to obtain my trust, you truly racked your brains. You created 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King for me and taught me ink transformation along with other refinement path killer moves. assisting me in infiltrating Truyong building, as well as giving me multiple reminders in battle, acting as a strategist. These acts were to lower my wariness. At the same time, you had been changing my thoughts, subconsciously trying to influence my decisions. You had truly insidious intentions. Mo Yao's raised her voice, showing some displeasure. Lad, what is wrong with you? You are actually speaking of me in this way. Did you hit your head? Mo Yao, you are very impressive. I truly suffered at your hands. Your acting was nearly flawless. I almost believed you. When giant suns will awakened, you urged me to leave this place, to take Water Pavilion and return to Central Continent. But at the same time, you were influencing my thoughts, causing me to make the choice of continuing to take risks. When facing Ma Hongyun, you urged me to help Ma Hongyun. But on the other hand, you altered my thoughts, triggering my killing intent and summoning my rage and excitement, causing me to impulsively attack Ma Hongyun and resulting in my black coffin luck increasing. Honestly, under normal circumstances, I would consider the costs and benefits. How could I be so brainless? When I first saw Imperial Court Blessed Land's land spirit, Frost Jade Peacock, I learnt about the conditions for ownership. After leaving Truyong building, I actually recalled some events in my previous life, a certain person. My true nature is not so weak that I would be affected to that extent. All these are the deepest memories of my previous life that have been buried to the depths of my heart. It was all your doing. You struck in secret, and then while my mind was in turmoil, you attempted to look at the memories of my previous life. Mo Yao stared with her eyes wide open. Her tone was unkind and aggrieved, sounding like the defense of one treated with injustice. Fong Yuan, all these were your choices. After landing in this state, you are refusing to admit your mistakes. Instead, you are blaming it all on me. Fong Yuan laughed. Ha ha ha. Admit my mistakes. Of course I admit my mistakes. My foundation is superficial, especially when compared to you or Giant Sun. Experience and insight are no longer to my advantage. But do you know what your greatest flaw was? Mo Yao's snorted, folding her arms in front of her. Lad, I am going to get angry if you continue speaking like this. All along I have been helping you. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Fong Yuan did not listen to her. He ignored this and continued speaking. Your greatest flaw was that you actually sent Water Pavilion to charge at the seven-fingered formless hand. The mission you gave me was to return Water Pavilion to Spirit Affinity House. Why was it that, at the crucial moment, you gave up on Water Pavilion to protect me? Don't tell me that during these days of being together, you changed your principles and had started caring for me? I can admit my charisma has not reached that level. This is enough to show. The so-called mission you gave me was a red herring. Fong Yuan's voice was plain, but Mo Yao's listened to it like it was rumbling thunder. She sank into silence. This time, she did not refute him. Fong Yuan laughed lightly, continuing. Other than this, you had more flaws. First, you placed Water Pavilion on my body but concealed that fact. Evidently you were hiding ill intentions, wanting to control me using this rank 7 immortal goo house during a crucial moment. Second, if you were truly going to cooperate with me, why would you hide what kind of will you were? This indicates that the moment your type of will was exposed, I would be suspicious of you. Third, you purposely gave me an incorrect timing so that my body would completely turn into that of Six-Arm Heavenly Zombie King. After I became a zombie, I felt desolation. That was also because of you. Fourth, you played tricks multiple times and secretly influenced my thoughts, making me think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada repeatedly. I am a person with a firm will. I do not hesitate. Once I decide on a plan, I will execute it without doubt. How could I have this same thought multiple times? Fifth, since you had little immortal essence, and I had become a goo immortal, why did you not lend me Water Pavilion earlier? Evidently, you had other plans. Mo Yao's laughed loudly, retorting, Fong Yuan, your words are contradicting yourself. Don't forget, I was the one who saved your life. If I did not use Water Pavilion, you would have been killed by Giant Sun's will. Now, you are saying that I purposely harmed you lying about the timing of six-arm heavenly zombie king and causing the transformation to be permanent. In this way, I have saved you and harmed you. Am I crazy? Of course you are not crazy. In fact, all along you have been very clear-minded. First you harm me, then you save me. All these were part of your plans. If I was you, thinking in your perspective, it is not hard to guess your intentions. After pausing for a while, Feng Yuan continued. If I was a will and had remained in this world for 10,000 years, after my main body was already dead and my lover was also dead after a failed tribulation, at this point, when I see the spring-autumn cicada, what would I think? The answer is obvious. I would naturally want to make use of the spring-autumn cicada and travel back in time. Spring-autumn cicada's effect is to sacrifice everything that the goo master has, merely preserving their consciousness in the goo. At the crucial moment, I would sneak into the spring-autumn cicada and destroy the goo master's will, replacing him and going back to the past to revive myself, altering history and changing my fate. Feng Yuan had a sound analysis. He exuded self-confidence and an extraordinary attitude. Mo Yao's will's pupils shrunk. She fell into silence again. Feng Yuan continued. However, for you to fulfill this goal, there were many difficulties. Mainly, there were two big obstacles. Firstly, you are just a will. No matter what kind of will you were, you cannot use most goo worms on your own. Spring-autumn cicada is not only such a case. It needs even more. It needs the goo master to self-detonate, using their essence, flesh, and all other goo worms as sacrifices to become the driving force to propel the goo master back to the past. The stronger the fuel, the further into the past it can return. Secondly, spring-autumn cicada is my goo worm, my vital goo. In fact, it is not ordinary. You are not a formless hand. You cannot take it away from me by force. I had also found many wisdom path goo worms, and can create many types of wills, thus it was even more difficult for you to snatch it. Therefore, you had no choice but to continue interacting with me and waiting for an opportunity in accordance with the situation. On one hand, you needed to strengthen me and raise my foundation. That way, the force of my self-detonation would create more driving force when activating spring-autumn cicada. On the other hand, you needed to create a situation of absolute despair for me, so that I had no choice but to take a major risk, left with no options but to use the spring-autumn cicada. Saying this, Feng Yuan sighed. I was vigilant of you earlier, but as you gradually affected my thoughts, I eventually fell for your schemes and arrangements. You influenced me secretly, causing me to take risks time and time again in Truyong Building, and even inducing me to deal with Ma Hongyun, to deal with Giant Sun's will and He Lulan. Many matters were obviously disadvantageous to me and irrational, but I still acted on impulse time and time again. You caused me to make strong enemies, to create a situation where I would be desperate. But on another hand, you were afraid of going overboard and causing me to die. Thus, at the crucial moment, when my life was at stake, you had to make a move and expose Water Pavilion, in order to help me survive Giant Sun's will's fatal blow. Thus, when I was about to be captured by the formless hand, you activated Water Pavilion and crashed into it. You were afraid of it taking away my spring-autumn cicada. You were afraid of the spring-autumn cicada being exposed. The conversation between wills was extremely rapid, even though they had talked a lot. But after Feng Yuan said that, Mo Yao's will did not reply for a long time. It was silence in his mind. In the outside world, Giant Sun's will had already counted down to 6 from 10. Eventually, Mo Yao broke the silence, clapping as she laughed. Good analysis. You really unraveled the mystery step by step. It was very meticulous and clear. To think that I had planned for such a long time, yet I did not manage to deceive you. I am really amazed by you, lad. Even as a reborn person, your talent is simply astounding. If you were born in my time, we might have been good friends, who knows? What a pity. What a pity. Feng Yuan had understood everything. This was Mo Yao's will laying her cards on the table. Mo Yao's will could not pretend any further. At this moment, she chose to confess. Her body was slim and beautiful. A black veil covered her face. Even though she was a will, she was like a night lotus silently floating in the dark. She had a graceful bearing and a grand disposition. As expected of Spirit Affinity House's 36th generation fairy, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a refinement path grandmaster. Even though her schemes were exposed, she was not embarrassed or ashamed. Seeing that there was no hopes of continuing her facade, she showed a plain attitude, extremely forthright. She sighed. Back then, when my main body took a risk to enter 88 Truyong building, I obtained an inheritance in the True Inheritance secluded domain, creating this will of mine with it. I left behind Dichio inheritance. On one hand, I was preparing for any accidents, to preserve the chance of refining Calamity Beckoning Gu. On the other hand, it was a trap targeting Spirit Affinity House. Back then, I had betrayed my sect for Bo Qing, but I did not expect that 10,000 years later, it would be you who came. Actually, back when you refined Calamity Beckoning Gu, I had already discovered your Spring-Autumn Cicada. I am a refinement path grandmaster. I tampered with the Immortal Gu refinement process. The Calamity Beckoning Gu that you refined already had my will in it. This arrangement was originally meant to target pursuers from Spirit Affinity House, because nobody can stand giving up the chance of refining an Immortal Gu. Just as you said, when I first discovered that you had Spring-Autumn Cicada, I was extremely excited, immediately thinking of using Spring-Autumn Cicada in order to be reborn. I used Calamity Beckoning Gu to attract you to Water Pavilion. You refined 10% of Water Pavilion. That was something I purposely engineered to make you less alert. When you left, I activated Water Pavilion and hid in the sweat on your skin. But in this aspect, how did you confirm that Water Pavilion was on you from the start? Fong Yuan answered, "This is not hard to guess. You have to ensure my safety. Just your will alone is not enough. The rank 7 Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion is your strongest safeguard. Secondly, thinking will expend your thoughts and cause your will to weaken. I made you exert yourself in creating the killer move, but you had never gone into a state of weakness. Next, you contested against Giant Sun's will in my mind, and even helped to refine the supreme true inheritance of Truyong building. Furthermore, you were under the light of wisdom, but I did not see your will weakening. The only explanation is Water Pavilion. Your will had always been obtaining replenishment. When I first inspected the Gu worms that made up Water Pavilion, I did not realize it. The most crucial Gu worm is that Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, Delight in Water and Mountain Gu. Right? He. You are half right. Mo Yao's will confessed. Delight in Water and Mountain Gu can only create joyful will, but my will is not joyful will. Thus I used other Gu worms to convert the joyful will. This will of mine can indeed influence your thoughts, meddling with your lines of thinking and making you act differently to your nature. Am I right to say, you were purposely losing to Giant Sun's will? Fong Yuan laughed. Giant Sun's will is indeed strong, but the difference in our battle strengths would not be so absurdly large. When I awakened in shock, I realized that Water Pavilion had already turned into an armor around me, saving my life. At that moment I realized something was wrong. Although I was alert in the past, because of your influence it gradually vanished. But although I found something amiss, I could not be sure of it. When Giant Sun's will attacked me in a frenzy, I guessed his tactic. This battlefield is only so big. There are very few outside elements that can influence the battle. Why would I not be wary of the formless hands? Thus, I took a risk and went along with his ploy, purposely moving slowly so that the formless hand would attack me. In the end, I obtained proof of your ill intentions. Next, even though Water Pavilion broke apart, I was still afraid of its power. Thus, I coaxed you into entering my immortal aperture, and at the same time using your Gu worms for fighting. I purposely got hit by many killer moves, and most of the Gu worms that I borrowed from you were sealed as a result. This was to prevent you from having any Gu worms that did not need primeval essence to activate. Mo Yao's will heard this and shook her head, exclaiming, Fong Yuan, you are too shrewd. The moment you found something wrong, you schemed to this extent. Your acting surpassed mine. But there is something I don't understand. Fong Yuan asked. Oh, what is that? Earlier, I lost fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu to a six-fingered formless hand. I know that fixed immortal travel is an Immortal Gu that you really wanted to get rid of, because it affected your plans too much. But how were you so sure that the six-fingered formless hand would take away fixed immortal travel, and not other immortal goo, least of all spring-autumn cicada? Yao's will laughed bitterly. Lad, I am only a will left behind by the main body for 10,000 years. Do you really think I can control the entire situation? Back then, the situation was so chaotic, and at the moment when the formless hand grabbed you, I hesitated, afraid to show Water Pavilion as it would attract your suspicion. But next, after it took fixed immortal travel, I was overjoyed. I quickly interfered with your thoughts, causing you to help Tai Bai Yun Shang. This delayed some time, and you lost fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Your luck is very good. Yao shook her head, bitterly smiling. Back then, I sneaked into Truyong building and wanted to get my hands on fortune, rivaling Heaven Goo, releasing it in the end. Since then, my luck had been terrible. Later, when I blocked the seven-fingered formless hand for you, my intention was to sacrifice the rank 7 calamity beckoning Goo in Water Pavilion. What a pity that the formless hand took the core water harmony immortal Goo. If your spring-autumn cicada had a mortal's consciousness, I would have struck long ago. Unfortunately, your Goo immortal will is still inside, and I did not dare to act rashly, only influencing you secretly. When I lurked in your mind, I had been paying attention to your thoughts and had been attempting to read your memories. But after fighting with Giant Sun's will, I could not split up. All of my will was used to manipulate Water Pavilion to protect your life. Otherwise, I would have noticed when you sensed something amiss. In fact, I would have interfered with your thoughts and made you dismiss this problem. Moreover, I had little immortal essence left. Most of it was used to create wills. Your tactic of consuming it was very effective, but if I had 5 or 6 more beads of red date immortal essence, the situation would have been very different. Fang Yuan nodded. Actually, this was not a fair fight. A will alone cannot think as deeply as the main body, especially when wills have their specialties and would act on those traits. A will is just a will, it cannot replace the main body. If your main body was dealing with me, I would have lost long ago. Fairy Yao, you truly live up to your name. With just a will that you left behind, you could reach this stage. Fang Yuan sighed continuously. After revealing their cards, he instead started consoling Yao's will, seemingly forgetting their status as enemies. It was as if he was Yao's longtime friend. He continued to sigh. Your plan was really too difficult. It is like walking on a tightrope. You had to be careful of the balance of the situation at all times. If when you schemed against me was prior to now, there was a chance I would have continued being fooled by you. Unfortunately, right before coming to Northern Plains, I made a similar mistake, and my decree in life is to never commit the same mistake twice. Saying so, the image of a young woman dressed in white appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Actually, it is also thanks to Wisdom Goo's help. Even without using it personally, just by the light halo that it emitted, my thoughts became extremely sharp and I understood many things, thus being able to expose your scheme. As expected of a rank 9 immortal Goo. After talking this much, I have a question to ask you. What type of will are you? Yao chuckled. I might as well tell you now. Since you already know my methods, you'll get the answer sooner or later. In fact, under such circumstances, it is already too late even if you discover my true motive. There is no doubt you will need to use spring-autumn cicada to self-detonate. My will is called fake will. Fake and true, truth and lies. Fake will can disguise as a person's thoughts and collide with other thoughts, changing the results of their thinking and influencing a person's decisions and actions. Fang Yuan realized at once. No wonder I could not find where you were lurking when I checked in my mind. You were disguised as part of my thoughts. But you are wrong on one thing. I will not use spring-autumn cicada. Are you sure? Yao's will laughed. 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King was a killer move that I perfected with you. I purposely gave an incorrect estimation and caused your body to turn into a zombie. You no longer have any way to progress. At this point, you have no future. I have been around you for so long. I understand you well. You have no trump cards left. Right now, the wind veil of assimilation is closing in, and you have already lost fixed immortal travel. Do you think you can open a Stargate here? Don't be unrealistic. You will be attacked by everyone. Even though you purposely acted weaker, your real battle strength is still inferior to Giant Sun's will. After all, this is not the true inheritance secluded domain. Inside the true inheritance secluded domain, wills and thoughts are suppressed. As for worldly wave trace immortal goo, I am not going to lend it to you anymore. Moreover, other than Giant Sun's will, you still have a huge threat here. That is He Lulan with the great strength true martial physique. Rank 5 peak stage, think about the force of his self-detonation. Right now, you are only holding on because of the light of wisdom. Ha ha ha. With so many strong foes, you are at your wit's end. Mo Yao's will laughed for a while before her tone became calmer. You refuse to use Spring Autumn Cicada because you are wary of your black coffin luck. You do not have to be so nervous. Spring Autumn Cicada's drawback is that it will cause its owner's luck to become progressively worse. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was a victim of this. Luck is really strong and influential, no doubt, but it cannot decide everything. It depends on who is facing it. You had so much bad luck, yet with your strength and wisdom you still managed to get this far. Ma Hongyun had so much good luck, yet he could not grasp it well. Even though he escaped from this place, he would surely fall into the hands of Northern Plains Gu immortals and become a captive. Fong Yuan snickered. You've schemed for this long. I'm sure you've made ample preparations. You have the confidence of certain victory. A contest of wills is not my forte. If I self-detonate, that is using my weakness to fight my enemy's strength. How can I be so stupid? Mo Yao also laughed. To think that you'd have such a timid side. It is a pity, but you are not entirely right. I do intend on using the Spring-Autumn Cicada, but it is impossible with your foundation to travel 10,000 years back in time. I plan to find Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance when traveling upstream in the River of Time. Using the power of the inheritance, I would go back to traveling against the current 10,000 years into the past. He. Don't you want to see what Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance looks like? Mo Yao said something shocking. She actually knew of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground. But Fong Yuan gave no response. He was silent. Outside, Giant Sun's will finally counted down from 10 to 1. It seems you are still very stubborn. You want to resist to the end. Seeing that Fong Yuan did not surrender, Giant Sun's will said this in a deep and low tone. This demon deserves nothing less than death. Ancestor Giant Sun had granted him mercy, giving him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yet he is still refusing to change. Yilui Sang shouted. Yet in the depths of his heart he felt eased. Kill this demon. Cut his head off and make it our urine flask. Today, we will exterminate a menace of society. Everyone was riled up. Oh no! The wind veil of assimilation is already within 100 steps of us. Ancestor Giant Sun, what will we do? Someone said in shock. Wisdom Gu was maintaining a halo of light to protect itself. The Gu masters were all standing near its edge and outside of it. Only Fong Yuan was inside. As the wind veil of assimilation grew closer, it shrunk the space that was inside, and in just a short period of time, the wind veil would reach the surface of the light halo. The wind veil of assimilation was constantly getting closer. That was why Giant Sun's will tried to get Fong Yuan to surrender. If Fong Yuan surrendered and returned Giant Sun's immortal essence, everything would be easy to settle. But if Fong Yuan was adamant and refused to surrender, Giant Sun's will would have to fight him to the death. Hey Lulan, I am giving you the Strength Path Immortal Gu. Release your Dark Limit Seal and display the true might of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Your great strength true martial physique has the highest recovery speed in the world. It greatly surpasses the other 9 extreme physiques. Don't worry. Even if you self-detonate, I have my ways to save you. Giant Sun's will said, handing He Lulan a Strength Path Immortal Gu. Obtaining the Immortal Gu that he had been dreaming of, He Lulan was unable to conceal his excitement. Thank you, Lord Ancestor. At the same time, Giant Sun's will promise the other Gu masters many benefits, handing out Gu worms one by one. Giant Sun's will raise the morale. This scoundrel has committed many evil deeds. You will all be great heroes renowned in Northern Plains after eliminating him. Your act of bringing peace to the people will make sure you are well respected wherever you go. We know that being basked in the light of wisdom would reduce lifespan. But in this situation, if we continue delaying it, we will be killed by the wind veil of assimilation. How can losing a bit of lifespan compare to death? Furthermore, you just need to restrain him. I will strike and deal the finishing blow. Everyone looked at each other. Giant Sons will had incomparable reputation. He was left behind by the old ancestor, under benefits and reputation, forced by the situation. Everyone summoned their courage and looked at Fang Yuan, ready to strike. Strange, why isn't he dead yet? After being in the light for so long, he should have expended all his lifespan already. Suddenly, someone asked this, because if Fang Yuan was dead, they would not need to take a risk. That is because he is already dead. After completely becoming a zombie monster, he is among the living dead. The dead have no lifespan. No matter how long he stays there, he would not die of old age. He Lulan explained, destroying their fantasies. So that's it. Everyone was taken aback. They finally understood that this fight was unavoidable. The air seemed to turn frigid. The Gu Master's killing intent surged. Without doubt, this was the final battle. They had great confidence in killing Fang Yuan. After all, there was the great strength, true martial physique, as well as Giant Sun's will. However, they were still nervous. Fang Yuan's terrifying battle strength was ingrained into their hearts. Of course we have to kill this demon, but there are bound to be casualties in battle. Oh great longevity heaven, please don't let it be me. Those were the inner thoughts of everyone. The atmosphere was getting more solemn. The battle was going to commence. But right at this moment, there was another surprising twist. Wisdom Gu suddenly stopped sending out the light of wisdom and flew into the sea of Gu worms. Earlier, it had displayed its rank 9 aura at full force, but now it had completely concealed itself. Hiding with the Gu worm group, it quickly vanished. Everyone was shocked. Giant Sun's will was the first to react, laughing heartily. Excellent! This Wisdom Gu's wild will is a newborn. It is still very immature. Earlier, it created the halo to prevent other life forms from getting near it. But now that it sensed the battle was near, in order to avoid getting dragged into this, it escaped first. Everyone was overjoyed at this. There was no better situation. Without Wisdom Gu's halo causing trouble, Giant Sons could enter battle directly. Demon, the Wisdom Gu that you entrusted your life to has run away. Your time of death is now. Come and receive your death. Demon, you have committed many heinous sins. Landing in this situation today, you are dead meat. Everyone shouted, their morale surging. Giant Sun's will was ready to strike. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yuan broke the silence. He raised his head and laughed. His laughter boomed over the surroundings, giving off a wild aura. He suppressed all other voices. He had a green face with sharp fangs, and his eyes were shining with a ruthless light. Although his recovery ability was strong, his previous injuries were too severe. His body was still in bad shape. He was left with one arm, his body was crooked, yet his imposing attitude burst out, causing everyone to take a slight step back. Damned demon! Still being arrogant before your death? What are you laughing for? He Lulan took a big step forward. His body was like a bear. He stared with his eyes opened wide. Demon, committing evil acts will lead to your own doom. You have no way out but death. Fang Yuan, I had already given you your only chance of surrender, but you did not grab onto it. Now, there is no way out for you anymore. Giant Sons shouted resolutely. Mo Yao's also said, Lad, no need to continue acting secretive. Your fake imposing aura cannot stop them. Don't you want to see Red Lotus Demon Venerable's secret inheritance ground? The battle is going to commence. If your mind becomes muddled against Giant Sun's will, I will not be able to save you again. Give up. This is a dead end. There is no way out. Quickly use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan's laughter ended. His voice was coarse. Isn't there a saying, heaven will always leave a path for you. As long as I want to walk, there will be a road for me to step on. Everyone was shocked. These words were very familiar. Thinking about it, they realized it was from The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 3, Section 3 states, Luopa Valley was a very wide and complex labyrinth. Renzu searched for Northern Dark Ice Soul, who was missing, but he got lost in the labyrinth himself. Even after several days, he did not find a way out. He was extremely tired. He had sprawled on the ground, his back leaning against the walls of the labyrinth. A feeling of boundless loneliness quickly engulfed him. This was because he had given his original heart to hope. Right now, he only had a heart of loneliness left. The feeling of loneliness was unbearable. Renzu was afraid of being lonely. He had once dug out both of his eyes and turned them into a son and daughter to accompany him. But right now, he could only endure the torture of loneliness. Amidst the loneliness, Renzu felt intense desolation, loss, and pain. Time seemed to have stopped. He was all alone in this world. There was nobody he could rely on. There was no fire that he could gain warmth from. Renzu felt suffocation, but as time passed, he got used to the feeling of loneliness. He even started to savor it. He started to feel that loneliness was not that scary. In his loneliness, he felt serenity, peace, and quiet. He talked to himself, "Oh human, what is the purpose of your existence? Struggling here in this world, rushing about everywhere." Next, he heard a voice from beside him, "Oh human, you are the spirit of all beings. You are lonely, thus you wanted to be comforted, to be understood, to be recognized. Right now, the thing you want to do most is to find the way out of this damned place." Renzu was shocked. Who is talking to me?" That voice laughed as it said, "I am a goo, called Self. If you look inside yourself, you will find me." Renzu quickly inspected his heart of loneliness. As expected, in the deepest part of his heart, he saw a goo worm. This goo looked very real, almost like himself, but it was many times smaller than him, like the size of an ant. Renzu was curious. You are a goo worm? Why are you inside my body?" Self-goo said, "Ever since you gained life, I had been inside your body. You just did not discover me. It is not easy to find me. You will need to inspect your inner heart of loneliness." "Is that so?" Renzu had little interest. He was quite indifferent about this, as his mind was entirely concerned with Northern Dark Ice Soul. Self-goo saw Renzu's lack of concern and laughed. "Oh Renzu, you should be happy. You should know. Finding yourself and understanding yourself. That is the most important thing in life. You yourself are the most reliable thing in the world. Let me help you leave this place." "You can help me leave this place?" "No way. Can you bring me out of Luopa Valley and travel in the reverse flow river?" Renzu was shocked and excited. Self-goo laughed heartily. "Oh Renzu, why must you walk on this road? The door of life and death's entrance and exit are the traces left behind by Fate Goo when it visited Fairness Goo. When you walk on this road, you will be under the manipulation and arrangement of fate. If you want to revive, to leave this place, you should walk on a brand new road." Renzu was perplexed. Isn't there only one road? Wisdom Goo had already told me that. Where can there be a second road? Self-goo said, "Oh Renzu, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on." Renzu was even more confused now. "Then how should I walk?" Self-goo said, "Didn't I say it already? First, you have to think about leaving." Think? Renzu tried using his brain, thinking of how to move on. He thought for half a day. His head was bursting. When finally, a goo jumped out of his mind. This goo was an old friend of Renzu. It was Cognition Goo. "Where there is cognition, there is me." Cognition Goo said, "Oh human, you seem to have gotten into trouble again. Let me help you think." Saying so, Cognition Goo gave off a bright light, enlightening Renzu. Cognition Goo had an ability that was to enlighten all beings. Any life form enlightened by Cognition Goo would gain wings. Back then, Verdant Great Sun obtained the wings of self, flying into the sky. When the light dispersed, Renzu obtained a pair of wings. This pair of wings was located at his heels. They were very delicate. Cognition noted, This pair of wings is called independence. Renzu, It will help you walk on a new road. You have to be careful. A new road is hard to walk on. Other Gu are unreliable. You can only rely on yourself Gu. Saying so, cognition Gu vanished. Renzu was still very much confused. How should I walk? Walk ahead and carve the path of your road of life. This is a road that is unique to yourself. Only you can walk on it. Self Gu said excitedly. Renzu took the first step forward. Bam! The next moment, his vision changed. Everyone heard Fang Yuan and reacted, flying into a rage. This demon has lost his mind. Kill! We have to work together and kill him. Hee. How dare you compare yourself to Renzu? Go ahead and walk. Let me see what road you can walk on. Everyone lost their patience. They shouted as they charged towards Fang Yuan. Guh! At this moment, He Lulan suddenly showed a pained expression, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Good timing. Fang Yuan smiled, showing an eerie aura. He raised his remaining hand as he punched directly. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fist Chi burst out as a Strength Path Phantom materialized in the air. This Strength Path Phantom had a striking resemblance to a youthful Fang Yuan. Vivid and lifelike, and generally in the same dimensions. It obstructed the charge of the Gu Masters by itself, appearing lonely and insignificant. Isn't this that lad He Lulan's killer move? Mo Yao's Will was surprised. Ah, I remember now. You seized his crucial Gu worm, but how did you reproduce his killer move? While she was speaking, the Gu Masters had already reached the Strength Path Phantom. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom could only endure 3 moves before it was torn to pieces. The remaining Fist Chi was condensing again, but was extinguished by Yi Luisang's fire. This demon is a paper tiger. No need to be afraid. Humph. The method he is relying on now was merely stolen from Lord He Lulan. This Strength Path Phantom has the form but at most only has half the strength of Lord He Lulan's killer move. What's there to be afraid of? The group's morale soared higher. They paused for a moment before moving towards Fang Yuan at an even faster speed. Only He Lulan had a bewildered expression and slightly decreased his speed, staying at the rear. Did he use my vital Gu to create this Strength Path Phantom? How could this Strength Path Phantom actually have his own actual appearance? Although his vital Gu had been seized, his injuries had rapidly recovered. Great Strength True Martial Physique's recovery ability was at the top of the 10 Extreme Physiques, tens of times stronger than 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King. It was not strange for Fang Yuan to forcibly refine He Lulan's vital Gu. Fang Yuan was already a Gu Immortal, and with the help of Immortal Essence, this meant an enormous advantage in refining mortal Gu. Fang Yuan's Strength Path Phantom actually had the same appearance as him. This was what made He Lulan extremely surprised. Even if you seized He Lulan's Gu and roughly reconstructed his killer move, your Strength Path Phantom merely has its form and it might have the ability to recondense from the Fist Chi. But the difference when compared to He Lulan's genuine killer move is too great. Mo Yao's Will bluntly commented. At this moment, everyone had reached Fang Yuan. On the outer periphery, Giant Sun's Will had curled up into a ball, moving slowly, waiting for the time Fang Yuan showed a weakness during the chaotic battle to deal a fatal strike. In that case, Mo Yao, open your eyes and watch what happens next closely. Fang Yuan's grin slowly turned into a huge smile. He punched, with the only remaining arm. Fist Chi surged and turned into a Strength Path Phantom. The Phantom did not pause, immediately pouncing towards the incoming Gu Masters. Fang Yuan punched again. Another Strength Path Phantom appeared, but it was different. This Strength Path Phantom also resembled a young Fang Yuan, but it had 2 extra arms and it was even more powerful. Fang Yuan's breathing sped up as he punched rapidly, the fist shadows interweaving together into a curtain. Boom, boom, boom. Punches after punches in the air sent out cracking noises, producing continuous echoing explosions. Majestic Fist Chi surged madly, forming whirlwinds. Wind and clouds surged and roared like dragons and tigers. In a blink of an eye, 100 Strength Path Phantoms were created, forming layers upon layers of protection around Fang Yuan. The Gu Masters had just finished off the previous 2 Strength Path Phantoms, and were about to charge towards Fang Yuan. But when they raised their heads, all of their expressions turned into great shock. How could there be so many strength path phantoms? One Goo Master's eyes almost popped out. Fuck! There are still more being created. Another Goo Master swore loudly. Fong Yuan continued to punch. Fist Chi formed into strength path phantoms as if they were endless. The Goo Masters could not believe what they were seeing. This number greatly surpassed He Lulan's limit. Moreover, it was still rapidly increasing. Within moments, there were already 1,000 strength path phantoms. Just recently, Fong Yuan was alone, but now he had an army standing around him. Are they phonies? A Goo Master was suspicious and felt Fong Yuan was using Goo Worm to create illusions. But the strength path phantom's solid attacks in the next moment gave a painful answer to the group. Kill! We will let you taste our power. These strength path phantoms were actually able to speak and showed extraordinary intelligence. They attacked together, forming an endless stream of humans. The Goo Masters, who were confident in their numbers, were now drowned in strength path phantoms. They seemed to be stranded in a torrential river, suffering the strong attacks of the waves. Defend! Stabilize our formation. They are only strength path phantoms. Damn it! These strength path phantoms can actually coordinate and carry out battle tactics. The Goo Masters shouted one after another. Their formation was like a large reef near the shore. However, after engaging in battle, they discovered that the power of these strength path phantoms far surpassed their imaginations. These strength path phantoms coordinated together and did not care about sacrificing themselves. Although they only had singular method of attacking, it generated an extremely large pressure on the Goo Masters. The Goo Masters' formation soon showed signs of breaking. What killer move is this? My strength path phantoms could not coordinate to this extent. This is simply a relentless army fighting to the death. He Lulan was shocked and uneasy. Fong Yuan retreated while continuing to punch out Fist Chi. The number of strength path phantoms continued to rise crazily. Your killer move. This killer move. Mo Yao's will stammered in shock. She analyzed. Mortal Goo absolutely cannot have such might. You definitely used Immortal Goo. You still have a trump card that I don't know about? No, impossible, you definitely had refined Immortal Goo. How could you refine Immortal Goo so quickly? Fong Yuan laughed loudly. Why do you think I tried to get near to Wisdom Goo by all means possible? It was to use its rank 9 aura to help me refine Immortal Goo. If it were other people's Immortal Goo, it would not be easy to deceive. Thus I could not refine man as before and landscape as before. But it is very difficult for young Wild Will to distinguish if this aura originated from me. Goo worms higher by 2 ranks or more could pressure others into submission. Back then on Qingmao Mountain, Fong Yuan used Spring Autumn Cicada's aura to help him refine Goo. That means you had planned to intentionally transform completely with 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King? Mo Yao's will immediately started feeling uneasy when she discovered this. The light of wisdom consumed lifespan, but after transforming into a zombie which was already dead, Fong Yuan naturally could stay for much longer in the light of wisdom. Mo Yao continued to observe and found that Fong Yuan's killer move followed some certain characteristics of strength path. His strength path phantoms normally had 2 arms, but sometimes there would be phantoms with 4 arms and even 6 arms occasionally. The more arms the phantoms had, the stronger they were. 2-armed phantoms only had average battle strength comparable to 100 Beast Kings. 4-armed phantoms were comparable to 1,000 Beast Kings, and 6-armed phantoms were comparable to myriad Beast Kings. This is simply the recreation of a beast group. When Mo Yao's will became aware of this, her delicate body shivered and said with an incredulous tone, You lad, you actually managed to resolve the age-old question. You have merged the 2 paths of enslavement and strength. Enslavement path controlled a great number of beasts and used numbers to crush enemies. Strength path focused on strengthening oneself, fighting many enemies alone. The essence of 2 Goo Master paths that were polar opposites were now perfectly harmonized and united in Fong Yuan's killer move. Fong Yuan had been trying to solve this issue since long ago, but he made no progress and was even ridiculed and persuaded against by Mo Yao's will. However, he had never given up on his attempts to resolve this. He would never abandon something because of other people's denial, ridicule, and persuasion. The most crucial breakthrough came during the process of Gu Immortal advancement. He used this extremely precious opportunity to advance his strength path realm. Obtaining inspiration from heaven and earth, he abandoned everything else to wholeheartedly seek the answer for the merging of enslavement and strength path. Heaven and earth were completely open to him. He was imparted supreme mysteries. But finally, he also had wisdom Gu to thank. Fang Yuan stayed under the light of wisdom for a long time, wasting away his lifespan and turning into one of the living dead. He paid a heavy price, but his rewards were also enormous. Finally, he was able to use his available Gu worms to coordinate together and form the killer move. Without investment, how could there be any gains? Of course, he also had to thank He Lulan, thanks to his vital Gu, which was one of the most crucial components of the killer move. Besides it, there were immortal Gu, as well as many Gu worms which were required to form six-arm Heavenly Zombie King, and in addition Fang Yuan's second vital Gu, all-out effort Gu, which played an important role. This was also one of the reasons Fang Yuan intentionally transformed with six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. He needed the Gu worms forming six-arm Heavenly Zombie King to make this new killer move. Even if the black coffin luck on him intensified, even if powerful enemies surrounded him and the wind veil of assimilation isolated everything from the world, heaven would never seal all of one's paths. There was no absolutely desperate situation in this world. There were only people who despair. The answer to resolving problems will always be in our own hands. When we inspect our inner hearts, we will find that the miraculous heavenly power was in ourselves all along. To discover oneself, to recognize oneself, and to rely on oneself. The convergence of enslavement and strength path is an age-old question which has baffled countless heroes and geniuses through the ages. I had never expected it to be perfectly resolved in your hands. Lad, you have ventured on a new road indeed. As you continue to develop this path, you might even be able to truly unite enslavement and strength path, and develop a whole new path. This path will definitely have unprecedented strength. Mo Yao's will side with deep emotions. Her refinement path Grandmaster Spirit made her not stint on praising Fang Yuan. He. Fang Yuan was just about to reply when suddenly giant suns will appeared right in front of him. It was a sneak attack. During this critical moment of life and death, Fang Yuan moved his head, his vital area, and used his shoulder to bear the brunt of giant sun's will's attack. Boom! A huge sound erupted. Fang Yuan was sent rolling to the ground, plowing a gorge meters in length. Looks like there is still quite a bit of your will remaining in my mind. You influenced my thoughts again. Fang Yuan was furious as he saw through Mo Yao's scheme. Mo Yao shed all consideration for face and screamed, "Kid, I asked you to obediently activate Spring-Autumn Cicada, but you didn't give in. Destiny sent you in front of me to give me a chance at rebirth. I will definitely grasp this opportunity. Humph. Most of your will and Gu worms have been locked in my immortal aperture. Your red date immortal essence is also under my control. You have no way to replenish your will anymore. To influence my thoughts, your thoughts will have to collide. Let me see how long this portion of your will that is hiding in my mind can last." Fang Yuan attacked Mo Yao's will while tightly fixing his gaze on Giant Sun's will. Strength path phantoms soon gathered around him and filled the gap, once more tightly protecting Fang Yuan. Giant Sun's will felt quite troubled. It was okay when Fang Yuan was alone previously, but now he had so many helpers. Giant Sun's will excelled in speed and transforming, but was afraid of expending his thoughts. Fang Yuan's killer move that combined enslavement and strength path was a direct counter to him. No matter how fast your speed is, I will form a tighter defense. You have your countless transformations. I have my self-detonating phantoms. There were way too many strength path phantoms. They surrounded Fang Yuan in layers after layers, not only in all directions. There were strength path phantoms even floating in the sky. There was simply no gap to attack. This killer move actually combined the essence of both enslavement and strength path. These strength path phantoms can not only condense back from the remnant fist chi, they can even self-detonate. This kid definitely already had some foundation in this aspect and had made preparations, otherwise just relying on the time within the light of wisdom. He absolutely would not be able to create it out of nothing. Right, he succeeded in his immortal ascension. It is extremely likely that he received the guidance of heaven and earth during the process of advancement. Damn it! Giant Sons will pondered intensely before hurriedly stopping his thoughts. There were hardly any left. If he thought for too long, a large portion of him would vanish. A chance! Suddenly, he transformed into a golden rainbow, traveling nimbly between the army of strength path phantoms and ruthlessly striking at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan grinned. Old geezer, why are you in such a rush? He had intentionally revealed this flaw in the strength path phantoms formation. Giant Sons will fell for Fong Yuan's scheme. 3 strength path phantoms instantly appeared in front of him. Giant Sons will thought rapidly and like a snake. He coiled around too. However, he could not avoid the last strength path phantom and directly smashed into it. Boom! A huge sound erupted. The strength path phantom was crushed into smithereens. Old bastard, do you really think I am easy prey? Humph! I have already waited for too long. Fong Yuan was already fully prepared. He raised his fist and pounded down with all his strength at Giant Son's will. Giant Son's will was caught unprepared and shattered. Fong Yuan finally displayed his true strength. His punch was extremely fast. Giant Son's will was caught unprepared and received the full brunt of the attack. Bang! The condensed golden will was smashed into smithereens, splitting into countless parts. But in the next moment, the will condensed again, though its volume had fully decreased by 1/5. Having suffered such a great loss, Giant Son's will was about to furiously counterattack. However, Fong Yuan had already retreated to safety behind the layers upon layers of strength path phantoms. Giant Son's will was so angry at this that he almost collapsed again. He could not think about too many things, otherwise he would have already seen this was a trap. Thus, he fell for Fong Yuan's scheme. Hey Lu Lan, what are you still hesitating for? Giant Son's will bellowed. How can he send out strength path phantoms that look exactly the same as him? Hey Lu Lan's thoughts were tangled and confused, and when he heard Giant Son's will's roar, he quivered before coming back to his senses. Fong Yuan's killer move was powerful and had the number advantage, suppressing everyone into such disadvantage that they were not even able to raise their heads. Even Giant Son's will could not make any progress. This was the moment of life and death. Hey Lu Lan's great strength true martial physique was the crucial battle strength that could change the situation. As he thought of this, Hey Lu Lan opened his eyes wide in anger and stood up straight. Boom! One ordinary punch produced a terrifying result. The piercingly cold fist chi almost penetrated the heavy layers of strength path phantoms. Human figures flew all around as the phantoms were smashed to pieces. This was the true strength of great strength true martial physique. At this moment, Hey Lu Lan displayed all his strength without any reservations. The immortal Gu Dark Limit's remaining power on him was a thin layer of black membrane. When Hey Lu Lan tore apart this layer of black membrane, his figure suddenly changed. The surging aura of one of the 10 extreme physiques soared to the skies. A formless aura shook the air and formed a shockwave that engulfed the surroundings. What's going on? Lord Hey Lu Lan actually turned into a woman. The rumor was actually true. In Su Xian's night elopement, Su Xian had given birth to a daughter with He Tribe's supreme elder, He Cheng. It was no wonder that back then, Giant Sons will had chosen Hey Lu Lan and Ma Hongyun to be Frost Jade Peacock's masters. Giant Sons will had already seen through Hey Lu Lan's true gender. Hey Lu Lan turned a deaf ear to everyone's shocked remarks and fixed her gaze at Fong Yuan. Killing intent surged and a wild, noble aura manifested like a proud tigress starting her hunt, bold and fearless, and hungry to devour humans. Fong Yuan gave a cold snort. Fist chi surged beside him non-stop, condensing into strength path phantoms that had the formation of an army. He had full confidence in his killer move and was not afraid of Hey Lu Lan. The self-detonation of one of the 10 extreme physiques can indeed slaughter immortals. But my killer move can also do so. Strength path phantoms shouted one after another. Their rallying cries poured like a river towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had exposed her true appearance, was simply unstoppable. She was like a female warrior goddess who possessed the strength of 1,000 troops. The Strength Path Phantom Army charged at her, but she was stable and unmoved. "Save me!" At another side, Yi Lui sang and the others cried out for help. Fong Yuan was concentrating on 3 tasks: facing He Lulan, taking care of other Gu masters, and also guarding against Giant Sun's will. He displayed his master-level attainment in Enslavement Path for all to see. The Strength Path Phantom Army were highly coordinated, and they seemed to move like one entity. With no regard for sacrifices, they attacked with a crazy offense. Yi Lui sang and the others were already in danger, but now could hold on no longer. Their final defensive line was broken. He Lulan wanted to return and assist them, but was firmly stalled by the Strength Path Phantoms. These Strength Path Phantoms actually have an ordinary person's intelligence. How was he able to accomplish this? He definitely seized my vital goo. But how could he create Strength Path Phantoms that have the exact same appearance as him? He Lulan was extremely astonished. The more she battled with the Strength Path Phantom Army, the more she realized their power. An individual Strength Path Phantom was of no concern. But 3 Strength Path Phantoms' tacit cooperation could slightly resist He Lulan. 6 Strength Path Phantoms could form a small battle formation and stall her. 9 Strength Path Phantoms attacking in succession could pressure her. The greater the number of Strength Path Phantoms, the higher their battle strength. This was all because of the exquisite coordination between them. Even beast groups could not accomplish this, but Fong Yuan's Enslavement Path Army was actually made of his own Strength Path Phantoms. They came from the same source and thus were of one mind. He Lulan was not able to reinforce them in time. Yi Lui sang and the others were killed one after the other by the Strength Path Phantoms. And facing the cries for help from his bloodline descendants, Giant Sun's will made the opposite choice of He Lulan. He turned into several arrows and tried to take advantage of the chaos to kill Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan mobilized the guards beside him to engage in an intense battle with Giant Sun's will. The duration of the battle was extremely short, but it was exceptionally fierce. Seeing that he could not succeed, Giant Sun's will left after probing and did not continue fighting zealously. There were hardly any thoughts left in this will. The intense battle would demand quick thinking, and he would slowly be unable to bear such intensive consumption. And Fong Yuan also was in trouble. Mo Yao's will continued to bother him from time to time, creating distracting thoughts and causing him to repeatedly make mistakes when mobilizing the Strength Path Phantoms, making him unable to display his master-level Enslavement Path attainment to the fullest. However, as time passed, Fong Yuan gradually attained the upper hand. His Strength Path Phantom Army continued to increase in numbers. The narrow remaining space was filled with these Strength Path Phantoms, their number already surpassing 10,000. At the same time, Mo Yao's will's influence on him was weakening. Giant Sun's will sneak attacked many times but did not succeed. His remaining volume was less than that of an adult. The only one who was still fighting like an addict, He Lulan, was a monster with unlimited stamina. Great strength, true martial physique's battle strength could make one speechless. If not for the layers of Strength Path Phantoms which consisted of an absurd number already, they might not have been able to restrain her. "Child, you have to be careful. I researched this Strength Path Killer move for you. Although it is strong, it has a flaw. The Strength Path Phantom you create is actually your subconscious image." Her mother, Su Xian, said in an extremely weak tone at the moment of her death, advising her repeatedly with a worried expression. He Lulan sat at the side of the bed, grabbing her hand, nodding her head as she wept without letting out a noise. The Legends of Renzu has already told us that every person has a self in their hearts. Child, your Strength Path Phantom is the self in your heart. What I can see from it is that you thirst for tyrannical strength. You long to escape from a woman's status and have it become that of a man's. Use this killer move as few times as possible. Be careful, as the killer move might imperceptibly influence you to become as savage as your Strength Path Phantom in the end. Su Xian continued to mumble, almost exhausting all of her energy. Mother, I understand, you can be at ease. Bean-sized tears trickled down He Lulan's cheeks. When one day you can create strength path phantoms that resemble your appearance completely, Mother will be at ease. Remember, find yourself. Also, be careful of your father. Su Xian finished her last words, using up her final breath as she left this world. Mother! He Lu Lan's heartbroken scream echoed in the room. He Lu Lan, what are you doing? You are actually letting your thoughts wander at this moment. Giant Sun's Will's furious shout broke He Lu Lan's recollection. He Lu Lan was startled to awareness. She then stared at Fang Yuan, her heart filled with extremely complicated emotions. This guy actually had already found himself. How did he accomplish it? The final moment is arriving. The wind veil of assimilation is already close to us. He Lu Lan, self-detonate. I swear upon the honor of Giant Sun that I will save you. Giant Sun's will commanded. Fang Yuan's gaze became sharp. He might have the Phantom Army's protection and was sure they could create enough time for him to open a Stargate, but he was not willing to take the risk. He quickly provoked, He Lu Lan, you are a hero of a generation. Giant Sun's will might have immortal goo, but his immortal essence is still with me. How could he save you? How about you surrender to me? I have a way to escape this wind veil of assimilation. Fang Yuan was only probing and did not hold high hopes for it. But He Lu Lan's movement slowed down and her battle intent clearly lowered when she heard his words. Giant Sun's will saw the situation taking a turn for the worse and quickly shouted, Don't listen to this demon's nonsense. He cannot be trusted. He Lu Lan, don't hesitate. This is our final chance to turn around the situation. Could it be that you don't believe me, your ancestor? Don't forget that I am only lending you the strength path immortal goo. It still has my will and it will self-detonate with just a thought from me. He Lu Lan roared as her battle intent soared again. Demon, you have a glib tongue, crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price. Hand over your life. He Lu Lan erupted and like a wild dragon entering the sea, she carved out a path through the layers of the Strength Path Phantom Army. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Good. Let me personally experience the power of great strength true martial physique. He then faced He Lu Lan head-on and engaged in close combat. Six-arm Heavenly Zombie King was strong, but it was not the match of the 10 extreme physiques. This was still the case under the circumstances in which Fang Yuan possessed unlimited primeval essence and was activating large numbers of mortal goo. He Lu Lan's feelings were much different. Fang Yuan's power and ferociousness along with the surrounding Strength Path Phantom's tacit coordination made her feel extremely pressured, and she was suffering injuries after injuries. But great strength true martial physique's recovery ability was much stronger than six-arm Heavenly Zombie King. The pain instead caused He Lu Lan to become even more fierce. For a moment, both sides exchanged moves after moves and were evenly matched. Giant Sun's will only had to wait for a short while before it saw a flaw from Fang Yuan and sneak attacked at lightning speed. Fang Yuan retreated a step and turned around, counterattacking with clear hatred at Giant Sun's will. Giant Sun's will gnashed his teeth as he fiercely clashed with Fang Yuan, creating an even bigger flaw. He bellowed, He Lu Lan. As long as this exposed flaw was used, He Lu Lan could definitely inflict heavy injuries upon Fang Yuan and might even be able to take his life. Giant Sun's will finally saw hope at this moment. Coming! He Lu Lan charged over and activated her goo worms, striking with an unprecedented power. A dozen Strength Path Phantoms suddenly jumped beside Fang Yuan to protect him. You! Giant Sun's will roared in shock. He Lu Lan's attack did not strike Fang Yuan, but smashed upon him. Giant Sun's will crumbled, revealing 3 immortal goo. He Lu Lan opened her mouth, actually swallowing the 3 immortal goo. With a gulp, the 3 immortal goo entered her stomach. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The dozen Strength Path Phantoms that had come to reinforce him changed their formation and surrounded Giant Sun's will, before brazenly self-detonating. Fist Chi surged, almost completely exterminating all of Giant Sun's will. Only 4 to 5 traces of Golden Thoughts managed to escape. Why? The Golden Thoughts were furious and puzzled by the betrayal. Humph! Old bastard, I followed your commands earlier because I needed something. Now that the strength path immortal goo is already in my possession, why would I still listen to your commands? Hei Lulan sneered, her beautiful appearance filled with pride and coldness. You thankless wretch, unfilial descendant. You actually betrayed your ancestor. The golden thoughts shouted in hatred. Shut up, stop screaming. Is it because your thoughts are too few now that you are unable to think and have become so demented? Hei Lulan crossed her arms and squinted her eyes. You want me to self-detonate, but after making that kind of promise, what can you actually use to save me? Relying on your slavery goo, divert disaster goo, or fixed immortal travel. These are the only 3 remaining immortal goo on you. Now tell me, where is the immortal goo that can resurrect me? Humph. You want to deceive me with such a childish trick. If you were strong and powerful, I would obey you according to the rule of complying to the strong. But look at you now, what reason do you have to order me around? Just because you are the remaining will left behind by a dead man. Even if it is giant son immortal venerable, he is already dead, he is a thing of the past. This is a new era. Why is a dead man like you still jumping around like a clown? Her words were filled with ambitious and ruthless grandeur. Hei Lulan was still that Hei Lulan. Even if I only have a single thought remaining, I can still cause the immortal goo to perish. The golden thoughts cried out. However, Hei Lulan was calm. You can try as much as you want. What's going on? You are actually suppressing for immortal goo. You might have great strength, true martial physique, but you don't have the will of an immortal. How can you suppress for immortal goo? The golden thoughts flashed with radiance before screaming out in an incredulous tone. Clearly, it was unable to destroy the immortal goo. There are still many things you do not know. Hei Lulan seemed to be shrouded in profound mystery at this moment. Hei Lulan, as a descendant of Huangjin bloodline and a tribe leader of a super tribe, you colluded with an outsider to scheme against your ancestor. You 2 shameless bastards. When did you team up? Why didn't I discover it? The golden thoughts asked in a furious tone. Sure enough, you are much easier to deal with when you can't think. Sigh, your pathetic performance really brings shame to Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's reputation. Fong Yuan sighed, but there was a grin on his face filled with disdain. The 2 had actually allied just before now. Earlier, Hei Lulan had shouted, Demon, you have a glib tongue. Crafty as a fox. Damn it, what goo did you use on me? I will make you pay the most terrible price. Hand over your life. Fong Yuan had not used any goo. But Hei Lulan said Fong Yuan used a goo. This was a code word. Whether it was Fong Yuan or Hei Lulan, both were meticulous and suspicious, merciless and formidable characters. They had cooperated together throughout the imperial court contest and had great understanding of each other. Both knew how ambitious the other was and would not resign to being under someone else. Just because of this, Fong Yuan was willing to take a gamble. Anyway, with the Strength Path Phantom's protection, the risk was not high. The 2 swindlers cooperated together. Hei Lulan made use of an opportunity in battle and succeeded in attacking Giant Sun's will and seizing away all the immortal goo. I am unresigned. I am unresigned. I am the strongest, yet I was plotted against till I reached this stage. None of you will have a good end. My main body left behind many arrangements which are set to activate when 88 Truyong Building collapses. Truyong Building will be rebuilt, and you guys will be hunted down to the ends of the world. I didn't lose to you if I didn't make moves against Ma Hongyun and ruin my luck. How could I lose? In the end, I lost to luck. The golden thoughts roared hysterically. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, it self-detonated, destroying itself. It was after all something left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even if there were only a few thoughts left, it was decisive. It was worried the secrets on it would be searched and extracted. The situation was hopeless, so it directly chose to self-detonate. The self-detonation of thoughts was extremely fast. Even if Fong Yuan wanted to stop it, he did not have corresponding methods. Unlike Blood Path, Strength Path, and Enslavement Path, his Wisdom Path attainment was still very shallow. Only by deceiving Giant Sun's will to enter his immortal aperture, like Mo Yao's will, would Fang Yuan be able to easily suppress it? Like this, the strongest existence and ruler of imperial court-blessed land finally dispersed in smoke, not leaving even a trace of it behind. He Lulan let out a breath of turbid air before looking at Fang Yuan with a tranquil gaze, speaking in a serious tone. Now, let's have a good discussion. I believe we have the foundation for cooperation. Fang Yuan nodded, sneering. Before speaking of anything else, the immortal goo fixed immortal travel you seized is mine. That formless fist which seized fixed immortal travel had been broken by Giant Sun's will. After Giant Sun's will seized the immortal goo, he forcibly suppressed Fang Yuan's will within the goo but did not have time to refine it, or it may be that he did not have the strength to forcibly refine it. Thus, Fang Yuan was not able to sense the connection with fixed immortal travel. He had lost track of the target earlier and thought the formless fist had already torn through space and left. I know this is precisely one of my conditions. Right now, I am suppressing your immortal goo, but there is no time for me to forcibly refine it. I need you to lend me this fixed immortal travel. He Lulan made an astonishing demand. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. Why should I lend it to you? Humph. The goo is on me, and without fixed immortal travel, how can you escape from here? Only if we sincerely cooperate can we have the chance to escape. He Lulan said. Fang Yuan chuckled. Who told you I don't have other methods to leave this place? He Lulan's pupils shrunk as she looked at Fang Yuan deeply. The wind veil of assimilation isolates the outside world from the inside. Goo like whole earth goo and connecting heaven goo cannot be used. You actually have another method. But you didn't use it even until now. It seems this method has its flaws. She was a formidable character, regaining her cool quickly and even carrying a probing counterattack. She sounded extremely certain, but she was not that sure inwardly and was only probing. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His strength path phantom army was beside him, and he did not fear the self-detonation of great strength true martial physique. However, his opponent was not any ordinary person of the great strength true martial physique, but He Lulan. This fellow could not be underestimated. They had contested repeatedly in 88 Truyong building, but they were evenly matched. In fact, she even caused much trouble to Fang Yuan. Now, she was clearly still immortal, but was able to suppress 4 immortal goo, causing even Giant Sun's will to be surprised. If Fang Yuan did not lend her fixed immortal travel, she was sure to die. But he still had some fear if she counterattacked at the risk of her life. Without the intervention of Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan had returned to his original nature. He calculated his profits. Shortly after, he asked the most crucial question. Then what can I obtain? Immortal goo dark limit. He Lulan calmly replied, but inwardly she let out a breath of relief. Oh, I would like to hear the details. I will help you obtain this goo. This goo is in the hands of Goo Immortal Jiangyu. It can conceal aura, hide heavenly secrets, and protect you from deductions. My great strength true martial physique was sealed with the help of Immortal Goo Dark Limit. You have caused such a huge incident. Northern Plains Goo Immortals will definitely track you down and cause troubles for you. Not only them, there are also the arrangements left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. But with Immortal Goo Dark Limit, your location will not be discovered. Interesting, what else? Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. He Lulan smiled. We are both smart people, I will speak frankly. I shoulder a huge hatred and grudge, so I cannot self-detonate to kill you with me. But you also probably don't want to force me until I drag you along with me. Right? Humph, you are unlikely to kill me. But it is true that it will be really troublesome. Fang Yuan gave a cold snort. He Lulan's pupils shrunk. From your words, it seems you still haven't fully displayed the power of your killer move. But I also have another trump card. Fang Yuan nodded. He Lulan had already displayed it just before. She could suppress immortal goo, which was not possible by just relying on great strength true martial physique. As long as there were enough profits, there was no need for bloodfest. Fang Yuan was not afraid of He Lulan's self-detonation, but there would be no benefits to both of them if he pushed her too far. He Lulan continued, I will help you obtain Immortal Goo Dark Limit and will also return fixed immortal travel once I finish using it. I will also give you my strength path killer move. I believe it will provide some help to your new killer move. Moreover, I haven't killed your senior brother Tai by Yun Sheng. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai by Yun Sheng, who was lying on the ground in unconsciousness, with his body covered by a defensive barrier. This was clearly He Lulan's work. His evaluation of He Lulan could not help but rise by a level. He Lulan was truly not simple. She actually protected Tai by Yun Sheng until now. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Giant Sun's will and had been scheming against it. More importantly, she gave many benefits. Immortal Gu Dark Limit was an important benefit, fixed immortal travel was second, then the strength path killer move, and finally Tai by Yun Sheng. Such an arrangement showed how much she understood Fang Yuan. Then your condition is? Fang Yuan asked. Protect me during my Gu immortal ascension, and also help me when I kill my father personally. He Lulan's eyes revealed extreme hatred when she said this. Fang Yuan's brows involuntarily rose up. He did not ask why, and he did not need a reason. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. He looked at the surrounding wind veil of assimilation, then turned towards He Lulan. He Lulan, who had torn off the seal of dark limit and revealed her true appearance, was no longer an obese and fierce bear. Instead, she had a stimulating, charming body with sharp brows and bright eyes. She was a remarkably beautiful woman filled with a tyrannical aura. Interesting. Well, there is no harm in cooperating for the moment. Fang Yuan praised as he agreed. The benefits of this cooperation were truly shocking. In any case, fixed immortal travel was in He Lulan's hands. Fang Yuan was also helpless about that, and so he might as well cooperate. Next, Fang Yuan mentioned his own conditions and reached a basic consensus with He Lulan. The shrinking of the wind veil of assimilation had almost reached the extreme. Large numbers of goo accumulated in the narrow space, crowding together. Many goo worms were already devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, becoming a part of it. But the tribulation, formless hands were also completely gone. There is no time today, we will talk more in the future. After a rough agreement, He Lulan activated fixed immortal travel. Dark green light covered her body. She was not a goo immortal, but astonishingly, she could activate immortal goo. Before leaving, she gave a deep glance at Fang Yuan and asked, seemingly without much thought, "Your killer move, what is its name?" "Myriad Self." Fang Yuan replied. He Lulan nodded, engraving this name to the depths of her heart. She knew that sooner or later, this killer move's name would rise to fame and spread throughout the 5 regions. The next moment, fixed immortal travel activated, and He Lulan disappeared. The moment she left, Fang Yuan immediately destroyed the surroundings to prevent her from using fixed immortal travel to return. Wind veil of assimilation was already pressing in very closely. There was only a cabin-sized space left for Fang Yuan to move. Large numbers of goo worms were already devoured by the wind veil of assimilation, while there were still a few that were flying around. Fang Yuan released Starlight Firefly goo and opened the Stargate. But he did not leave immediately, instead deeply gazing at these flying goo worms. He did not have any certainty, but still wanted to give it a try. A few breaths later, a goo worm flew towards him of its own accord. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo. Ha ha ha! In the narrow space, Fang Yuan's laughter was echoing endlessly. Slowly opening his eyes, Fang Yuan woke up. Seeing crystal walls sparkling with a bright pink-colored light, Fang Yuan was dazed, before reacting. He had used the Stargate to return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land from Northern Plains. Except that in this trip to Northern Plains, he had exhausted his mind and spirit. It was such a dangerous trip, it was a near-fatal experience. Even though Fang Yuan's body was that of 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King, his mind was still filled with fatigue. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made some arrangements and fell into deep sleep. He slowly woke up now, after sleeping for an unknown amount of time. He was very exhausted. Even now, Fang Yuan only wanted to lie down and not get up. My body is filled with death energy. I have completely turned into a zombie. My body knows no fatigue, but my soul is still my original soul. It has its limits and will suffer injuries too. A thought flashed in his mind. as Fang Yuan gradually got up. His mind was in tranquility. It was a comfortable feeling. Sleeping had the effect of soothing one's soul. Fang Yuan breathed out some turbid air, stretching his limbs, but he only felt like his body was rusty. He felt very inflexible and heavy. He was not surprised. He knew that this was the backlash of using his killer move Myriad Self. His soul was greatly depleted. Thus, when he tried to move this extremely strong zombie body, he felt difficulty and resistance. "Where is the land spirit?" Fang Yuan spoke. His voice was coarse and irritating, like the sound of sand grinding on ice shards. It would give a dry and icy feeling to people. "Master!" At the next moment, the land spirit Little Who Immortal's voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. The voice was still cute and sweet, but there was a hint of worry and sadness in it. Fang Yuan turned around, only to see Little Who Immortal appearing before his left hand with reddened eyes. "How long have I been asleep?" Fang Yuan nodded, asking. "Master, you have been asleep for 2 days and 3 nights. Little Who Immortal replied. Fang Yuan recalled 2 days and 3 nights was in terms of Who Immortal Blessed Land time. 5 days in Who Immortal Blessed Land was 1 day in the outside world of the 5 regions. That means that since Fang Yuan left the wind veil of assimilation, less than a day had passed in northern plains. Fang Yuan's inner thoughts settled. Before he slept, he had made an agreement with He Lulan. They were temporarily cooperating. Thus, he would have to return to northern plains soon. Little Who Immortal saw that Fang Yuan was silent, and thought he was upset. She opened her tiny mouth and consoled. "Master, master, don't be too upset. Your current appearance, although it is quite ugly, I'm sure there's a way to change it back. I believe that one day Master will go back to his original form." "Master, you have to cheer up." Fang Yuan laughed speechlessly, stretching out one arm and touching Little Who Immortal's tiny head. Little Who Immortal dodged for a bit, but eventually, Fang Yuan's terrifying giant zombie hand landed on her head. She lowered her head, not making a sound. Fang Yuan started stroking her hair, and Little Who Immortal could not take it anymore. She cried, "Master, although your palm is icy cold, I still like it." Saying this, she hugged Fang Yuan's huge legs and began sobbing. Little Who Immortal was still so cute. She was like a 5 to 6-year-old child, pure and innocent, cute and tiny. She wore a rainbow dress and her snow-white foxtail was drooping towards the ground, showing her current sad mood. The land spirit was formed from the fusion of obsession and heavenly power. It was different from Will's and would never lie. Little Who Immortal spoke the honest truth. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. He did not speak, but the fangs that were outside his mouth retracted a little, and the movement of his hand stroking Little Who Immortal's head became more gentle. He split a portion of his consciousness and looked inside his body. In the first aperture, there was dead silence. There was not a bit of primeval essence inside, only Fang Yuan's first vital goo. The originally clear crystal purple walls had turned into a rock-like material. The rock wall was filled with small cracks. The culprit behind this wound was the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of his aperture. Spring-autumn cicada's body was glowing with green and yellow light. The aura of a rank 6 immortal goo was permeating the entire aperture. If it was his rank 5 peak stage aperture, it might have burst already. But now that the aperture was dead, it could handle more of the immortal goo's pressure. Even though there was a limit, he was far from reaching it yet. At the same time, Fang Yuan also noticed that the aperture was completely dry and could not produce any more primeval essence. This is the price for turning into a zombie. The aperture is dead and cannot produce any primeval essence. Fang Yuan assessed in his mind. He could not help but think of first-gen Guyu. He had turned into a blood white and his aperture could not produce primeval essence. Thus he had great desire for goo worms like heavenly essence treasure lotus. My current situation is way better than first-gen Guyu. I have already ascended into an immortal. I have 19 green grape immortal essence and limitless primeval essence. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan moved his consciousness from the first aperture to the second aperture. The newly born strength path immortal aperture had also turned gray. The blessed land was now a dead land. The sky was gray and the white stone mountains had collapsed, The ground was rotten and dark, emitting a foul odor. The ground was full of cracks, like the aftermath of an earthquake. This was the result of forcefully containing wisdom goo. Inside this immortal aperture were almost all of Fang Yuan's goo worms. The most attention-grabbing ones were naturally the immortal goo. There were 7 immortal goo in here. This amount was bound to shock others if revealed publicly. Immortal goo were unique, they were extremely hard to get. Most ordinary goo immortals would not even have 1 immortal goo. If he included fixed immortal travel that he had lent to He Lulan, as well as spring-autumn cicada, Fang Yuan had a total of 9 immortal goo. This number could put most rank 7 goo immortals to shame. There were 3 immortal goo that were related to Water Pavilion. They were Worldly Wave Trace goo, Delight in Mountain and Water goo, and Calamity Beckoning goo. The other 4 immortal goo were obtained when Fang Yuan painstakingly smashed the formless fists. Other than the immortal goo, there were mortal goo. The most valuable mortal goo were also obtained when Fang Yuan smashed the formless fists. All these goo worms originated from the true inheritance secluded domain's many inheritances. Each of them were high-quality goo worms and had profound differences from common goo. But of greater importance was the second aperture's vital goo, rank for all-out effort goo, as well as bitter strength goo, borrow strength goo, self-reliance goo, refine essence spirit goo, earth strength goo, water strength goo, wind strength goo, lightning strength goo, fire strength goo, lurking beast coat goo, aura concealment goo, and so on. It was these goo worms that formed the foundation of the killer move myriad self, allowing Fang Yuan to ultimately clinch victory within the wind veil of assimilation. Other than these, there were the other random goo worms, like the Eagle Rise goo, which Fang Yuan had used and expended the most in this journey within Northern Plains. The Windflower goo, which could allow changes in direction easily. The Soulblade goo obtained from Soulblade General Pan Ping. There was also the Battle Bone Will goo, Stargate goo, and the goo that made up the foundation of a goo immortal, Whole Earth goo, Connecting Heaven goo, Divine Sense goo, and others. The highest quantity that he had among them were of beggar moths. Almost 1,000 of them. They had the effect of storing primeval essence. They were a huge help to Fang Yuan during the final moments of his Northern Plains trip. After inspecting his mortal and immortal aperture, Fang Yuan directed his attention to his body. Without using a mirror, he knew that he had turned into a monster completely. 6 meters tall, a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, bulging muscles that were tough as rocks. Most importantly, he had 8 arms other than his 2 human arms. His other 6 arms were terrifying in appearance. They originated from the other rank 5 Flying Zombie goo, Azura Zombie goo, Heavenly Demon Zombie goo, Blood White goo, Nightmare Zombie goo, Plague Zombie goo, and Earth Chief Zombie goo. Fang Yuan did not care whether his appearance was handsome or ugly. Little Hu Immortal was concerned about it because she was formed from the obsession of the female goo Immortal, Fairy by Hu. What Fang Yuan cared about was that the zombie body caused his cultivation to stagnate. He was unable to advance his cultivation in the slightest. This was a huge obstacle in his pursuit of the demonic path and his dream. He had grand ambitions. He wanted to obtain eternal life. Eternal life was in reference to being the strongest, an indestructible being that cannot be taken down by tribulations or disasters, a person that cannot be harmed by anyone, as well as having infinite lifespan. Although a zombie body had no lifespan, his soul could still suffer damage, and his body could still be destroyed if he was attacked by someone stronger than him. There were still many flaws and weaknesses. Thus, many goo masters and goo immortals would turn into zombies only after they were left with no other choice. This method was truly a last resort for survival. It was like longing towards heaven while being in hell. How can I get rid of the zombie body, returning to life from death, and obtain a live human body again? Fang Yuan asked in his heart. Evidently, this was a problem that needed to be solved. Although he had no answers, he had some rough ideas. Interrogating Mo Yao's will, who was in his immortal aperture, was one method. Using wisdom goo was the second. Little Hu Immortal's crying slowly stopped as Fang Yuan retracted his hand. His emotions calmed down as he asked, "During the days when I was asleep, did anything happen?" Little Hu Immortal heard her master's inquiry and immediately stood up straight. She wiped her tears and answered him maturely. Reporting to Master, there were 2 things. First, your senior brother, Tai Bai Yunshang, had already woken up, He has been wanting to meet you over these last few days. He was so anxious he even cried several times. But Master had given me the orders. Thus I refused to let him in. The second matter is regarding Immortal Crane Sect. They have stopped engaging in our Rockmen transactions. Fang Yuan heard this and frowned lightly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the reason why Immortal Crane Sect stopped the Rockmen transactions. Immortal Blessed Land had Danghun Mountain. This was something known by everyone in Central Continent. Immortal Crane Sect's target was Danghun Mountain, but they could not attack Immortal Blessed Land directly. Thus, over a year ago, they had sent Fang Zhang to negotiate, eventually settling on the transactions of Rockmen. But their primary objective was Danghun Mountain and the Guts Gu. After that, Immortal Crane Sect had repeatedly urged and emphasized while requesting Fang Yuan to sell the Guts Gu, but he refused them every time. After a year, seeing that Immortal Blessed Land was refusing to give in, Immortal Crane Sect had lost their patience, thus stopping the Rockmen trade. As to whether they would express anger and want to force Fang Yuan to renegotiate, or whether they have other objectives, that would depend on how the situation progresses. Immortal Blessed Land is not a utopia. It is located at Tian-Ti Mountain, and the outside situation is also perilous. If Fang Yuan had a blessed land as an immortal aperture, his reliance towards Immortal Blessed Land would greatly reduce. He could even swallow Immortal Blessed Land directly, making his escape and leaving this place. Unfortunately, he was now a zombie. His immortal aperture was a dead aperture. There was no way to consider this. Fang Yuan thought about it, but for now could not come up with any ideas. Damn it! After becoming a zombie, my cognitive abilities have weakened. My thoughts are moving slower and slower. It is too inefficient. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He started to feel the drawback of the zombie body. The stagnation of his cultivation was only the main drawback. Other than that, there were many other smaller drawbacks. One of them was the fact that he had no sense of pain. His cognition slowing down was another problem. In this world, Wisdom Path had already deciphered the mysteries behind how a person thinks. When a person thinks, many thoughts would be created in their minds. Intelligent people would generate a large number of thoughts more quickly, while stupid people would generate fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace. When these individual thoughts collide into one another, they would fuse or possibly be destroyed. Eventually, one or more new thoughts would be created. These new thoughts would be the result of their thinking. The brain is the place which gives birth to thoughts. It is an important domain for all life forms when they think. But this domain is decided on two aspects. One was the body while the other was the soul. If a person's soul resided in a wild beast's body, then this wild beast would become very intelligent. This level of intelligence would far surpass an ordinary wild beast, but would be lower than a normal human being. Gu is the essence of heaven and earth. Man is the spirit of all beings. Among all living beings, humans were the most intelligent. To achieve this, one needed a human's physical body and a human soul. Now that Fang Yuan's body was completely dead, only his soul was intact. Thus, in his mind, the number of thoughts generated would be much fewer, and the speed of his cognition would reduce greatly. Intensive thinking would lead to a sharp fall in the number of thoughts. Because the zombie's mind produces fewer thoughts, and at a slower pace, the thoughts generated cannot keep up with the expenditure of thoughts. If Fang Yuan was a brute, so be it. But he was very skilled at scheming. He was an ambitious person who was used to plotting in order to succeed in situations. After becoming a zombie, he felt very uncomfortable. He was not used to this new change at all. No wonder most zombies like first-gen Guyu choose to enter deep sleep. When one is sleeping, they would think less, and the consumption of their thoughts would fall sharply. Thus they would be able to accumulate more thoughts in their mind. When they battle, they would think intensely and use up these thoughts. Fang Yuan had a new understanding in his mind. This was the same reason as that of Giant Sun's will, who chose to enter deep sleep. The less I think, the more dull and slow I would become. To think that one day Guyu Fang Yuan would turn into an idiot. Hee. Fang Yuan mocked himself in his mind, collecting his scattered thoughts. Next, he turned to little Immortal. Bring my senior brother, Tai Bai Yunsheng, in here. I want to meet him. Little Immortal replied to him obediently. immediately vanishing from the spot. She was the land spirit. She could freely teleport anywhere within Who Immortal blessed land. After 10 breaths of time, little Who Immortal reappeared, this time bringing Tai by Yun Shang with her. Junior brother, you, Sai. What shall we do now? Taking a look at Fong Yuan, Tai by Yun Shang was stunned. His eyes turned red as he spoke in a choking voice. He already was aware of the fact regarding Fong Yuan turning into a 6-arm heavenly zombie king completely. This was something Fong Yuan had specified to little Who Immortal earlier, as something that could be exposed to Tai by Yun Shang. Fong Yuan laughed heartily. Originally, I had advanced into a strength path Gu Immortal. What a pity that I have ended up in this state. There is no choice. I will have to continue calling you senior brother. Come. Senior brother. This is a crude place. Please find a block of stone and take a seat. The cave that Fong Yuan was in now was dug out from the center of Danghun Mountain back in the day by Fairy by Hu. It was the place where she had built Danghun Palace. After Danghun Mountain was destroyed by the Gruel Mud Immortal Gu, Fong Yuan had returned it to normal with Tai by Yun Shang. The restored Danghun Mountain retained this mountain cave. But the golden bricks, the silver tiles, the pink curtains, the large round bed, the golden silk blankets, and the fragrant wind chimes that were in Danghun Palace were nowhere to be found. Rank 6 Immortal Gu landscape as before, it could restore any mountain or body of water back to a state in the past. The furniture inside Danghun Palace did not count as being part of a mountain or body of water. Of course, Fong Yuan did not want to restore the former Danghun Palace, either. After all, Fairy by whose bedroom was way too pink. It was filled with a feminine aura and did not suit Fong Yuan. There was no furniture in the mountain cave, it was really crude and simple. Tai by Yun Shang chose the boulder closest to Fong Yuan and sat down. Right now, his inner thoughts were filled with concern, gratitude, and unconditional trust towards Fong Yuan. After all, the two of them had braved dangers and near-death experiences together. They had gone through a lot in Northern Plains, and had witnessed the sincerity and feelings in each other's hearts. Not to mention the 2 times Fong Yuan had helped Tai by Yun Shang in the True Inheritance secluded domain. He did not hesitate at all, not even batting an eyelid. The first time it was to retrieve landscape as before Immortal Gu, while the second time, he gave up on man as before Immortal Gu in order to save Tai by Yun Shang's life. During that moment, Tai by Yun Shang was so touched his tears nearly flowed down his cheeks. He had a Gu Immortal inheritance. He naturally knew the immense attraction an Immortal Gu had towards a Gu Immortal. Fong Yuan gave up on the Immortal Gu in order to save him, Tai by Yun Shang. This completely displayed Fong Yuan's true feelings. After that, Tai by Yun Shang was captured by He Lu Lan. Fong Yuan immediately changed his direction. Taking back man as before Gu first, Tai by Yun Shang was in complete agreement with his actions and his heart settled. This was truly a rational decision. When he woke up, he found that he was inside Who Immortal blessed land, and was out of danger. Tai by Yun Shang was jubilant. Being able to luckily maintain his life was naturally a very joyous matter. But what made him even happier was that afterwards, seeing that he had woken up, little Who Immortal returned landscape as before and man as before. These 2 Immortal Gu back to him. Tai by Yun Shang had a soft and kind nature. He had deep attachment towards these 2 Immortal Gu. Regaining his important treasures after losing them, he was truly overjoyed. But when he heard about Fong Yuan's situation from little Who Immortal, his heart shuddered. All of his joy was swept away. His inner thoughts was filled with sadness, guilt, regret, and pity. Thus, he had repeatedly tried to meet Fong Yuan, attempting to give it his all to save this junior brother. At this moment, he sat on the stone boulder. He had an expression of grief as he sighed deeply. I am ashamed. Not only did junior brother save this life of mine, I even have to bear your consolation and kind words after meeting you. Fong Yuan stretched out one arm, patting Tai by Yun Shang's shoulders, using his hoarse voice as he laughed. Destiny is unpredictable. Most things in life do not go your way. As a person, we should be more open-minded. Although I became a zombie, it is still halfway between life and death. Compared to those dead people and giant suns, we are much better. Especially when at the final moment, I even obtained Wisdom Gu. This is a huge profit. Senior brother does not need to blame yourself, you should be happy. When Fang Yuan was leaving, he opened the Stargate. Wisdom Gu knew that this was a tunnel to the outside world. Its survival instincts urged it to fly towards Fang Yuan on its own initiative. This was something Fang Yuan had expected. Stargate Gu was a mortal Gu. It could not contain the aura of an immortal Gu. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth as he forcefully placed Wisdom Gu in his immortal aperture. Even though Wisdom Gu restrained its own aura and Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was a dead land, having much greater capability to support it, Fang Yuan was barely able to handle it during the short period of time needed to pass through the Stargate. The moment he returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he quickly let Wisdom Gu out. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was a rank 6 immortal aperture, but it was situated on Tianti Mountain. It took in the earth chi of Central Continent and was very stable. It was not comparable with an immortal aperture that was still in a Gu immortal's body. Regarding Wisdom Gu, Tai Bai Yunshang was aware of the matter. An outstanding person will do outstanding things. Junior brother's abilities have truly made me feel nothing but deep admiration. But even the legendary rank 9 immortal Gu would not be able to treat junior brother's zombie body. Why don't you let me try and use man as before Gu? Tai Bai Yunshang was very emotional. At this point, he had already stood up, ready to give it a try. But Fang Yuan stopped him. Senior brother, you know clearly deep within your mind that this man as before immortal Gu can only return a person to a prior state within one moment in the past. Although it can revive a person, such a long time has already gone by. I do not know what countless number of moments have passed since then. How can it possible heal me? It will be in vain even if you try. Why should you waste your precious green grape immortal essence? Tai Bai Yunshang's expression was ashen. His emotions were unstable. When Fang Yuan had finished his words, he suddenly stretched out his palms, slapping harshly on his own face. Crack, crack, crack. 5 to 6 sharp sounds were heard. Tai Bai Yunshang was actually slapping himself. Senior brother, stop it. What are you doing this for? Fang Yuan acted like he was caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up, stretching out 2 arms and grabbing Tai Bai Yunshang's hands. Tai Bai Yunshang could not compete with Fang Yuan's strength at all. After being immobilized, he cried profusely, "Junior brother, I have let you down. I am really very sorry." As he cried, his knees bent as he actually attempted to kneel down. Fang Yuan quickly grabbed him, asking in shock, "Senior brother? What are you doing?" "Junior brother, if back then I had lent man as before immortal Gu to you, you would have been able to use it at the crucial moment and would not have turned into this current form," Tai Bai Yunshang said with a tear-stricken face. He was a very kind person, although he had indirectly caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai in the past. That was just a person's instincts to survive. To him, Fang Yuan was the savior of his life, a benefactor. He was also his junior brother. They had the same master, but this person who was his benefactor and junior brother was harmed because of his own negligence. If back then, Tai Bai Yunshang had taken the initiative to lend his Gu worm to Fang Yuan would not have ended up in such an awkward state. After Tai Bai Yunshang woke up, this thought had been lurking in his mind. It caused him to feel great grief and regret. He was in deep agony. At this moment, Tai Bai Yunshang was weakly falling towards the ground. He was in agony and regret. He was only supported by Fang Yuan's 2 arms. Fang Yuan was 6 meters tall. He looked down at the crying Tai Bai Yunshang from above as a trace of eeriness flashed across his eyes. "I am very glad that you have such thoughts," he laughed in his mind, but with his mouth he sounded very sincere as he said, "Senior brother, you do not need to be like this. Although a zombie's body is very hard to revert, there exist many ways and methods that are available for me. And don't forget that we have Wisdom Gu here." Tai Bai Yunshang slowly shook his head. He spoke weakly. Wisdom Gu is as high as rank 9. It came here with you all because of its survival instincts. Junior brother, even if you are a rank 6 Gu immortal, you are unable to refine it, and there is no way you can control it. Of course I understand this, but even like this, just a bit of the light of wisdom is able to give me great rewards. In fact, my current zombie body has no lifespan. It is even more suitable for getting close to Wisdom Gu. Fong Yuan stretched out his third arm, patting Tai Bai Yun Shang's back lightly as he explained amicably. And what's more, I still have Mo Yao's will. Mo Yao. Tai Bai Yun Shang was confused. This was an additional gain of mine in 88 Truyong Building. Mo Yao was once a refinement path grandmaster, a certain generation's fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Tai Bai Yun Shang was a born and bred man of Northern Plains. He had never heard of Mo Yao's name, but as Spirit Affinity House was one of the famous top 10 sects of Central Continent, he had heard of it before. A certain generation's fairy of Spirit Affinity House, as well as a refinement path grandmaster. It seems that this Mo Yao is not simple. Tai Bai Yun Shang's gloomy expression eased. Fong Yuan laughed again, saying, and most importantly, senior brother, don't forget that we still have Master. I am sure that Master has a solution for this. I will not hide this from you. After Master handed me the mission for 88 Truyong Building, he only left me a single consumable goo, with the specific use of reporting the details to him. I had already used this goo 2 days ago, when I first returned to Immortal Blessed Land. Fong Yuan had searched Tai Bai Yun Shang's soul earlier in 88 Truyong Building, and learned about his life experiences as well as secrets. Tai Bai Yun Shang had once met a mysterious beggar, and obtained a time path goo immortal inheritance from him. Thus, Fong Yuan lied and swindled, using his eloquent tongue and world-class acting skills to convince Tai Bai Yun Shang in 88 Truyong Building, making him believe that both of them have the same master, which is that old beggar. Fong Yuan even gave that old beggar a random title of Purple Mountain True Monarch. Tai Bai Yun Shang believed this lie from Fong Yuan completely. Now that Fong Yuan mentioned this, Tai Bai Yun Shang's eyes were shining. So junior brother has a method to contact Master. This is truly fantastic. Others might not have a way, but Master is such a knowledgeable person. I am sure he has a method. The fires of hope were burning in his heart. From his tone, one could tell that the old beggar held a very important position within his inner thoughts. Tai Bai Yun Shang was filled with confidence towards this old beggar. If at this moment he knew the truth, who knows what expression he would show. Fong Yuan showed no flaws, replying calmly, senior brother, don't be hasty. I believe that Master's letter is going to come in a few days. We should wait patiently. Tai Bai Yun Shang nodded. After Fong Yuan used the name of Purple Mountain True Monarch, his mood had finally calmed down. He stood up straight, as Fong Yuan let go of his arms. Tai Bai Yun Shang took a step back. His gaze was locked with Fong Yuan's bright red eyes. He raised his palm and placed it by his chest, saying with a very solemn expression, junior brother, I will engrave your kindness deep into my heart. I will never forget it. I swear to longevity heaven. Even if Master has no way to cure you, I, Tai Bai Yun Shang, will spend my entire life looking for a way to revive you, junior brother. Ha ha ha. Longevity heaven is Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's grotto heaven. We have just wrecked this old fellow's Truyong Building. Now you are swearing in its name. This is simply too ironic. Fong Yuan raised his head and laughed. Senior brother, I will be frank with you. We are all Master's pupils, and I have saved your life before. A droplet received in need will be repaid with an entire spring. Next, I will need you to repay me fully. Tell me. Tai Bai Yun Shang immediately responded without hesitation. He had long since decided to repay this debt. Even if Fong Yuan wanted him to do the impossible, he would have no objections. During these days after he woke up, he had felt extremely guilty. His conscience was taking a beating, and only by making a sacrifice for Fong Yuan would his heart feel slightly better. Thus, Fong Yuan also became solemn. This matter, I have been thinking about it for a long time. That is our seniority issue. I am Master's legacy disciple, but because you became an immortal, you caught up to me. I am unsatisfied with this. I was originally a strength path goo immortal, even though I turned into a zombie, but sooner or later, there will be a day when I revert back. Thus, according to seniority, I am the senior brother, you are the junior brother. What? Tai Bai Yun Shang stared with his eyes wide open. He had never expected that the great debt Fong Yuan was requesting him to pay back was for such a tiny matter. A touched feeling welled up in his heart. Fang Yuan was someone who did not want to take advantage of his favor, but was he, Tai Baiyun Shang, someone who did not know how to repay favors? Tai Baiyun Shang thought in his mind. He sighed and stretched out his palm, patting Fang Yuan's leg, which was tough like a mountain rock. His sharp and rough leg hair even caused pain to Tai Baiyun Shang's palm. Fang Yuan was like a giant, about 6 meters tall. Tai Baiyun Shang could only pat his leg with that height. He was solemn. Before raising his head, looking at Fang Yuan's face, he laughed teasingly. "Oh, junior brother, that is wishful thinking. How can a thing like seniority be so easily changed? Unless master personally rearranges our positions, I will definitely still be your senior brother. Ha ha ha." Tai Baiyun Shang was a man not lacking in pride. How could he repay this huge favor so easily? "Hey!" Fang Yuan shouted, venting his unhappiness. "Old Bai, why are you such a petty person? Could it be that you forgot what I said earlier? I will definitely not call you senior brother. Ha ha ha, junior brother. I can completely understand you. This senior brother does not mind." Tai Baiyun Shang laughed and laughed. He was so touched his tears were overflowing. How many years had passed in which he had not laughed so joyfully? He had finally found his organization. Although he had not known Fang Yuan for long, he felt very close to him. It was as if they were family. His laughter was echoing in the mountain cave, with the pink crystal mountain walls also looking very heartwarming at this moment. There was only Fang Yuan left in the cave. Tai Baiyun Shang had already left. He sat on the stone bench, his 8 monstrous arms were hanging down. Some were behind his back, some were crossed, together with his huge body. Just by sitting, he gave off a mountainous aura. It gave people fear. As for the way to deal with Tai Baiyun Shang, Fang Yuan had considered it deeply. Fang Yuan only trusted himself, he would never truly trust others. If he killed Tai Baiyun Shang, he would obtain man as before Gu and landscape as before Gu, as well as his rank 6-time path immortal aperture. But this was not maximizing his benefits. He could not deny the fact that Tai Baiyun Shang was a very useful chess piece. This useful was in 2 aspects. Firstly, he was worth using. Before he became an immortal, he was a famous healing Gu master in Northern Plains. Now that he was a rank 6-time path Gu immortal with a high-grade blessed land, and don't forget, he was even a flying master, he had great value if exploited. The second aspect was that he was easy to control. Fang Yuan had once searched his soul. Thus he knew about Tai Baiyun Shang's life experience clearly. Tai Baiyun Shang was a kind-hearted man. He was conscientious and knew how to repay favors. He was indebted to Fang Yuan because he had been helped several times in Truyang building, especially during the final moment when he was rescued from the wind veil of assimilation, and even had his 2 immortal Gu returned to him. Tai Baiyun Shang had placed his complete trust in Fang Yuan now. This point could be seen when Tai Baiyun Shang chose his seat earlier. There were many boulders in the cave. Fang Yuan had such an ugly appearance and was so huge, normal people who got close to Fang Yuan would feel great pressure and would subconsciously keep a distance from him. But Tai Baiyun Shang purposely chose a seat that was closest to Fang Yuan. This meant that in his heart, Fang Yuan was one of the closest people to him. He was not afraid that Fang Yuan would cause any harm to him. Tai Baiyun Shang had once harmed Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This was the most important point. His survival instincts took over his reasoning. This was something very natural. After that incident, Tai Baiyun Shang was filled with guilt and could not forget it. His appearance was haggard and he was mentally tortured. After Fang Yuan's entrapment, he had almost gone crazy and rushed his immortal ascension. His original intention was to die. Attempting suicide because of his guilt, one could see how powerful his conscience was. By coincidence, Tai Baiyun Shang received the help of Giant Sun's will and successfully became a Gu immortal before falling unconscious. Fang Yuan used the glass owner token. Entering the round of 88 Truyang building, he was placed in and woke him up. At this crucial moment, he told Tai Baiyun Shang about the secret of their master. This precisely hit a weak point within Tai Baiyun Shang's mental state. Tai Baiyun Shang denied his own self. Thus he was in great agony and was very lost. But at this moment Fang Yuan appeared, giving him a group of apprentices and an organization to provide him a sense of belonging. It gave him a feeling of protection and warmth. Next, Fang Yuan entered and exited his time path immortal aperture, casually asking him to take care of his immortal goo. This gave him the initial confidence. In addition, during their encounters and difficulties in Truyong building, all that had happened gave Tai Bai Yunshang a good reason to fully trust Fang Yuan. In a way, he had to thank Mo Yao for interfering with his own mind. Otherwise, how could he have obtained Tai Bai Yunshang's unconditional trust? Tai Bai Yunshang caused the death of Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This greatly violated his values and beliefs. He harbored extreme guilt. He felt that he was not such a person, yet he committed such an act. Now that I am his benefactor, he is indebted to me. He will definitely repay me 100-fold or even 1,000-fold. This is not only because he knows to repay favors, but also because this is a chance for him to prove that he is a good person. Fang Yuan calmly analyzed. Bad people would not repay favors. In fact, they would even return the favor with ill intentions. In the future, the more Tai Bai Yunshang sacrifices for Fang Yuan, the more it would prove that he is a good person. That way, this can cancel out the guilt he felt towards Gao Yang and Zhu Zai. This touched upon the psychological studies from Earth, including the balance theory and compensation mentality. In a way, Fang Yuan gave Tai Bai Yunshang a chance to prove himself once more, and a reason for him to continue living. Fang Yuan knew this clearly. Thus, when he saved Tai Bai Yunshang, he even returned man as before and landscape as before, these two immortal goo. I have way too many immortal goo. It is very costly to feed them. At this point, leaving man as before and landscape as before to Tai Bai Yunshang is undoubtedly better. At the same time, my immortal aperture is dead. It cannot produce immortal essence. I only have 19 beads of green grape immortal essence. The more I use them, the fewer I have left. Although I can use some of Bai Hu's immortal essence, isn't it best if I can make use of Tai Bai Yunshang's green grape immortal essence instead? Thinking of the cost of feeding immortal goo, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Raising a goo worm was like supporting a mistress. Goo masters are often unable to afford it or maintain their upkeep. Ever since Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, he had no problems feeding mortal goo. But now that he had so many immortal goo, not even Hu immortal blessed land could afford such high costs. This was a blissful worry. Many goo immortals did not have a single immortal goo. They were still looking for one. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he also struggled to refine one, spring-autumn cicada. After he finally succeeded after numerous difficulties, he was forced to self-detonate. Right now, Fang Yuan was racking his brain, trying to think of how to feed so many immortal goo. Fang Yuan sat silently, attempting to find some inspiration from his previous life's memories. After trying for a while, he gave up. Sigh, after becoming a zombie, my cognition has truly slowed down. Earlier, when speaking to Tai Bai Yunshang, I could feel my thoughts moving slowly. Right now, my thinking speed cannot keep up with my original pace. He summoned the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal. How is wisdom goo? Where is it now? Little Hu Immortal was the blessed land's land spirit. She could understand everything that was happening in the blessed land. Master, wisdom goo had gone deep underground since it was brought here by you. It found a rockman cave and is currently slumbering inside. Little Hu Immortal closed her eyes. After sensing for a while, she opened her giant watery eyes and said this. Fang Yuan nodded, ordering, "Bring me there." The cave that Wisdom Gu was in was rather big. After Fang Yuan was brought over by Little Hu Immortal, he could still move about freely. Sensing that Fang Yuan had arrived, Wisdom Gu shone with a 5-colored light. Little Hu Immortal sat on Fang Yuan's shoulder, staring at Wisdom Gu curiously. This was the rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Although Little Hu Immortal could sense everything in the Blessed Land, but such a close-range encounter was still very rare. Oh Wisdom Gu, I helped you to escape and saved your life. According to our earlier agreement, it is time for you to hold your end of the deal. In the dark and gray cave, Fang Yuan's voice echoed. Wisdom Gu was silent. After a few breaths' time, it floated up into the air. At the same time, it summoned the light of wisdom. So beautiful! Little Hu Immortal stared with shining eyes, laughing joyfully. The sphere-shaped light of wisdom was shining in many colors. It engulfed Fang Yuan and Little Hu Immortal. Fang Yuan could instantly feel many of his thoughts colliding. He could think at lightning speed. This was the result of an accelerated cognition speed. This feeling. This is so comforting. Little Hu Immortal slowly opened her eyes wide and stared dazedly. She was immersed in the wonderful feeling of being in the light of wisdom. But after a few breaths' time, her body started fading. Little Hu Immortal, you were formed from obsession. Although fused with the heavenly power, you are still restricted by the wisdom goo. You cannot stay here for long, quickly go back. Fang Yuan stretched out a finger, pointing at Little Hu Immortal's head, waking her up. Little Hu Immortal hugged her head. Her white cheeks turned red with excitement. Master, master, I can't believe I could become so smart. Wisdom goo is amazing, she shouted, like a child who had found new toys. She was overjoyed. Master is most amazing. You could even get wisdom goo. Just let me stay here a bit longer. Is that okay? She started bootlicking Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It seems that wisdom goo had made you think more. Quickly get out. Saying so, his two fingers pressed on Little Hu Immortal's head. Little Hu Immortal's cute, tiny head was squeezed by Fang Yuan's finger. As he pressed again and again, Little Hu Immortal pouted slightly as she shook her head. Master, I am going to leave. She did not dare to disobey Fang Yuan's words. She vanished with a flash. The cave was quiet again. Fang Yuan did not sit down. Since the zombie's body was extremely hard and tough, there was no difference in feeling between sitting or standing. He stood in the halo. The first thing he did was to inspect Mo Yao's will, which was suppressed in his immortal aperture. Mo Yao's will was unaffected by the light of wisdom. Even though he had confirmed this earlier in the wind veil of assimilation, Fang Yuan's heart was finally at ease after confirming it once again. Once the immortal aperture is formed, it is a small world. The walls of the immortal aperture are the walls of heaven and earth. It isolates the inside and outside. There is almost no outside force that can influence the small world inside. Fang Yuan shut his bright red eyes as he started to think and ponder. He had become a zombie, the production of thoughts in his mind had become much slower, and his cognition had also slowed. But the light of wisdom could cause his thoughts to collide at an increased speed. As they collided, he would expend a lot of thoughts in a short period of time. If he was another ordinary zombie basking in this light, although he would turn smarter for a moment, he would become an idiot immediately afterwards. But there were wills in Fang Yuan's mind. These wills were all formed from wisdom path goo worms. They could think. Earlier, in order to deal with Mo Yao, Fang Yuan had delved into wisdom path and bought many different goo worms like special will goo, deliberate will goo, sharp intent goo, and so on. These wills all helped him at the last moments of his journey in northern plains. Right now, Fang Yuan's brain could no longer keep up. He had to use these wills as replacements. His primeval essence was limitless. Thus his wills were also near infinite. Under the light of wisdom, the originally stable wills all melted like snow in sunlight. They were shrinking. What followed after was the appearance of flashes of inspiration, and his old memories were becoming clearer. As long as Fang Yuan concentrated and recalled his memories, these huge amounts of memories would vividly play out again in his mind. At this moment, the world seemed brighter. Even before he had truly thought of the result, Fang Yuan already had many different ideas to resolve the problem. As long as he followed these methods, Fang Yuan was sure that he would be able to find the most suitable method to solve this problem. In the underground cave, Fang Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom and pondered deeply. Although I am reborn and have 500 years of experience from my past life, but in contrast to old monsters like Mo Yao and Giant Sun, I pale in comparison. My previous dominance in this aspect has already vanished. Throughout the flow of history, there were as many grand heroes as there were stars in the sky. In the history of humans, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was an unrivaled expert that could seldom be produced even in 1,000,000 years. Fairy Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster, and back then was the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She was a famous and influential person with shocking talent. In those days, she would be listed among the top 10 renowned goo immortals in the large central continent. Fang Yuan had firm willpower and had gone through unique experiences, but he was also a single unremarkable star in this vast starry sky. With just his current strength and foundation, it was hard for him to be on par with the great experts that appeared in history. This trip to Northern Plains has far surpassed my original expectations. If not for the meddling of Mo Yao's will, I could have stayed in Truyang Building and explored gradually using a different identity every 10 years. But at this point, the die is cast and Northern Plains is bound to be in a great uproar. Countless experts and powerful forces will seek to find trouble with me. Fang Yuan summed up his experiences and sensed that the losses he suffered were due to his weakness in the aspect of wisdom path. His strong points were in calculating and scheming, and building upon his experience preserved from rebirth, his advantages were further amplified. However, Mo Yao's will was able to disturb his thoughts, which caused him to not be able to think properly. 88 Truyang Building is a spiritual symbol of Northern Plains, and I am the main culprit in causing it to be toppled. If I am captured now, the consequences will be unimaginable. Although I am able to hide in Immortal blessed land right now, it is not actually safe. Not speaking of Immortal Crane sect, which has been eyeing Danghun Mountain since the beginning, perhaps Northern Plains Gu Immortals could discover my origins and track me down through wisdom path deductions. Fang Yuan knew clearly that holing up within Immortal blessed land seemed extremely safe but was actually akin to waiting for death. Only by going on the offensive before these enemies ascertain the truth could he remedy this perilous situation. Dark Limit Immortal Gu, I have heard of it even in my previous life. It can indeed conceal aura and obstruct calculations. If I can get this Gu, I believe I can avert the dangerous situation. Fang Yuan thought of He Lulan. This woman was not of minor importance and was an outstanding, ruthless person. She was pragmatic and could flexibly take advantage of situations. She betrayed her ancestor for her own interests and wanted to kill her own father. These evidently displayed a demonic nature. She possessed great strength, true martial physique, and also obtained a strength path Immortal Gu. Once she advanced into a Gu Immortal, her path would be one of rapid progress. One could say that she was similar to Fang Yuan, but precisely because of this, in cooperating with her, it demanded exceptional caution. Whether it was Immortal Gu Dark Limit or fixed immortal travel, they were both things he desired. Fang Yuan's thoughts started to slow down as he thought till this point. The wills in his mind were nearly expended. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment, before retreating from the light of wisdom to activate Gu worms and create new wills. His mind was soon filled with many types of wills. It is a pity that mortal Gu cannot create too many wills, and they are easily consumed in the light of wisdom. If I can use an immortal Gu to create wills, their number would be enormous and could also be sustained for a long period of time, allowing me to think as much as I like. Fang Yuan felt some regret. He had a rank 6 wisdom path Immortal Gu, delight in water and mountain, which could create joyful will. However, Fang Yuan did not use it after slight consideration. Immortal Gu required immortal essence. He only had 19 beads of green grape immortal essence left, and because his immortal aperture had become a dead land, using one immortal essence bead would mean one fewer bead left without replenishment. He needed to save his immortal essence as much as possible to be prepared for the times when they are necessary. Thus, he opted to use Mortal Gu for now. After accumulating a fixed amount of mortal wills, Fang Yuan stepped into the light of wisdom again. This time, he did not think about external situations, instead concentrating on himself. I have transformed into a zombie. My cultivation cannot progress an inch. How to resurrect and restore my human body is the first issue. It would be great if I could use Yin-Yang Rotation Gu, but I am an immortal zombie while Yin-Yang Rotation Gu only is at rank 4. The second issue is that I am already bankrupt. Fang Yuan had invested almost all of his savings in his trip to Northern Plains. His required expenses were now already greater than his earnings, and he was now facing bankruptcy. He did not even have one immortal essence stone in his possession now. Even Immortal blessed land had become extremely barren. Before the decisive battle in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan had already used up the remaining immortal essence stones. At the final juncture, he even had to exchange his goods to make purchases. He had already sold almost all the fox groups and wolf groups in Who Immortal Blessed Land. In the large grassland in the Blessed Land, foxes and wolves could only be seen occasionally. Most of the nearly 10,000 hairy men Fang Yuan had bought in the past were also sold for emergency support. Now there were only around 2,000 old hairy men that were experienced in refining goo left, which Fang Yuan was reluctant to sell off. The Rockmen slave transactions had been a strong economic pillar for Fang Yuan. But after Immortal Crane sect stopped the transactions, this pillar crumbled down. The Rockmen trading market in Treasure Yellow Heaven had already been divided up completely, and it would be hard for Fang Yuan to squeeze in. This caused the already bad situation to turn worse. There was no use in merely having powerful battle strength. There must be enough resources to support one's cultivation. The way of goo involved nurturing, using, and refining. Goo masters could not just use goo, they had to raise and also refine goo. Fang Yuan was now a zombie. His cultivation had stagnated, which further increased the resources he required. Only by doing so could he have a higher chance of restoring his life. 3 days later, within Danghun Palace, Fang Yuan made simple arrangements once again, building a rough hall where stone chairs were arranged in 2 rows. The main chair was as spacious as a bed with its back as high as a monument. However, when Fang Yuan sat on it, it fit him just right. Tai Bai Yunshang was sitting on the first seat to Fang Yuan's left. His brows were furrowed as he held a small and exquisite white dove. This white dove was flickering with faint radiance. It was the rank 5 messenger dove goo. Tai Bai Yunshang's consciousness left the messenger dove goo after few moments. He heaved a deep sigh and worriedly said, "Master does not plan on helping and is making this a test for junior brother." Fang Yuan nodded. "Right. Master criticized me in the letter, saying I was greedy for small gains, not listening to his advice before I left and rashly opening Dichio inheritance, which caused me to encounter Mo Yao's will and created a series of ill consequences. So this time he wants me to resolve this issue by myself. Master style has always been like this. It seems I have no other option but to work hard." Tai Bai Yunshang nodded, approving of Fang Yuan's last sentence. Back then, the old beggar disappeared right after giving him the goo immortal inheritance, not concerned with anything else. This style was the same as Fang Yuan's test. Thus Tai Bai Yunshang did not sense anything weird. Tai Bai Yunshang asked in a quiet voice, "Junior brother, you said Master had already taken in 6 legacy disciples. You are ranked 5th, grasping strength and enslavement path, with 2 goo immortal inheritances. That means you have 5 other fellow disciples. How about we ask them for help?" Fang Yuan shook his head. What a joke, of course it was not possible. This messenger dove goo's contents were fabricated by Fang Yuan. Purple Mountain True Monarch's name was also casually made up by him. The 6 great legacy disciples were even more fictitious. How could one ask for help from those that did not exist? This is not possible. Fang Yuan gave a bitter smile, his gaze revealing extreme sincerity. First of all, I only have heard Master mentioning these fellow disciples once in a while. I have not personally seen them and also don't know what their identities are or where they are located. More importantly, this is a task assigned by Master. He has already approved of your status in the letter and has ranked you as the 5th disciple, and has said you have to help me for this period of time to solve this issue. At the same time, he allowed me to retain and use all the spoils of battle from Northern Plains. This is the help Master is giving me. If I still ask for help from the other disciples, it would not be what Master wishes for. After all, this is his test for me." Tai Bai Yunshang worriedly and anxiously said, "Even if Master did not say it, I would still remain by junior brother's side and use all my strength to help you. What are your plans now? Old Bai, you also read the contents in the letter. Master mentioned for me to join Zombie Alliance. What kind of organization is this Zombie Alliance?" Tai Bai Yunshang asked. He had just recently advanced into a goo immortal. As such, there were many things regarding goo immortals he did not know about. Zombie Alliance is just like what its name implies. It is an alliance of zombies. This alliance has existed since long ago, and reportedly it appeared in the medieval antiquity era, 300,000 years ago. Now it is a superforce which is spread throughout the 5 regions. Its main headquarters is in Eastern Sea, with a branch in each of the other 4 regions. Fang Yuan introduced. It actually extends throughout the 5 regions. Could they be even more powerful than Northern Plains Huang Jin family? Tai Bai Yunshang was moved. Fang Yuan shook his head. That isn't the case. Almost all of Zombie Alliance's members compose of zombies, and their higher-ups are immortal zombies like me. For the most part, these immortal zombies are goo immortals who reached the end of their lifespan and had no choice but to turn into zombies to prolong their life. These goo immortals' immortal apertures are dead. They cannot produce immortal essence, nor can they absorb heaven and earth chi, and after some time, their blessed land would start shrinking and parts of it would crumble. Thus, their battle strengths often can't compare to normal goo immortals. Naturally, certain immortal zombies are exceptions. Zombie Alliance's branches were weaker than the respective regions' super forces. But the headquarters at Eastern Sea was a level stronger than the native super forces. So it is like that. Tai Bai Yunshang had grown in knowledge. He then asked with some doubt. Then why does Master want junior brother to join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan thought for a moment before saying, if a goo immortal reached the end of their lifespan and transformed into an immortal zombie with no other choice left, then later on, if they obtain lifespan goo, they are sure to want to resurrect. Originally, one of the purposes for Zombie Alliance's establishment was to help each other to research the method to regain a live physical body. So much time has gone by, they definitely have obtained some results. I think Master's purpose lies in this point. Tai Bai Yunshang was happy and also worried. This suggestion is really good. But how will you join Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan laughed. Old Bai, you don't need to worry. Joining Zombie Alliance is extremely simple. I only need to show my status as an immortal zombie. It's that simple? Of course. Zombie Alliance is suppressed by all the super forces. Thus they operate with much difficulty. As such, they are very eager to have more members in the Alliance. At the same time, an immortal zombie's identity is not easy to disguise. Zombie Alliance has researched very deeply and has many methods to distinguish between immortal zombies. I intend to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, but before this, we have to wait for someone. Hey Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yunshang blurted out. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not hide his plans to go to Northern Plains from Tai Bai Yunshang and had revealed almost everything, as he still needed to borrow the latter's strength in the future. Sigh. It has been so many years since I last saw a mirror willow. Mo Yao's will sighed. She touched the one and only mirror willow tree, speaking with deep emotions as she recalled the memories of her past. Fang Yuan's will was by her side. He silently watched and did not say a word to disrupt her. This world was rotting and dark. It was Fang Yuan's dead immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had tricked Mo Yao's will into entering his immortal aperture, suppressing her afterwards. Mo Yao was a refinement grandmaster. She was once a legendary goo immortal. In the history of Central Continent, she had left behind her markings. Her will naturally had great value. Although Fang Yuan was harmed by Mo Yao's will and had gone through a near-death experience in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan did not hate Mo Yao's will. On the contrary, there was appreciation, even as much as admiration. If he was the one scheming, he might not have done any better than Mo Yao's will. He was prepared to interrogate Mo Yao's will, but it turned out that she was extremely cooperative. Towards the questions that Fang Yuan asked regarding refinement path, not only did she answer all of them, she even elaborated on the points, and Fang Yuan gained huge insights from her words. But when Fang Yuan asked about the information of Spirit Affinity House, Mo Yao's will suddenly had a request. I have been away from Central Continent for so many years. Over these years, I have been missing the people and things over there more and more. Please find for me a tree of the mirror willow. It will alleviate my longingness for my homeland. Mirror willows were ordinary plants. They were about the size of ordinary willow trees, but their leaves were like pieces of mirrors. The leaves of these willows were the food of beggar moths. In the past, during the Rockmen transactions, Fang Yuan had purchased a batch of mirror willows from Immortal Crane Sect and had planted them in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Thus, he casually picked one of them and placed it into his immortal aperture. Back in the day, my main body and brother Bo Qing had first met each other under this mirror willow. The world moves on after a genius perishes. Mo Yao's will sighed. Immediately after, she turned around, looking at Fang Yuan's will. Thank you for acceding to my request. Since you want to know about Spirit Affinity House's matters, I will tell you about them. However, my information is extremely dated. You need to take note of this. Fang Yuan's will nodded. Mo Yao's will stood below the mirror willow, telling him much of Spirit Affinity House's inside information. Fang Yuan listened to her as he made comparisons to his 500 years of experience. His understanding of Spirit Affinity House greatly increased. Your immortal aperture is already dead. The mirror willow will be corroded by the death energy and turn into a dead tree in less than 3 days. What a pity. After giving him Spirit Affinity House's details, Mo Yao sighed again. But it unclear whether her pity was directed towards the mirror willow or Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The next time you come here, can you bring a cup of Qingpu tea? This is Spirit Affinity House's specialty tea. It is not rare. Although I cannot taste it, I would like to see it. Mo Yao said. Fang Yuan's will snorted. It seems you have no awareness of your captive status. You are asking for this and that. Are you scheming something again? Mo Yao's will laugh charmingly. Oh Fang Yuan, you are too vigilant. Ever since my plan was exposed by you and was lured into the immortal aperture to be suppressed, I was already meat on the chopping block, subjected to your supervision at all times. You can do anything you want to me. How can I create any schemes and how would I be able to execute them? However, let's speak openly. Even though I failed completely and have no way of turning this around, if you try and be forceful, you will get a very incomplete result. After all, soul searching is easy, but will searching is tough. If you were a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, that would be possible, but sadly you have nearly no foundation in Wisdom Path. All your goo worms were bought randomly in the market. Wisdom Path is different from other paths. It is mysterious and complex. You have not even reached the entry level yet. Mo Yao's will started criticizing Fang Yuan. She was not holding back at all. After all, she knew that Fang Yuan was very broad-minded. He was a rare and extraordinary demon. Indeed, at the next moment, Fang Yuan's will laughed. You are right, my wisdom path attainment is low, but thanks for your cooperation. From now on, you can live in my immortal aperture. I will bring the Qingpu tea next time. Saying so, his will flew into the sky. The immortal aperture opened a tiny slit, and this will flew all the way up into Fang Yuan's mind. In an instant, Fang Yuan learnt of all the information that this will had gotten from Mo Yao. Indeed, he lacked methods to proper search wills. Soul searching was easy, will searching was hard. This was normal. If that was not the case, when Wisdom Path Gu Masters fight their enemies using wills, these will would reveal their own secrets to their enemies when they are captured and taken. Precisely because will searching was hard, Wisdom Path Gu Masters used them to fight enemies. As for Mo Yao, she is indeed quite a formidable person. No wonder she could leave her name in history. Fang Yuan praised her and sighed secretly. Mo Yao's will's plan was exposed. She had utterly failed. She could not even self-detonate. She was sealed in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture and was fully suppressed. But even in such a desperate situation, she did not give up. She cooperated with Fang Yuan, answering his questions for him. That was to display her value, and to fight for more time for herself. If one day, Fang Yuan encounters any danger and his immortal aperture shatters, or if he was captured by anyone, or died in the battlefield, Missouri Yao's will would have a chance to escape for freedom. Mo Yao's will did not give up. Her persistent and unyielding attitude made Fang Yuan inwardly feel admiration towards her. Of course, if Fang Yuan had the proper methods and could search wills, he would strike at the first moment. But currently, Mo Yao's will was cooperating with him. This was better for his benefits. If I could really find a wisdom path inheritance, it would all be easier. Unfortunately, wisdom path is mysterious and deep. There are very few wisdom path Gu Masters and Gu Immortals in number. There are no wisdom path inheritances that I know of in my memories. Back then, Fang Yuan had collected some scattered wisdom path Gu worms in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had mild progress in terms of wisdom path. But now that he was bankrupt, he had almost no purchasing power. He could not even continue this mild progress. As for the details of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance, he did not ask. Because Mo Yao's will knew. Feng Yuan did not have any methods to deal with her yet. The two of them were smart people, they knew that asking forcefully was not possible. Master, Immortal Crane Sec's reply is here. At this time, Little Hu Immortal appeared beside him, holding a rank 5-letter gu. Immortal Crane Sect suddenly stopped the purchase of Rockmen. Not long ago, Feng Yuan had sent them a letter to probe about this. Immortal Crane Sec's reply came very quickly. Feng Yuan took the letter gu and his consciousness went into it. The content of the letter was written in a tough stance. They requested for Feng Yuan to initiate the trade of Guts Gu. Otherwise, Immortal Crane Sect would announce that Feng Yuan was a traitor of the sect, and would mobilize the Gu Immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land. A year ago, Feng Yuan had used fixed immortal travel and snatched Hu Immortal Blessed Land from under everyone's nose. It was like he was taking food from a tiger. Immortal Crane Sect immediately reacted, using the similar appearance of Feng Yuan and Feng Zhang to announce that Feng Yuan was actually a disciple that Immortal Crane Sect had nurtured in secret. The other 9 sects thus recognized Immortal Crane Sect's victory. Immortal Crane Sect's plan was to remove the other 9 competitors, then deal with Feng Yuan single-handedly, attempting to take Hu Immortal Blessed Land for themselves. Feng Yuan was happy to see this. After all, the difficulty of dealing with solely Immortal Crane Sect was completely different from dealing with the 10 great sects at the same time. But this way, Feng Yuan silently agreed with Immortal Crane Sect's lie. He was Immortal Crane Sect's disciple. Hu Immortal Blessed Land is situated on Tian-Ti Mountain. Even the 10 great sects cannot attack it casually, as it would provoke public anger within Central Continent. But if they announced that I was a traitor of the sect, they would have the perfect reason to attack. Feng Yuan's expression was solemn, thinking about the situation. He was not afraid. This was something that he had expected over a year ago. He only did not expect that Immortal Crane Sect's patience had worn thin so quickly. Feng Yuan laughed, saying to Little Hu Immortal, "Bring Tai Bai Yun Sheng here." Tai Bai Yun Sheng heard this news and his face turned gloomy. "What shall we do now?" Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. It is a powerful force that surpasses Northern Plains super tribes. If they really attack, just the two of us cannot stop them. Feng Yuan laughed. "Old Bai, oh old Bai, I asked you here to inquire about your opinion regarding this difficult question. But the moment you met me, you asked me a question instead." Tai Bai Yun Sheng gasped. He showed some embarrassment and shame as he frowned, thinking about it. Eventually, he had an idea. "Didn't we ally with He Lu Lan? We can ask her to help us." Evidently, He Lu Lan's great battle strength was ingrained into Tai Bai Yun Sheng's heart. Although He Lu Lan has the great strength true martial physique, even if she advance into a Gu Immortal successfully, with just the 3 of us we cannot stop Immortal Crane Sect. Feng Yuan sighed and shook his head. "Then what shall we do? What shall we do?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng paced back and forth, thinking hard. Feng Yuan looked at him, laughing but not saying a word. Suddenly, Tai Bai Yun Sheng stopped in his tracks. He patted his head. "I've got it. Didn't Master ask you to join Zombie Alliance? We can totally join Zombie Alliance and use Zombie Alliance's force to threaten Immortal Crane Sect." But Feng Yuan shook his head, saying, "Zombie Alliance's structure is loose with little binding force, and Central Continent's Zombie Alliance branch is far inferior to Immortal Crane Sect. It is not threatening in the least. Furthermore, if I try to make use of Zombie Alliance, I will have to give up some benefits. I'm afraid that instead of Immortal Crane Sect, Zombie Alliance would be the first to benefit from this. That won't work too. Then what are we going to do?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng raised his head and looked at Feng Yuan with a bitter, frowning expression. But when he saw Feng Yuan's smile at the corner of his lips, he was stunned, before reacting, pointing at Feng Yuan as he scolded laughingly. "What a junior brother you are, actually lying to the senior brother, watching my desperation. You look so confident. It is obvious you already have a plan. Ha ha ha, old Bai. You have amazing vision. I could not lie to you." Feng Yuan laughed loudly, admitting it. "What method do you have? Aren't you going to tell me?" Fang Yuan replied, I had already told you the background of this matter. Immortal Crane sect said I was their disciple because they were afraid of the other 9 great sects' interference. This is their weakness, and is something I am going to use to make a breakthrough. What are you going to do? Fang Yuan did not keep it from him. I already have a plan to send a letter to Spirit Affinity House, establishing our first contact. Earlier, Fang Yuan had asked about Spirit Affinity House's information from Mo Yao for this purpose. Tai Baiyun Shang was worried again. Establishing a relationship now and only sending a letter, isn't that too late? The 10 great sects compete with each other, but they also cooperate. Is it possible that Spirit Affinity House would reject your letter and give it to Immortal Crane sect to express goodwill? Of course not, because this letter is very special. Fang Yuan was extremely confident. Many flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind. Countless ingredients and goo worms formed into many different ideas. The thoughts in his mind were also being consumed at a rapid rate. Such intense expenditure had far exceeded Fang Yuan's own limit in thinking speed. The power of a rank 9 goo is truly terrifying. In fact, I have not even refined wisdom goo. I am only using a bit of its light of wisdom. Fang Yuan sighed in shock as he went out of the wisdom light halo. He was deducing and perfecting the refinement recipe of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo. Unlike beforehand when he reflected on the current situation or the changes in his body, perfecting an Immortal Goo recipe needed many more fields of consideration. A set of goo refinement materials contained up to tens of hundreds of different materials. Not to mention the grouping and coordination of different goo worms. Precisely because of this, the wills in Fang Yuan's mind were depleting at a shocking rate. After a few days of accumulating wills, they were all expended in a dozen breaths' time. The result of this was an advancement of less than 0.1% in the deduction of Gruel Mud Goo's recipe. But to get such progress, if I did this alone without the help of the light of wisdom, I would need at least half a year. Fang Yuan estimated. A dozen breaths' time in exchange for half a year's time. This showed the great power of wisdom goo. But Fang Yuan was not satisfied. Deducing goo recipes required too many areas of consideration, too many of his wills were being consumed, and too quickly. The wills that he accumulated in a few days were quickly used up in such a short time. The result was, he could not deduce more than 0.1% of the goo recipe. Fang Yuan's original plan was to use wisdom goo to deduce immortal goo recipes, before selling them in Treasure Yellow Heaven for profit. But now he encountered a problem. Deducing immortal goo recipe requires a great amount of will. But mortal goo produce too little will each time. Even though I have been using these mortal goo to create wills at full capacity these days, I have almost pushed them to their limits. If I exceed this, the mortal goo will be damaged. Unless I use the rank 6 delight in water and mountain goo. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before deciding to give it a go. He consumed 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, activating delight in water and mountain goo. Swoosh! The immortal goo floated above his head, bursting out with a brilliant and dazzling light. The light poured down, like a heavenly river, injecting into Fang Yuan's mind. This joyful will was produced at such a grand scale. Compared to rank 5 mortal wisdom path goo, the will they produced was like a puddle of water. Meanwhile, this joyful will was produced like a great river. As expected of an immortal goo, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Joyful will continued to pour and inject into him. Only after a long while did it stop. In Fang Yuan's spacious mind, a third of it was filled with joyful will. Special will was a golden color, appearing like sand. Joyful will was bright yellow. That is to say, as long as I activate delight in water and mountain goo 3 times, my mind would be filled completely? No wonder the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven would have those wisdom path goo that can make the mind more spacious. Fang Yuan gained some enlightenment from his experiment. Strength path goo worms modified the goo master's body. In contrast, wisdom path goo worms modified the person's mind. Fang Yuan entered the wisdom light halo once again, falling into deep thoughts. Euphoria. This felt way too good. Like there were no limits binding him. Everything was clear. For any difficult problem, a breakthrough could be attained in a flash. The only difference was, the harder the problem, the more will would be expended. A vast amount of refinement materials were chosen one by one. Countless goo worms were combined into groups and tested at lightning speed, before splitting them apart again. Feng Yuan showed off his great skills. He felt that there was no problems in this world that could trouble him. This feeling was splendid, only until all of the joyful will was expended. Did Feng Yuan leave the light of wisdom reluctantly? He felt that only a dozen breaths' time had passed by since then. But in reality, 7 minutes had gone by already. Puff! Feng Yuan let out a sigh of turbid air. He shook his head. After leaving the light of wisdom, he immediately went back to his former self. He was still that zombie with slow cognitive abilities. The great difference felt like falling from heaven into hell. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, adjusting his emotions as he inspected the fruits of his labor. The progress of the deduction of Gruel Mud Immortal Goo's recipe advanced by 1%. Compared to before, this was huge progress. Feng Yuan nodded, but he soon shook his head again. He silently left the underground cave, going to Danghun Mountain's palace. Junior brother, how is the situation? Tai Bai Yunsheng had been waiting inside the palace for some time. He quickly asked Feng Yuan in concern. He was covered in dust and sand. He had just returned after inspecting the western area of Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Take a seat. Feng Yuan waved to him, taking a few big steps to the main seat and sitting down. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Feng Yuan with a curious gaze after choosing the seat closest to him. He knew that Feng Yuan was using wisdom goo to deduce an immortal goo recipe. Not long ago he had followed Feng Yuan into the underground cave and had looked at wisdom goo from far away. He had finally obtained a lifespan goo from Feng Yuan some time ago. He had limited lifespan and did not dare to get close to this legendary goo worm. Feng Yuan leaned on the stone block like it was a chair. His legs were spread open and a pair of his arms were placed on his leg. One pair was crossed over his abdomen, while another pair was at the handle of the seat. The final pair was crossed over his chest. He sat with a grand posture, like an unmoving mountain. He was still and silent, like a giant statue. He sighed, saying, "Mortal goo were not efficient to use. I tried using the wisdom path immortal goo delight in water and mountain. The river of joyful will that it produced, under the light of wisdom, allowed my goo recipe deduction to progress by 1%. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and stood up from his seat in excitement. He showed evident joy on his face. 1%? As expected of the rank 9 wisdom goo. That means, if we use it 100 times, we will be able to deduce an immortal goo recipe. With these immortal goo recipes, we can sell them in treasure yellow heaven. This is a huge treasure chest that can yield us endless profits. By then, we will have an unceasing flow of immortal essence stones. To think that after becoming a zombie, Junior brother can actually receive such benefits. These days, Tai Bai Yunsheng had been worrying over cultivation resources. He found out that, after becoming a goo immortal, he needed much more cultivation resources. When goo master cultivate, they nurture their apertures. When goo immortal cultivate, they nurture their immortal aperture. There are many different ways one can nurture an immortal aperture. But the ultimate goal was the same, that is to make the immortal aperture's small world more vibrant and diverse. Planting more varieties of plants in the immortal aperture, bringing in more animals, improving the cycle of life and establishing a proper food chain, nurturing and feeding more varieties of goo worm groups. The more prosperous the immortal aperture, the greater life force it would have, and the faster immortal essence would be produced in the immortal aperture. This was the cultivation path of goo immortals. This was their way of improving. Thus, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, not only were goo worms and goo recipes sold, there were also the sale of beast groups, vegetation, mysterious stones, precious water, and so on. Looking at Tai Bai Yunsheng's excited look, Feng Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seems that my method of asking you to inspect Hu Immortal Blessed Land and becoming familiar with the cultivation path of goo immortals is very effective. You have finally realized the importance of cultivation resources. But unfortunately, although selling immortal goo recipes is a very profitable trade, we temporarily cannot engage in that. Ah, why is that? Tai Bai Yunsheng was confused. Because the investment is too great. Fang Yuan sighed. To get something from nothing, to deduce a rank 6 immortal goo recipe, the amount of green grape immortal essence we would need to expend is at least over 100. Junior brother, didn't you deduce 1% of this immortal goo recipe? That is because what I was deducing was the gruel mud immortal goo remnant recipe. I told you before, earlier I had engaged in the trade of gruel mud. Thus I obtained many gruel mud immortal goo remnant recipes. But after I collated these remnant recipes, I only obtained this 60% remnant recipe. Fang Yuan answered. Tai Bai Yunshang was not stupid. He immediately understood Fang Yuan's words. With the light of wisdom, no problem could trouble Fang Yuan. Under normal circumstances, if he encountered difficulty when deducing goo recipes, they would be hard to resolve. If he was lucky and had a burst of inspiration, he would be able to think of a solution. But if he was unlucky and could not resolve this problem, he would be stuck there for years, or even decades without making any progress. But with wisdom goo, Fang Yuan faced no difficulty when deducing goo recipes. Even if Fang Yuan encountered a problem that he could not solve due to his foundations, he just needed to think more. Using the light of wisdom to think, he only needed to consume more wills in order to resolve this problem. In this way, immortal goo recipes were easier to deduce towards the later parts. A 60% remnant recipe means it already has a general direction. This could allow Fang Yuan to rule out a large number of goo refinement elements. On this basis, he progressed by 1% of the deduction. That is to say, if he started from zero from scratch and deduced the recipe from nothing, it would be extremely difficult. He would not even reach 1%. Fang Yuan continued, I only have 18 green grape immortal essence beads, while you have 26. Who immortal blessed land only has 64 beads of by whose immortal essence. But you and who immortal land spirit cannot be under the wisdom light halo. Even if I lend delight in water and mountain immortal goo to you, the joyful will that you create cannot be used by me. At this point, the gruel mud remnant recipe is the most promising of them, but it also requires about 40 beads of immortal essence from us. Don't forget that we are not safe now. Northern Plains goo immortals and immortal crane sect are going to find trouble with us. Especially if wisdom goo is exposed. I'm afraid every goo immortal in the 5 regions would charge towards us with killing intent. Yes, the investment is too big. And we also need to preserve some green grape immortal essence as a preemptive measure to guard against enemies and accidents. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. He sighed deeply and looked at the ground. He accepted this fact in disappointment. But immediately after, he raised his head, his eyes shining with light. I have an idea. Junior brother, I remember you told me about the matter with Langya land spirit. Master told you about the secrets of 88 Truyong building. Thus, when you requested help from Langya land spirit, you said you deduced it yourself. That caused Langya land spirit to assume you were a wisdom path goo master, and it wanted to work with you to perfect goo recipes. Oh! Fang Yuan pretended to jolt into realization. He showed an appropriately excited expression on his face. There is such a thing, after becoming a zombie. My brain is so useless. I did not think of this. Old Bai, you are completely right. The best remnant recipe that I have right now is the 60% gruel mud immortal goo recipe. There must be many remnant recipes in Langya land spirit's hands. He probably has remnant recipes with a much higher completion rate. Junior brother, you are familiar with Langya land spirit, and you also know the method to enter Langya blessed land. We can totally cooperate with Langya land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng thought about this amazing plan and laughed loudly and heartily. Old Bai, your reminder is very true, but I have no way to directly contact Langya land spirit. I used 2 opportunities in the past to obtain 2 immortal goo from that old man, Langya land spirit, and I was nearly chased out by him. Hee. I don't think I'll be able to contact him. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Is that so? Tai Bai Yunsheng's joy on his face froze. Linking between 2 blessed lands could be done through whole earth goo, directly connecting both of their territories. Earlier, when Fang Yuan traded with Immortal Crane Sect, he used this method. But Fang Yuan and Langya land spirit's relationship was naturally not close to that extent. Most critically, who Immortal Blessed Land was in Central Continent, while Langya Blessed Land was in northern plains, even the whole Earth Gu was not easy to use. To directly connect to there, he needed to use Stargate Gu. Stargate Gu came in pairs, but Fang Yuan only had one Stargate Gu left now. The other one was destroyed in the wind veil of assimilation. It seems we can only return to northern plains and meet Langya Land Spirit personally, before asking for cooperation. Tai Baiyun Sheng sighed. No, there is another method that relies on luck. Fang Yuan hummed. That old land spirit loves refining Gu, but he cannot go out to search for Gu refinement materials. Langya Blessed Land's terrain is very plain. It can produce very limited varieties of materials. He will have to go to Treasure Yellow Heaven often. We can wait for him patiently, staring at Treasure Yellow Heaven until his divine sense appears. Right, there is still this method. Tai Baiyun Shang's eyes shone. So from now on, I will be relying on you, old Bai. Fang Yuan said as a matter of fact. No problem, count on me. I will go back now and open connecting Heaven Gu, linking to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Baiyun Shang patted his chest. He could not wait any longer. He was brought back to his residential area by the land spirit. He chose to build a temporary house at the western area of the Blessed Land. That was his temporary home. The terrain of Immortal Blessed Land was similar to northern plains. Tai Baiyun Shang did not feel any discomfort living here. He felt a serene feeling like being at home. Having roamed northern plains for about half his life, he had finally found an organization and had settled down. Therefore he especially treasured this home. After sending Tai Baiyun Shang away, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. He had already thought of cooperating with Langya Land Spirit long ago. In truth, a few days ago, he had asked little Immortal to keep an eye on Treasure Yellow Heaven, waiting for old Immortal Lang Ya's divine sense. But there was no progress at all. What he was thinking about now was not the matter about Langya Land Spirit, but about Tai Baiyun Shang. His journey in northern plains was very chaotic. Now during these days when he was in Immortal Blessed Land, he observed Tai Baiyun Shang heavily and gained a lot of insight on this person. Tai Baiyun Shang is indeed a good person. He has ability but no ambition. His intelligence is only that of an average person. What he really has is the wisdom accumulated from his entire life's experiences. He does not have a grasp of the big picture. It is no wonder that even though he was a former young tribe leader, and having roamed for so many years with sufficient reputation and strength, he did not manage to create a force of his own. Fang Yuan evaluated in his mind. Such a person is best as a follower that closely sticks to him. He should not be left alone due to his lack of leadership capability. Because of his nature and beliefs, if he is far away, not only would he be unable to cooperate, he might even ruin plans. Over these days, Fang Yuan had been in constant contact with Tai Baiyun Shang. Their relationship had been improving. During several of their late-night talks, Fang Yuan talked of his experiences since rebirth, only with the addition of the non-existent Purple Mountain True Monarch. Meanwhile, Tai Baiyun Shang talked about basically all of his life's experiences. Many times, even though Fang Yuan already had some plan in his heart, he still asked Tai Baiyun Shang to come over and discuss it. It might seem like a waste of time, but this was Fang Yuan's elaborate plan. Firstly, it was to test Tai Baiyun Shang's ability and true self, to see if his emotions really came from the bottom of his heart. Secondly, telling him about the current situation without concealing anything increased his sense of belonging and his feelings of responsibility. Thirdly, it was a type of formless suppression towards Tai Baiyun Shang. The result of all their discussions usually ended up with Fang Yuan's method being used and Tai Baiyun Shang's method being denied. As this happened more frequently subconsciously, Tai Baiyun Shang would rely more and more on Fang Yuan, paying greater attention to his plans and denying his own ideas. At crucial moments, Fang Yuan would be able to make decisions without any opposition. They would not quarrel over their own ideas and lead to conflict which could botch a situation. Fang Yuan was not He Lulan. He Lulan had the rank 6 slavery Gu and could enslave a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan did not have it. But Tai Baiyun Shang was neither Bai Ningbing nor He Lulan. Most importantly, Fang Yuan had his own methods, and he believed, even without slavery immortal Gu, he could still subdue Tai Baiyun Shang, to squeeze out his greatest potential and become his tool. This was the confidence of a demonic path overlord. Central continent, Feihe Mountain. The clouds were abundant in the sky. Thousands of cranes were flying. Winds blew on the verdant green mountain. Feng Zhang sat on a cliff, focusing his gaze on thousands of iron-beak flying cranes, as they created different formations according to his will. At times they charged, at times they split into two to pincer attack, and at times they formed a circular defensive formation. The wind blew his long hair. His bright eyes were shining with determination. Tough times make men grow. To Feng Zhang, the Immortal Blessed Lands competition a year ago was a major setback for him. After some consolation, he walked out of his despair and put in even more effort. He had almost risked his life to cultivate daily. At this time, a voice came from Feng Zhang's aperture. Good. Your command of the iron-beak flying cranes have reached a stage where you can manipulate them with ease. They move with a thought from you. Now, you can already go back to the sect to take the flying crane manipulation test and attempt to get B-grade evaluation. You have a 60% chance of succeeding. If you do, you will get the test reward, a rank 5 5-hole jade flute goo. Once you have this goo, your manipulation of the crane group would reach quasi-enslavement master level. The voice originated from a spirit incubating flea in Feng Zhang's aperture. Feng Zhang's master, Lord Sky Crane's soul, was residing in this goo worm. Rank 5, 5-hole jade flute goo? His eyes shone. Excitement was all over his face. Yes, master. I will go now. Feng Zhang stood up. He willed, and a large iron-beak flying crane king arrived before him. He jumped and easily got on the crane king's back. The crane king cried out in a proud tone. Feng Zhang sat on the crane king's back, the crane group flying around him. It was a scene of white as he flew towards Immortal Crane's sect amidst the wind and clouds. Not long after, he arrived at White Jade Square D. The iron-beak flying crane landed in the square. Feng Zhang had just landed, when one of Immortal Crane sect's disciples ran over quickly, greeting him, "Senior brother Feng Zhang." Feng Zhang nodded. "Junior brother, I am here to take the flying crane manipulation test. Senior brother Feng Zhang, please follow me." Immortal Crane sect's disciple led the way. "Quickly look, guys, that is senior brother Feng Zhang. He is the #1 elite disciple of our batch. Did you hear? Senior brother Feng Zhang is actually attending the flying crane manipulation test. Senior brother Feng Zhang is an enslavement path genius. To think that he has already reached the stage of quasi-enslavement pathmaster. He is truly amazing." Along the way, everyone's whispered discussions entered Feng Zhang's ears. Feng Zhang heard them and smiled lightly. He was now fully grown. His body was tall, and he had long black hair that resembled a cape. His eyes were crystal clear. Although he looked ordinary, he had quite the disposition and was full of life. Wearing a green and white robe, he looked like a gentleman. It was very comfortable to look at him. Although senior brother Feng Zhang is strong, his brother is even more amazing. He is a superb character who managed to obtain Immortal Blessed Land. That's right, according to a reliable source, his brother, Feng Yuan, is secretly a legacy disciple of a certain supreme elder. When Spirit Affinity House were on the verge of taking Immortal Blessed Land, the supreme elder had no choice but to send senior brother Feng Yuan out. As expected, he shocked everyone and sealed the deal, obtaining Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Zhang has a good brother. The guts goo on Danghun Mountain can strengthen the soul. I can bet that Feng Zhang used the guts goo. Otherwise, with just his own hard work, how can he raise his cultivation to rank 5 in 1 year? Furthermore, his enslavement path attainment improved at lightning speed. He is actually going to take the flying crane manipulation test. The tone of these people was sour and bitter. Feng Zhang heard them as his smile slowly vanished. His fists, which were hidden in his sleeves, were tightly clenched. "Brother!" Feng Zhang's eyes shone with a trace of darkness. Ever since Feng Yuan used some unthinkable method to snatch Immortal Blessed Land, Immortal Crane sect had declared publicly that Feng Yuan was Immortal Crane sect's disciple. During this year, Feng Zhang felt like life had returned to the past, when he was suppressed by Feng Yuan. No matter what great results he obtained or how many improvements he made, others would only praise him briefly before mentioning the even more impressive Feng Yuan. Calm your spirit, my disciple. Lord Sky Crane's voice came from the spirit incubating Flea. Lord Sky Crane's experiences were much richer than Fang Zheng. After these years of staying together, he had grasped a firm understanding of Fang Zheng. He consoled Fang Zheng. These years, I have seen all of your hard work. You are in no way inferior to your brother. Don't forget, you are now a rank 5 Gu master, a quasi-enslavement master. I bet your brother is not your match right now. In any case, Fang Yuan is going to face extermination soon. The sect has mobilized 3 supreme elders in this plan. They are tasked to take back Hu Immortal blessed land. Your brother has no way to survive. 3 supreme elders. That is the battle strength of 3 Gu immortals. Fang Zheng heard this and licked his lips, before his gaze turned a bit dimmer. Lord Sky Crane knew what he was thinking. He laughed and said, Fang Zheng, don't feel any guilt towards this. Your brother had ventured into the wrong path. He is walking on the demonic path now. He actually slaughtered his entire clan. This makes him a beast worse than pigs or dogs. Fang Yuan is a true and blue demonic head. You cannot feel any sympathy towards him. Killing him is equivalent to benefiting the people of the world. Think about it, if he is alive, how many innocent people would be harmed? That's right. Brother's hands are full of blood. He is a murderer. Killer. I will take revenge for my clan. For my uncle and aunt. For Shun Chui heir. Fang Zheng inwardly shouted, urging himself. Good. That's it. Lord Sky Crane was evidently very happy with Fang Zheng's attitude. Think about these years you were training in Fu Hu blessed land. How dangerous and terrifying was it? 1 year outside was 8 years inside Fu Hu blessed land. You became a rank 5 Gu master, suffering so much and enduring so much. Wasn't it for the greater plan of taking back Hu Immortal blessed land? Don't screw up at the last moment. You cannot disappoint everyone at this most crucial juncture. Don't worry, master. I understand. I will do my best and contribute to the sect. I will exterminate all evil and take down my brother in the name of justice. I will not disappoint you. Fang Zheng assured resolutely and unhesitantly. The light of wisdom dyed the cave walls with beautiful lights. Fang Yuan quietly stood in it for a good while before opening his eyes, slowly stepping out of the wisdom light halo. The wills in his mind were almost fully consumed. Mortal Gu could only produce limited wills and could not compare to Wisdom Path Immortal Gu. My deduction of Immortal Crane sex plan has failed. Not because I don't have enough wills, but because I don't have enough clues. Fang Yuan reflected inwardly. After being in the Wisdom Light halo many times over these days, he had summed up his experiences. Wisdom Gu was different from natural inspiration. Wisdom Gu emitted the light of wisdom which could provide unending insights to Gu Master. But the result of the thoughts and deductions were based on the Gu Master's foundation as well as the clues they had accumulated. Fang Yuan's attempt at deducing Immortal Crane sex conspiracy against Hu Immortal Blessed Land failed because he did not have enough evidence. In summary, the deeper the Gu Master's foundations and the more evidence they gathered, the more accurate the outcome of the deduction would be. Naturally, when there was more evidence, there would be more factors to consider, and the amount of thoughts and will consumed would also become larger. Especially when deducing Immortal Gu recipes, the factors to consider were too many. Thus the wills consumed were enormous. As for natural inspiration, it was a precious experience when a Gu Master advances to a Gu Immortal. During this process, the Gu Master questions heaven and earth would directly provide the solutions with no need for the Gu Master to think. Let's take a difficult mathematical problem from Earth, for example, solving a multivariate equation. If the Gu Master used Wisdom Gu, his thoughts would quickly consume while he would obtain numerous insights, causing there to be many paths to the solution. Some of these paths might be dead ends while some might give wrong results. Only a few would be correct paths which could deduce the solution, while natural inspiration would be akin to directly giving the correct answers. The Gu Master would obtain the correct answer, but they had to know how to use it. Thus, during natural inspiration, the Gu Master should not ask overly profound questions. Fang Yuan did not directly ask about eternal life. Maybe heaven and earth would give him an answer, but he would absolutely not be able to comprehend it. It was like a child who had not learned mathematics seeing a linear equation. They naturally would not be able to comprehend the answer. To comprehend this answer, the child would have to learn numbers, unknown variables, positive and negative numbers, and so on. But this would only be the foundation of the foundation. To Go masters, even if they obtained answers to excessively profound questions, they would not be able to comprehend it or be able to use it. Even if they asked about all aspects of this difficult problem during natural inspiration and comprehended the basics, the time consumed would be too high. The amount of information would also be so large that the mind would not be able to bear it. As such, the best way to make use of natural inspiration was to ask according to the state of one's current foundation, then stabilize the foundation and progress step by step. But within Wisdom Path, there is an immortal Go that can allow a Go immortal to directly obtain answers. That is Heavenly Secret Go. Go masters do not need to have their thoughts collide nor make deductions. As long as they grabbed onto that strand of heavenly secret, they would directly obtain the answer. In the records of history, this Go was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He possessed a rank 8 heavenly secret immortal Go, but after his death, this heavenly secret immortal Go disappeared without a trace, and there has been no news regarding it since then. Fang Yuan suddenly recalled heavenly secret immortal Go. Go worms had one ability, and even the rank 9 wisdom Go was no exception. The higher the ranks of the Go, the more powerful their ability was. If wisdom Go was truly activated, its effect would definitely be terrifying. But even if it was stronger, it could not replicate the effect of heavenly secret immortal Go. It was rumored that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was the rank 9 Go master who could detect and react to the heavenly fate most closely. He created heavenly secret immortal Go to interact with heaven and earth, and also to experience natural inspiration again. If I have heavenly secret immortal Go, it would combine exquisitely with wisdom Go. Meanwhile, if anyone else used heavenly secret immortal Go to investigate me, all of my secrets would likely be exposed. Heavenly secret immortal Go could let Go masters directly question heaven and earth. There were no events in the world that heaven and earth did not know of. It was as the saying goes, except you and me only heaven and earth know. As for other wisdom path Go worms, Fang Yuan did not need to worry for the moment. The wind veil of assimilation had swallowed everything, cleaning up all the traces of crimes Fang Yuan had committed in Imperial Court blessed land. Without heavenly secret immortal Go, wisdom path Go masters would have to make deductions according to normal methods, and that was to gather as much evidence and clues as possible. They were unable to plunder any crucial clues from Imperial Court blessed land, and could only begin investigating from the Imperial Court contest. It was not impossible to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity with this. It was only that the probability was low and the time required would be longer. Northern Plains, Jade Pool blessed land. From a bird's eye view, the blessed land was covered with innumerable large and small deep pools with the color of a mixture of blue and green. Led by Chanyu tribe's Go Immortal, Tong Zhu, around 10 Go Immortals of Northern Plains' righteous path slowly descended from the air. The noble Jade Pool blessed land is truly unique and fresh. These innumerable jade pools are like the stars in the sky, their beauty unmatched. A female Go Immortal strolled through the sky, expressing her admiration. Her hair that was 20 to 30 feet long draped behind her and was extremely eye-catching. All of these jade pools have different types of water, raising countless aquatic species. Dongfang tribe's fish groups and water vegetation have been famous for a long time in Treasure Yellow Heaven. A male Go Immortal opened the third vertical eye on his forehead and gazed at the jade pools with a shining gaze. Lord Murong Qingxi and Lord Guanshan Zhao are exaggerating. My tribe's jade pool blessed land has only been in operation for just over 6,000 years. The landscape cannot compare to Murong tribe's Inyang blessed land, while in terms of productivity, it still falls short of Guan tribe's Shi Huang blessed land. Go Immortal Dong Fang Yikong, who was attending to them, welcomed them with a smile, modestly talking of Dongfang tribe's specialties. Jade Pool blessed land was the headquarters of the Huang Jin family's Dongfang tribe, a super force. A group of Go Immortals slowly descended. This, among the myriad jade pools, did not appear to be a remarkable location. Beside a jade pool was a small hut. An elderly man was sitting beside the pool in front of the house, in the midst of fishing. These are underworld eels. Guan Shenjiao's vertical eye on his forehead gazed at the pool before blurting out in shock at the scene inside the clear pool. When the other Gu immortals heard it, some of them also showed slightly moved expressions. Sir Dongfang, we have already not seen each other for over 10 years. Thinking of back then when we charged into Snowy Mountain and fought side by side. Sigh, time really flies by. Everyone stood still, as Gu Immortal Tongzhu, who had the highest cultivation, made a greeting. Lord Tongzhu, you are still as graceful as ever while this old man has one foot in the grave. I don't dare to compare with you. The elderly man who was fishing stood up slowly. He was Dong Fong Chong Fan, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Dong Fong Yikong walked to Chong Fan's side. As Chong Fan continued, Dong Fong tribe is honored with the presence of all of you. Being able to welcome everyone to my humble abode is an extreme honor. Everyone, please come in. Dong Fong Chong Fan led everyone inside the hut. The inside of the hut was spacious. There was a plaza and also halls. There were 16 stone statues at the plaza, seemingly arranged in order as well as randomly, as they were separated by varied distances. The expressions on them were subtle, as if containing some kind of mystical pattern. This is Dong Fong Tribe's rank 6 Immortal Gu House. Modest thatched hut? It truly is brilliant. One Gu Immortal praised directly. Dong Fong Chong Fan led everyone to the administration hall and seated them. Northern Plains Righteous Path Gu Immortals, representing all the different forces, had gathered under one roof. Dong Fong Chong Fan sat at the main seat and smiled as he observed everyone. This time, I have invited everyone here personally in order to make a transaction with you. Guan Shenjiao and the others glanced at each other with no one taking the initiative to speak. It was still Tongzhu who responded. Sir Dongfang already decided to not make deductions for others tens of years ago. But in the letter, you said you were making an exception for us, and will deduce the true culprit of the destruction of Truyong Building or perhaps other aspects. But I wonder how we can pay for this transaction. Dong Fong Chong Fan coughed several times before sighing. This old man's lifespan is at its end, and I know there is no hope in prolonging my life. But before I depart, I have some concerns lingering in my heart. One is the tribe's growth, and the other is my tribe's descendants. I hope I can make this transaction with everyone. This old man shall make deductions for each of your tribes once. And after I die, I hope everyone can ally with my Dongfang tribe. Alliance. Yes, this old man has already roughly prepared the alliance contracts. Everyone can examine them, and if you have any objections, we can modify it right here. Dongfang Chong Fan took out 2 East Window Gu, which he then handed to the Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortals skimmed over the contract one after another. The alliance conditions were extremely lax. Dongfang Chong Fan did not even request for mutual help and protection among the allies. He only requested that after he died, they had to protect Dongfang tribe's peace for 50 years. In this time period, the parties in the contract could not target, suppress, or attack Dongfang tribe. The Gu Immortals involuntarily felt a rush of excitement. Dongfang Chong Fan was currently the #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains. Besides him, there was no one else suitable to deduce the true culprit of Truyong Building's destruction. In the cultivation of Gu Immortals, who would not encounter some difficult problems relating to their cultivation? Or perhaps they might obtain Immortal Gu remnant recipes that require deductions? With Dongfang Chong Fan, these issues were very likely to be resolved. Even more importantly, after Imperial Court Blessed Land perished and 88 Truyong Building collapsed, large numbers of Gu worms were brought over by the formless fists to all regions of Northern Plains. The aura of Immortal Gu manifested in many places, causing the Gu Immortals to contest over them. At this crucial time, if Dongfang Chong Fan deduced the location of an Immortal Gu, then they were very likely to get that Immortal Gu. Everyone was more than moved, and they couldn't help but praise Dongfang Chong Fan's shrewdness. If it were during normal times, Dongfang Chong Fan's bargaining chip might be somewhat less important. But now, when one deduction was very likely to represent one Immortal Gu, all the Gu Immortals were moved. Great, Sir Dongfang. Our Chanyu tribe accepts your conditions. Tong Zhu spoke first, then He tribe, Murong tribe, every tribe's representatives also accepted. This situation was within Dong Fong Chong Fan's expectations. His smile became even brighter. Since this is the case, Fairy Li Shan, please take action. Fairy Li Shan? While everyone was surprised, a rank 6 female Gu Immortal walked from behind the hall and appeared in front of everyone. Fairy Li Shan, I trust you have been well. A Gu Immortal greeted. Another Gu Immortal laughed. Sir Dong Fong sure has made ample preparations, even inviting over Fairy Li Shan. It is just that this Jade Pool blessed land does not have any mountains or rivers. How will we make the oath? Dong Fong Yikong, who had been silent all this time, stood from beside Dong Fong Chong Fan and spoke, Everyone, please wait and see. He then opened his palm. Lights in vibrant colors floated in the center of his palm, revealing a miniature mountain peak. Could this be minuscule mountain? Murong Ching Si opened her graceful eyes wide as she reacted first, saying in a disbelieving tone, Exactly. Dong Fong Yikong gave a modest smile, but the pride within him could not be concealed. A commotion erupted among the Gu Immortals. In the underground cave, the light of wisdom flickered back and forth from bright to dim. Fong Yuan quietly stood inside it. Only when the wills inside his mind were fully consumed did he open his eyes and step out of the wisdom light halo. The deduction he made had succeeded, but Fong Yuan was gloomy because of it. To seal spring-autumn cicada, as much as over 6,000 mortal Gu are required. Among them, almost half are rank 5, with rare Gu worms reaching 2,000. And there are also about 800 ancient Gu worms. These ancient Gu worms are either extinct or on the brink of extinction. My initial estimate is that I require about 23 immortal essence stones to use this method. Fong Yuan was in a poverty-stricken state. 23 immortal essence stones were a hopeless number for him currently. But Fong Yuan had to brace himself to accomplish this task. Because spring-autumn cicada's recovery was becoming faster and faster, making the situation of the first aperture more critical. Fortunately, with Fong Yuan having turned into a zombie, his first aperture turned into a dead aperture, thus it was able to hold on till now. If the aperture was like before, it might have already burst. According to the current situation, I estimate I still have over 2 months to plan and prepare. If this time limit is crossed, the first aperture will not be able to endure even if it is already dead. Fong Yuan was feeling a heavy pressure. He was now a member of the living dead. Even if his first aperture was destroyed, he would not die. But losing the first aperture would no doubt greatly reduce his future cultivation potential, and that would be an immeasurable loss. Fong Yuan was in a difficult situation, and there was only one feasible method to earn 23 immortal essence stones within a short period of time: selling immortal Gu recipes. Returning to Danghun Palace, Fong Yuan called in Tai by Yun Sheng. I have been paying close attention to Treasure Yellow Heaven over these days, taking almost no rest. But Lang Ye Land Spirit's divine sense has not appeared since the beginning. Tai by Yun Sheng's answer made Fong Yuan feel disappointment. Lang Ye Land Spirit's divine sense called itself Lang Ye Old Immortal in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and it was very active at that. But now it had not appeared at all, almost like it was missing. Fong Yuan keenly sensed Lang Ye Land Spirit was likely to be facing some problems. He recalled his previous life where Lang Ye Blessed Land had suffered a total of 7 waves of attacks. Previously, when I was in Northern Plains, the second wave of experts had already attacked Lang Ye Blessed Land. Could it be the third wave of attacks has already occurred and Lang Ye Land Spirit is busy dealing with it, thus having no time to refine Gu? Memories of Fong Yuan's previous life were not able to help him in this aspect. He only remembered about the 7 waves of attacks, and did not remember the detailed timings of these attacks. Even if he remembered the exact timing, this world was already influenced by him and had experienced huge changes. Who is to say that the changes upon changes might not have shifted the attacks to an earlier time? My horizons have been continually broadened these days. A piece of 10,000-year profound ice costs half an immortal essence stone. Half a kilogram of hurricane mountain pepper has the selling price of an immortal essence stone. What are divine jade pearls? 10 of them actually cost half an immortal essence stone. There is also, what's that white spiral silk? Its price is even more ridiculous. A pinky-sized amount costs 3 immortal essence stones. Heavens! Right now, I realized how poor I am. Tai Bai Yun Shang chattered on about his harvest over this time, speaking in an excited tone. During these days, as Fang Yuan interacted with Tai Bai Yun Shang all the time, he gradually discovered Tai Bai Yun Shang had a shortcoming. That was his prattling mouth. He was talkative. Fang Yuan handed a letter Gu and interrupted his chattering. This is the letter sent by Immortal Crane Sect. Please read. Tai Bai Yun Shang sent his consciousness inside. His brows soon frowned into a knot. In this second letter from Immortal Crane Sect, their tone was even more harsh and fierce, already making their intention to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land exceptionally clear. Immortal Crane Sect even used the tone of the victor, demanding Fang Yuan to surrender. These guys have gone crazy for Danghun Mountain. If it were me, I would at least first stabilize you, then carry out hidden attacks. Aren't they afraid their actions will make us take preventive measures? Tai Bai Yun Shang said in a displeased tone. This is the power and confidence of Immortal Crane Sect. They are one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent and have an incomparably deep foundation, having stood tall and straight at Fei He Mountain for hundreds of thousands of years. Besides this, I think they are trying to pressure me and also probe the intention of my backers. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes, Immortal Crane Sect is stronger than any single superforce of Northern Plains by some degree. We are too weak while they are a colossus becoming more and more overbearing. It will be very difficult for us to protect Hu Immortal Blessed Land from them. Tai Bai Yun Shang spoke carefully, glancing at Fang Yuan several times. He already had thoughts of retreating, giving up Hu Immortal Blessed Land and moving far away. He just did not openly express it. Fang Yuan knew his thoughts. Tai Bai Yun Shang was a healing Gu master. He was benevolent and could be said to be feeble, seriously lacking the spirit to make a stand. Fang Yuan did not rebuke Tai Bai Yun Shang's intentions. In fact, Fang Yuan had also thought of giving up and abandoning Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Danghun Mountain represented extremely huge benefits and Immortal Crane Sect and other superforces would definitely want to possess it. However, that was, of course, only as a last resort. As long as there existed hope along with benefits, it could be said that Fang Yuan would absolutely not speak of giving up easily. Fang Yuan thus consoled Tai Bai Yun Shang. Immortal Crane Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. A superforce, a behemoth, but they also have their worries. How many methods can they use to deal with us specifically? I dare to guarantee, it is not as exaggerated as you imagine, especially when they are greatly underestimating our true battle strength. Life was not easy. Immortal Crane Sect also had its own problems. New sects were emerging endlessly in Central Continent, continually bringing huge impacts to the 10 great ancient sects. The 10 great ancient sects occupied the most important positions in Central Continent with the best cultivation resources. They naturally would be subjected to competition from all sides. In history, Immortal Crane Sect had experienced golden ages several times, but at present, there was a clear disparity compared to their most prosperous periods. Immortal Crane Sect had not expanded for many years already. This meant they were under some restraints. Since Junior Brother wants to battle Immortal Crane Sect, I shall risk my life to accompany you. Don't worry. No matter how dangerous the situation gets, I will support you till the last moment. Tai Bai Yun Shang patted his chest and swore. Fang Yuan nodded. I also ask old Bai to not worry. I, Guyu Fang Yuan, am not a stubborn man. If there was nothing to be done and the situation was truly unfavorable, I would definitely take the initiative to retreat. Forcing back Immortal Crane Sect's first wave of attacks perhaps won't be difficult. But the main problem does not lie here. Immortal Crane Sect is a very big sect. If we repel them, they will at once arrive with another wave. After this continues for few times, Immortal Crane Sect's offense will become stronger and they will start treating us more seriously. We need to rely on another great force to resolve this issue, making an alliance with another ancient sect. Tai Bai Yun Shang repeatedly nodded in complete agreement. But Junior Brother, you have already sent a letter to Spirit Affinity House, but until now they have yet to reply. Was our letter Gu intercepted by Immortal Crane sect? How about we send some more letters? Fong Yuan shook his head. The letter Gu he contacted Spirit Affinity House with was not his, but the rank 5 letter sending Greenbird Gu created by Feng Zhougu. Back then, Fong Yuan defeated Feng Jinhuang and obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Feng Jinhuang was indignant and sent a challenge letter using this letter sending Greenbird Gu. But Fong Yuan did not respond to the challenge and instead had been detaining this letter Gu. He had already speculated this letter Gu's owner was very likely to be Feng Zhougu. The reason being that Feng Jinhuang had yet to reach rank 5 back then. Besides Feng Zhougu, it was also likely to be his wife, Feng Jinhuang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing. Regardless of who the owner was, this letter Gu had already been lent to Fong Yuan, its original purpose being to allow Fong Yuan to respond to the challenge letter. And Fong Yuan used this letter Gu to contact Spirit Affinity House. Fong Yuan had been very confident regarding this letter, but Spirit Affinity House still had yet to reply after so long, so he was somewhat unsure now. According to the common sense conjecture, letter-sending Greenbird Gu was created by Feng Zhougu, which represented this expert's will and prestige to some degree. To intercept this Greenbird Gu and risk offending his impressive and dignified presence, this was not at all likely. However, this possibility could not be completely excluded as well. Thus Fong Yuan nodded and accepted Tai Bai Yun Shang's suggestion. Okay, let's wait 7 days. If we still don't receive a reply by then, we will send another letter. Time passed day by day. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in a predicament. A strong enemy was approaching from the outside, while on the inside, cultivation resources were lacking. Even if Fong Yuan used his zombie body and wisdom Gu to deduce and sell Immortal Gu recipes of the highest grade, the regretful part was that he did not have the capital to kickstart this plan and could only put it aside for the time being. Lang Yalan Spirit and Spirit Affinity House were the keys to break through these predicaments. But it was a pity that these 2 keys stayed in the dark with no messages from them. Who knew when Fong Yuan would receive news from them? Perhaps he wouldn't for his whole life. Destiny created obstacles. The road ahead of Fong Yuan was once again shrouded in obscurity. It seems my luck is still not too good. Fong Yuan scoffed at himself. There was nothing he could do, since he possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. His luck was likely to only get worse. He tried asking Mo Yao about improved Immortal Gu remnant recipes, but Mo Yao claimed that she did not know them. She was residing in Fong Yuan's body and had gone through the final battle in Northern Plains with him. She knew Fong Yuan possessed Wisdom Gu, and thus it was not hard for her to speculate Fong Yuan's intentions. Mo Yao was a refinement path grandmaster. She very likely knew Immortal Gu remnant recipes which matched Fong Yuan's criteria. But she did not reply, and since Fong Yuan lacked wisdom path methods, he could do nothing to her. Under this kind of situation, He Lu Lan suddenly arrived at Danghun Mountain. Fong Yuan lost a Stargate Gu and was already not able to return to Northern Plains alone. He Lu Lan being able to come to Danghun Mountain was naturally because of fixed immortal travel. As for how she knew the scenery here, that was because Fong Yuan had sent a will to her of his own accord. This was the agreed-upon plan, but Fong Yuan was still somewhat surprised. If I am not wrong, there is still half a month left before the limit of our agreed-upon time, right? The situation has changed, my friend. He Lu Lan tones was grave, revealing a trace of worry. Making this formidable and ambitious person anxious, the situation in Northern Plains indeed did not seem to be optimistic. However, He Lu Lan soon realized her flaw and concealed all her emotions, speaking with a cold smile. Naturally, I have another goal. That is to make sure you are not on guard. After all, this is your headquarters. In case you arranged traps against me, I would be messing up your plans by arriving earlier. Fong Yuan laughed, appearing unperturbed, as if there were no issues that could perplex him. After the Battle of Northern Plains, you and I are already tied together for better or for worse. But for complete cooperation, your previous conditions are still insufficient. Hearing Fong Yuan say, insufficient, He Lu Lan snorted in displeasure. Fong Yuan, you are not very clear about Northern Plains' situation. I will tell you right now. Not long ago, Northern Plains #1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dong Fong Chong Fan, invited all of the super tribes and personally made deductions for them. His condition was that they had to ally with Dongfang tribe, and within the 50 years of his death, they are not allowed to target or suppress Dongfang tribe. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze focused. There's such a thing? Then what did he deduce? Reportedly, Dong Fangchong Fan made one deduction for each tribe, regarding goo recipes, appearance of immortal goo, or some tips for killing desolate beasts. He has already deduced much of your information, though I do not know the deeper details. But now, everyone knows that you are not a Northern Plains goo master, but there is also a Northern Plains goo master colluding with you. Tai Baiyun Shang's pupils shrunk, he said with some fear. He actually deduced so many things? As expected of Dong Fangchong Fan. He Lu Lan snickered, continuing, Fang Yuan, our lives are tied together now. If I die, who is to say that I will not expose you and Tai Baiyun Shang? Other than that, is wisdom goo in your hands? Tai Baiyun Shang's expression changed. He firmly wanted to deny it, but he stopped himself from acting rashly. Fang Yuan calmly laughed. How is that possible? Wisdom goo was already destroyed in the wind veil of assimilation. How could I have brought it here? Tai Baiyun Shang immediately praised him in his mind. Fang Yuan's skills in lying were simply spectacular. His tone and expression were flawless. It was filled with pity, regret, and other sad emotions. It was as if he really had narrowly missed out in obtaining wisdom goo. He Lu Lan could not see any flaws in his performance, but next, she squinted, saying in a thuggish tone, I don't care if you really lost wisdom goo. I only know that wisdom goo could have taken the initiative to follow you under the pressure of survival. You don't have to deny it now. I'm sure you understand my idea. It is not safe for you to hide in Central Continent. It doesn't matter if wisdom goo is really in your hands. As long as I spread information that wisdom goo is with you, there will be nowhere for you to hide. The entire world's goo immortals will chase you down like lunatics until they get to the truth. Are you threatening me? Fang Yuan's expression turned cold. He slowly stood up. He Lu Lan, you have some guts. Do you not know that you are now on Danghun Mountain? As long as we instruct it, the land spirit will use Danghun Mountain and kill you right here. Tai Baiyun Sheng shouted. He Lu Lan laughed with her head high. She said fearlessly, Ha ha ha. Even if this is a dragon's nest or a tiger's den, what can you do to me? I made some arrangements before I came. As long as I do not return in 3 days, the entirety of Northern Plains will know that you apprentice brothers are the culprits behind the collapse of Truyong Building. Furthermore, the entire world will know that wisdom goo is with you. Tai Baiyun Shang's expression froze. He Lu Lan indeed came prepared. This was targeting his weakness. But at this time, Fang Yuan's eerie words made He Lu Lan's laughter stop. He Lu Lan, I know you are not afraid of death, but have you forgotten your hatred? He Lu Lan's expression changed. Her aura diminished as her eyes were like lightning. Looking at Fang Yuan, state your conditions. You have to agree with my first condition, that is, you have to return fixed immortal travel to its owner, me. Next, Fang Yuan raised 4 fingers. Secondly, after we cooperate during the process of your revenge, the loot will be split 4 to 6. For you and us respectively. After all, Tai Baiyun Shang and I make up 2 goo immortals. He Lu Lan snorted. Do you think you have a helper while I don't? But never mind. I accept these conditions. She hesitated for a bit, but she still chose to give in, even though she had a tough personality. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He could see her sincerity from this. He continued, Lastly, I need to know the entire story of this, as well as the reason why you need to kill your father personally. He Lu Lan was silent for a while, but she soon agreed. You are indeed overly suspicious. I can satisfy all 3 of your conditions. This is nothing I can't speak of anyway. Next, in their conversation, Fang Yuan finally understood the secret behind He Lu Lan's thirst for revenge. The root of all this was actually 88 Truyong Building. In Truyong Building, there was a true inheritance called Inyang Life Extension Method. It had been taken by He Chung long ago. Fang Yuan had actually seen the empty light lump of the Inyang Life Extension Method by coincidence in the past. This true inheritance was created by giant son Immortal Venerable when he researched about Renzu for life extension methods. To use this method, a male and female Gu Immortal have to cooperate, using copulation to extend the lifespan of one of them. But there was a flaw in this. If one gains lifespan, the other must lose lifespan. In other words, it was to transfer the lifespan of one person to the other. The story of Su Xian's night elopement had long since been widely spread in Northern Plains. It had given many young women in Northern Plains the courage to find their true love, to take the first step. 200 years ago, Su Xian was the daughter of a concubine in Su tribe. Her status was not high and she was often serving wine to guests in banquets, like a servant. Once, when Su tribe leader was attending to He Chang, Su Xian poured wine for him and fell in love with him at first sight. However, Su tribe leader harmed He Chang in secret, using a poison goo on him, causing his strength to fall to rock bottom, and he was chased down by enemies. Su Xian learned of this and ran out of her tribe's campsite in the middle of the night to save He Chang, who had only met her once. Back then, she only had rank 1 cultivation, but during the night there were wild wolf groups roaming. It was extremely dangerous and she was simply courting death. But due to coincidence, she found the unconscious He Chang. He Chang was thus saved, and their following conversation became a classic that was passed down in Northern Plains. He had asked Su Xian, "I was plotted against by your tribe leader, and you are a Su tribesman. Why would you save an enemy of your tribe?" Su Xian then answered, "Lord has a noble spirit. This humble girl fell in love at first sight. Su tribe leader is short-sighted and plotted against Lord under the persuasion of some petty people. But he never considered the result of offending He tribe. If he was allowed to have his way, Su tribe is destined to become a sacrificial pawn between two super tribes. People say Lord repays a favor received by 100 times. This humble girl saved Lord today and only hopes Lord can give me a place to stay. It is just and proper for Lord to take revenge against Su tribe, but I hope Lord can be merciful and leave behind a trace of bloodline for Su tribe." He Chang was overwhelmed at this sight. He tightly held Su Xian hand and swore, "Your love is as deep as the sea. I, He Chang, am not a cruel person. How could I not repay you? From today onwards, you will be my only wife. I will not care for any other beauties, no matter how beautiful they are. In this life, I will never betray you." From then on, the two of them became a loving couple that respected each other equally. 100 years later, they both became Gu Immortals, and the story was a legend of Northern Plains. But most people did not know that Su tribe faced extermination soon after. He Chang had many wives and children. Su Xian was neither the first nor the last. He Chang and Su Xian had a daughter. She followed her father's surname, while getting the name Lu Lan. Years later, Su Xian died, and He Chang was extremely aggrieved. He announced to the public. His wife's body had deteriorated after giving birth to He Lu Lan. She fell heavily ill and her strength fell drastically. Thus she died a few years later in her blessed land's earthly calamity. He had obtained the Yin-Yang life extension method in the true inheritance secluded domain. He kept it very secretive. For his own selfish desires, he lied to my mother with ill intentions. My mother did not know the details, and because she trusted and cooperated with him, almost all of her lifespan was taken by him mercilessly. After my mother died, he concealed the truth. Thus he could still openly be a righteous path Gu Immortal. He absorbed my mother's aperture and took all the Gu worms that she accumulated in her life. He is a coward, a dirty and despicable scoundrel. In order to live longer, he actually plotted against the person who loved him the most. Before mother died, she saw his true colors and told me to be careful of him. As expected, mother was right. There was a problem with his cultivation. The lifespan that he took away was consumed very quickly. He is now facing another crisis of dwindling lifespan. This time, his target is me. I have the great strength true martial physique. Once I advance to a Gu Immortal, my foundations will be extremely firm. If he uses the Yin-Yang life extension method on me, less lifespan would be wasted in the process, and he would gain much more lifespan. He Lu Lan spilled all of the secrets hidden in the dark. In her calm tone, one could nonetheless sense her utter hatred. Tai Bai Yunshang shook his head as he listened. To think that Lord Hei-Chang is such a person, this is really disappointing. He was a prospective Gu Immortal candidate in the past, with high hopes to become one. He had interacted with Hei tribe's Gu Immortal, Hei Bai, in secret, and he was even recruited. Thus, Tai Bai Yunshang's impression of Hei tribe had always been good. Hei Lu Lan's words destroyed this good impression. Humph, this is the so-called righteous path. Who knows how many dirty and disgusting things are going on underneath this glorious surface. In contrast, the demonic path consists of countless characters that are more straightforward. Hei Lu Lan scoffed. No wonder you didn't respond to Hei Chang when he called you at the point when the wind veil of assimilation was cut open. Fang Yuan nodded. He looked at Hei Lu Lan again, feeling a different emotion. Hei Lu Lan was born with a golden spoon. Yet this actually was a tragedy. Her own father harmed her mother and was now targeting her, attempting to take her lifespan. Lacking the warmth of a family, under threats and dangers for many years, she had no option but to disguise herself while secretly putting in immense effort, swearing to take revenge for her mother. This was likely the reason why she obtained such a formidable personality. Where there is a cause, there will be consequences. There is a saying called, heroes often meet their end. The hero here could also be replaced with formidable characters. But in fact, it is not that heroes and conquerors often meet desperate situations, it is the desperate situations that create them. In this way, they are people with very pitiful lives, they often encounter and feel much greater pain than normal people. But because of this pain, they learn and become who they are. Those who live in happiness, living like an upright person, being open and honest without any rough rides in life, while attaining numerous achievements and gaining reputation and praise. Are there truly such people in real life? Fang Yuan thought about Earth, about the 500 years of his previous life, and scoffed. Where there are high achievers, there are sacrifices. Those who are higher-ups often need to sacrifice their morals. Of course, there are outliers, lucky people, and those who rely on their family, but how long can they last? How many will be left in the end? Legend says, when Renzu started walking on the road of life, his vision changed. It was pure darkness. He took the first step. Piayap. At the next moment, he stepped into the mud. He raised his foot, wiping it with his hand. It was full of mushy mud and extremely smelly. He was hesitant to move forward. At this moment, Self-Gu said, "O human, do not hesitate. If you want to walk on your own road, you will need to rely on your own legs. When your leg steps on the road, do not be afraid of dirtiness." Outside the window of a room, snow was silently falling down. The fragrance of tea pervaded inside the quiet room. A woman was sitting beside the vermilion-red window frame. She was wearing an embroidered leather skirt, characteristic of Northern Plains women. The leather skirt was embroidered with purplish-red flower buds, while the edges were glittering with silvery light. She bound her hair with a sapphire blue ribbon which had a pure white pearl inlaid in the middle. Her eyes were drooping, emphasizing her thick eyelashes. Her breathing was soft and her hands that were as white as the snow moved slowly, concentrating completely on brewing tea. The quiet room was not large and she was the only person inside. But on the table there were 4 teacups. A rich jade-green light suddenly appeared in the quiet room. The light dissipated to reveal an elderly figure. The elderly man was tall with an eccentric appearance. His hair was gray and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes displayed one who had gone through the vicissitudes of life, warm and tenacious, containing wisdom accumulated in all of his lifetime. The woman who was brewing the tea stood up at the sight of the elderly man and smiled with interest. "You are Tai Bai Yunshang." The elderly man was Tai Bai Yunshang. He quickly looked around him before greeting the woman. "Junior greets Senior Fairy Li Shan." The woman nodded with a smile. She was an influential figure in the limelight among Northern Plains Gu Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal, Fairy Li Shan. She looked youthful and beautiful, but her true age was much greater than Tai Bai Yunshang's. Tai Bai Yunshang confirmed the safety of the surroundings before opening his immortal aperture, from which 2 human shadows leaped out. One turned into Hei Lulan while the other was an 8-armed immortal zombie as tall as 6 meters with a fierce appearance. It was none other than Guyu Fang Yuan. Little aunt, I am back. Hei Lulan walked towards Fairy Li Shan. Her expression was still cold, but her gaze revealed a trace of affection. Fairy Li Shan glanced at Hei Lulan warmly and sighed, then turned her gaze towards Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng. The relationship between me and Little Lan has always been a secret, to the extent that outsiders aren't even aware we know each other. Today, she exposed the secret of her own accord. It can clearly be seen that she sincerely wishes to cooperate with you two guests. Especially you, Fang Yuan. Little Lan had mentioned you to me many times over these days. You accomplished such a huge matter, bringing even 88 True Yang building down. Fang Yuan laughed heartily and said with the hoarse voice specific to zombies. Fairy is exaggerating. All this commotion is not what I wished for. To speak the truth, I had been doubting Hei Lulan's proposal for cooperation since the beginning. But who could have thought Hei Lulan had such a close relationship with you? This is the best situation. Fairy, with the oath to your immortal Gu, mountain pledge, our alliance can be firm and solid. Not long ago, at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Hei Lulan exposed the reason for her hatred. Then she revealed her relationship with Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan was surprised and yet also not surprised. Hei Lulan was under the strict supervision of Gu Immortal Hei Chang. It would be difficult for her to obtain her current achievements just by relying on her own strength. Besides her own efforts, there definitely was outside help. Please take a seat. This snow oil tea has just been steeped. Fairy Li Shan extended her hand to indicate Fang and Tai to be seated. Fang Yuan waved his hand in refusal. Let's make an oath and establish the alliance first. It won't be too late to drink tea then. Virtuous Junior Fang is quite decisive. Fairy Li Shan lightly praised before calling out an immortal Gu. This immortal Gu resembled a beetle. It was thick and solid, even bigger than an adult's palm. Its body was ash-gray with a stony texture. A pair of large pincers grew on its head. Its back was not glossy and was instead rugged like mountains, and there were specks of stripes like moss on the joints of its legs. Fairy Li Shan aptly explained, "This is a rank 6 information path immortal Gu, as famous as Sea Oath Gu. As long as you choose a mountain to pledge to and as long as this mountain still exists, the oath cannot be violated." Virtuous Junior Fang. I wonder which mountain you want to choose. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows. Then he pointed outside and laughed hoarsely. What other place can be better than this mountain? Tai Bai Yun Sheng asked, not understanding the situation. What mountain is this? This mountain is called Snowy Mountain. Fairy Li Shan smiled and introduced. Snowy Mountain. Where have I heard this name? Wait a second. Could it be this is that nest of Northern Plains demonic path Gu immortals? Snowy Mountain Blessed Land? Tai Bai Yun Sheng cried out in shock. Where else did you think it was? Hei Lulan sneered. Fang Yuan provided an introduction for Tai Bai Yun Sheng. There are differences between immortal and mortal. Old Bai, you just recently advanced and you only have heard me mention some information about the Northern Plains Gu immortal world in passing. This Fairy Li Shan is the owner of the third branch peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You can also call her the third leader. Third leader. Tai Bai Yun Sheng stared at Fairy Li Shan with wide-open eyes. He had never expected for this gentle and refined woman to be a demonic path Gu immortal. Moreover, she was the third leader of the largest demonic path nest of Northern Plains. Cough, cough, cough. Dong Fong Chong Fan was lying on a sickbed, coughing incessantly. With every cough, his pale white face would wither a bit more. Lord. A handsome young man was standing beside the sickbed with a mournful and grieving expression. He was wearing a white robe, his face was white like jade and his eyes were deep, revealing a calm, mature temperament. It was Dong Fong Yu Liang. No need to grieve, Liang air, cough cough, to be born, get old, be sick and die is the way of nature. Dong Fong Chong Fan gasped for breath after saying this, and continued after recovering some strength. Your talents are better than mine. Among the whole tribe I feel most optimistic about you. The responsibility of Dong Fong tribe's growth can only be shouldered by you. I, Dong Fong Chong Fan, would not misjudge this. Lord Supreme Elder. Dong Fong Yu Liang's eyes reddened, sobbing silently. The old man nearing death in front of his eyes was his benefactor. Dongfang Yuliang lost his parents at the age of 11. After that he had to maintain his livelihood and also care for his 6-year-old sister, Dongfang Qingyu. To preserve their lives, he gave away all the inheritances left by his parents. But it was exactly because of this that he was noticed by Dongfang Chongfan, not only becoming a trusted aide, his sister was also given great care. Later, Dongfang Yuliang even received Dongfang Chongfan's personal guidance. And despite the obstructions and oppositions from many sides, Dongfang Chongfan appointed Dongfang Yuliang as the tribe leader. After Dongfang Yuliang lost in the imperial court contest and returned to the tribe, he was suppressed and pushed aside by various factions. It was Dongfang Chongfan who protected and shielded him again, paying a considerable price. Dongfang Chongfan was becoming weaker and weaker. He opened his mouth several times, but no words came out. Finally, he spoke in an extremely weak voice. "Your hand." Dongfang Yuliang extended his hand and grabbed the old man's right hand. The old man was holding a gu on his hand. This gu, take it." Dongfang Chongfan's face turned red from the strain, extracting the last bit of energy from his dying breath. He closely stared at Dongfang Yuliang and reminded him, although Dongfang tribe has signed an alliance agreement with the other righteous path tribes, the affairs of world are changeable and hard to predict. My death will cause Dongfang tribe to fall down from its prosperous period. You are my successor, you must be careful. This gu, once you activate it, it will bring you to a secluded place which contains the cultivation resources I prepared for you, insights about immortal ascension, the tribe's secret history, as well as all my comprehensions of wisdom path cultivation. Remember, always prioritize your safety. Don't be impatient. The tribe has demonic path spies. Dongfang Chongfan's expression froze. The flush on his face turned fainter and the final trace of radiance in his eyes faded. Lord! Dongfang Yuliang's face was already covered with tears, and this moment, he could no longer hold them back, crying in sorrow. Northern Plains number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal, Dongfang Chongfan, had passed away. The news spread. Dongfang tribe cried for 3 days and 3 nights. And when the great forces of Northern Plains received the information, both demonic and righteous path Gu Immortals let out breaths of relief. Dongfang Chongfan was a legendary character. At the time of his birth, Dongfang tribe was already declining rapidly, with only the name of a superforce but with no power. Dongfang Chongfan became a Gu Immortal and led the tribe, scheming in all directions, using wisdom path methods to devise strategies, tying bonds to powerful friends, killing the weak, and even plotting for his enemies to fight each other, causing Dongfang tribe to rapidly rise again. Dongfang tribe's growth was almost entirely because of Dongfang Chongfan. But because of this, all the Gu Immortals of Northern Plains became aware of Dongfang Chongfan's might. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals often did not need to use their own hands to humiliate their enemies. Making schemes that connected like a spider web, one thing would lead to the other. Enemies would feel like they were sinking into a swamp but unable to extricate themselves. Gu Immortals feared Dongfang Chongfan and secretly reached an agreement, banning the sale of lifespan Gu to Dongfang Chongfan and even secretly destroying Dongfang tribe's plans of searching for lifespan Gu. Dongfang Chongfan schemed against others, and finally was also schemed by others. The sun was high in the sky. Crescent Lake gleamed in the sunlight with the occasional dragonfish leaping out of the lake. Leftover snow piled up beside the lake. This was the remnant of the once in 10 years blizzard disaster. Feng Yuan destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement. The blizzard disaster poured into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Thus the destruction caused by the disaster in Northern Plains was many times lighter than the past. Imperial Court Blessed Land existed no longer while Truyong Building was also destroyed. There would be no more of the once in 10 years blizzard disaster in Northern Plains. The remaining snow slowly melted under the sunlight. Grass was already poking out of the snow. There was a mixture of green and white grasses mixed together. Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunshang moved together, seeing many water wolves and solitary tri-horned rhinos in their path. Water chestnut trees used to fill this place, but now it was a scene of barrenness. the trees already freezing to death or breaking down from the accumulated snow. The intense change in the scenery brought Feng Yuan some trouble. He was searching for the passage to Langya Blessed Land, that purple stone tree left behind by thieving heaven demon Venerable. 3 days had passed since the alliance with He Lulan. Little Hu Immortal was at Hu Immortal Blessed Land, paying attention to treasure yellow heaven all the time but still not seeing Langya Old Immortal's divine sense. Feng Yuan took back fixed immortal travel and used this immortal goo to go to Crescent Lake. Feng Yuan did not directly teleport to Langya Blessed Land to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. He planned to use thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangement again and enter properly. Because the surroundings had changed, he was unable to directly teleport to the purple stone tree. Being able to directly appear beside Crescent Lake was thanks to Tai Bai Yun Sheng. When he was wandering over northern plains, he had once dug a cave beside Crescent Lake and made simple arrangements, staying for 2 to 3 months. The cave had not collapsed. Feng Yuan first lent fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yun Sheng, then entered his immortal aperture, arriving at this place. Found it! Feng Yuan's eyes shone. He had arrived before a purple stone pillar. Tai Bai Yun Sheng looked in the direction of his voice, merely to see that this crucial pillar was very ordinary. Just that at the base of the stone pillar, there was a rock, flat and smooth like a bench. It looked slightly special. This is it. Feng Yuan stretched out a large monstrous arm, sweeping the snow off the stone bench, confirming it. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng went into his immortal aperture, Feng Yuan sat down on the bench, using a goo worm to cut his arm and letting the blood drip onto this purple stone pillar. His blood was not red like normal people, it was a jade green color and had no warmth, it was ice cold. The purple stone pillar had once been modified by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable with the use of his mysterious goo worm. The jade green zombie blood was quickly absorbed. Ma Hongyun's figure swiftly flashed across Feng Yuan's mind. This opportunity originally belonged to Ma Hongyun. Feng Yuan could be said to be a thief. After Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were sent out of the wind veil of assimilation by the luck path true inheritance, they were snatched by Northern Plains' righteous and demonic goo immortals. It was a scene of chaos. Right now, there was no news on the two of them. One could confirm that they were captured by a goo immortal. Whether they could escape or what ordeals they were going through, no one knew. Compared to his previous life, Ma Hongyun was much more pitiful in this life. One could see that even with fortune that rivals heaven, it is not omnipotent. Luck only provides opportunities. Whether one could use them well, that depends on the goo master's strength and abilities. Right now, everyone was still looking for Ma Hongyun, but no one knew which goo immortal had hidden them. The allure of the luck path true inheritance was too great, especially for Northern Plains goo immortals. My spring-autumn cicada has the weakness of impairing my own luck. If I can use the luck path true inheritance to fix this flaw, it would be the best method. Since rebirth, I have already suffered many difficulties from bad luck. Feng Yuan sighed in his heart. Not only was Ma Hongyun a good target as a valuable treasure, most importantly, during this Northern Plains trip, Ma Hongyun was an eyewitness. He was an insider and would likely expose Feng Yuan and the others. Thus, Ma Hongyun also posed a death threat to He Lulan. Killing Ma Hongyun was one of the agreements in the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Entering Langya Blessed Land again, Feng Yuan did not enter the Cloud Buildings room like last time. Langya Blessed Land's unique terrain was that it was situated on vast white cloud soil. 12 buildings at equal lengths apart were situated on the cloud soil. They were the 12 cloud buildings. But what Feng Yuan saw was a messy sight. The fertile cloud soil was full of holes. There was ice forming in some holes, while black smoke was rising in some holes. Tai Bai Yun Sheng came out of Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. Upon seeing this, he said, "A battle had occurred here not long ago. It seems that Langya Land Spirit was really in trouble." Feng Yuan did not speak. He only looked at the 12 cloud buildings far away. These 12 buildings had their respective features. Some had immortal cranes flying around them. Some had feathermen living in them. Some had beautiful auroras, while some had the smell of incense. But right now, only 8 of these 12 buildings were intact. The remaining 3 were in bad shape, walls were collapsed and structures were crumbling. What happened? We are already in Langya Blessed Land. Yet the land spirit has yet to appear. Tai Baiyun Sheng frowned, feeling very alert in his heart. Let's go in and see first. Fang Yuan pondered. The two flew over, slowly getting close to the 12 cloud buildings. Quickly look. There is a desolate beast corpse there. After moving for some time, Tai Baiyun Sheng suddenly pointed at one direction, saying, only to see that a huge fish was lying on the cloud soil, not moving. It had the size of a normal whale, but it looked like a carp. There were bones protruding out of its back, along the spine, extending outwards. Its scales were blue in color. Its eyes were as large as a horse carriage, with some starry radiance in them. This is the desolate beast, spine-fin star dragonfish, Fang Yuan said. He knew that Lang Ye land spirit had a beast enslavement immortal goo and enslaved 12 desolate beasts, each kept in one of the 12 cloud buildings. Was this spine-fin star dragonfish one of the 12? Oh? Someone came in. In a dark secret room, Lang Ye land spirit opened his eyes, sensing Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng. In front of him there was a goo immortal. He was middle-aged and had a mighty disposition. His appearance was not that of a normal man. He had black skin and white hair. He was an Inkman goo immortal. What? Another strong foe? The Inkman goo immortal heard the land spirit and became nervous. Oh, it is that rascal. He scared me. No worry, I know this person. Half a year ago, he came here before. After Lang Ye land spirit focused his mind to detect them, he breathed out deeply. The Inkman goo immortal raised his brows in surprise. He did not think that there would be other guests coming to Lang Ye blessed land besides himself. Since they are friends and not foes, then all is well. It has been 3 days and 3 nights since we entered the secret room. In just a moment we can release 1 layer of the seals on you. At this time we cannot be disturbed. The Inkman goo immortal's heart settled. But we cannot let them near the cloud building. Old friend, you might not know this, but that kid is crafty and scheming. He is thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritor. I suffered a loss from him in the past. Let me mobilize the desolate beast and stop him from coming temporarily. Lang Ye land spirit gritted his teeth and said, we've been in here for so long. Yet Lang Ye land spirit has not appeared yet. It seems something huge happened here. The attack on Lang Ye blessed land was definitely not done by one person. Such a force is not to be trifled with. We should search the battlefield and retreat for now. Tai Baiyun Sheng was speaking, when suddenly, a large golden metallic mountain rock drilled out of the cloud soil. The cubic rock moved quickly, blocking the way of the two. Desolate beast. Tai Baiyun Sheng readied himself to face this enemy. The desolate beast had no eyes. A large pair of pincers were right in front of it. No one dared to doubt the power of these fearsome weapons. Furthermore, it had 9 pairs of legs, coming out of the cubic rock as they extended. The crab legs stabbed into the cloud soil, propping the desolate beast's large body up. At this point, Tai Baiyun Sheng recognized the origins of this desolate beast. This is the Lord of Swamps, Swamp Crab. Fang Yuan snorted. He was very familiar with the swamp crab. After all, when he had just obtained Immortal blessed land, he faced a swamp crab in his tribulation. Most importantly, that swamp crab had the gruel mud immortal goo, causing great destruction to Danghun Mountain. In order to save Danghun Mountain, Fang Yuan had to enter Northern Plains and attempt to take Tai Baiyun Sheng's landscape as before immortal goo. Now, after braving many dangers, not only did he succeed in saving Danghun Mountain, he even recruited Tai Baiyun Sheng to join him. One could say he obtained both the goo and the goo master. The swamp crab blocked their path. Tai Baiyun Sheng stopped in his tracks and asked Fang Yuan, what do we do now? Fang Yuan's gaze was locked on the desolate beast. He said one word, fight. Be careful. Tai Baiyun Sheng nodded, swiftly retreating, pulling some distance from Fang Yuan. He was a healing goo immortal. In most situations, he would not charge forward and take a risk. This was also in line with his usual personality. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking at the swamp crab silently. Next, he breathed in deeply, straightened his back and stretched his 8 arms. The muscles on his body bulged, resembling an iron monster. His eyes were blood red, His green face and sharp fangs gave off a ruthless and terrifying aura. At the next moment, Fang Yuan moved. His body was like a meteor crashing towards the swamp crab. The swamp crab was huge, but it was unbelievably agile. 9 pairs of legs moved quickly, as it dodged sideways. But Fang Yuan was a flying master. Even though it seemed like he would miss, with just a turn, he crashed into the swamp crab's back. Bam! With a thunderous sound, the swamp crab was pushed into the ground by Fang Yuan's forceful impact. His over 6 meters tall body stood in a crater. This was the damage caused by his attack. Tough enough. Fang Yuan grinned, pulling back 4 of his right arms. His fists, without exception, were torn open and showed the white bones inside. But Fang Yuan had lost his sense of pain. Even though his fists were injured, they was healing at an insane speed. In just a few breaths' time, his 4 right fists recovered completely. Puff puff. 2 waves of fierce winds approached to assault him. Fang Yuan's wings opened, as he tread into and flew in the air like lightning, dodging the fierce winds. Hearing 2 sharp sounds, Fang Yuan turned around to look, only to see that the swamp crab's huge pincers were bending at an unbelievable angle towards his back and snapping together. If Fang Yuan dodged slower, he would have been hit already. The battle strength of a desolate beast was comparable to a rank 6 Gu Immortal. Even with the absurd defense of Fang Yuan's heavenly zombie body, he did not want to endure the attack. The swamp crab's armor is extraordinarily hard. There is almost no flaws in its defense. I do not have cutting or drilling abilities. I can only break through with pure strength. Using power to force my way through is the best method. Fang Yuan's thoughts collided intensely in his mind. His body continued to rise as he looked down. In just a few breaths of time, the swamp crab's body was full of crabs. These crabs were as large as tigers. They were fearless. Some has sharp crab legs, resembling needles. Some had claw-like limbs and were very fast. This was the special ability of the swamp crab. It could reproduce at any time and place, summoning a crab army that would move according to its will. Very good. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold and dark. He breathed in deeply and activated the killer move, Myriad Self. With the expenditure of 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, he activated the core immortal goo. Thereafter, large numbers of goo worms started activating in a certain pattern. Fang Yuan's 8 fists pounded at the swamp crab below him. Bam bam bam. Each fist exploded with a formless fist chi. The shadows of the fists were flying as his punches rained down like a torrential storm. The swamp crab cried out pitifully. It was being pressed into the ground by the unceasing fist chi. Thousands of fist chi slammed on the swamp crab's back, causing its hard shell to become deformed. The fist chi that dispersed formed and gathered, becoming one of Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. 10 breaths later, an army of strength path phantoms formed on the swamp crab's back. This is... Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked. This was the first time he had seen this killer move. The strength path phantom army surrounded the swamp crab, and the crab army collapsed at once. The swamp crab was unable to endure the attacks and cried out, trying to put up resistance, but it could not prevent its imminent defeat. No matter how many strength path phantoms it killed, Fang Yuan continued to attack, and more strength path phantoms were produced every moment. Ah, my desolate beast! What killer move did this rascal use? I have never seen it. It is actually so strong. This killer move has definitely got to be an immortal killer move. In the secret room, Lang Yalan's spirit could see all that was going on. He lost his cool as he started shouting. Lang Yalan's spirit felt heartache when he looked at his swamp crab. The swamp crab was lying down flat on the ground, unable to stand up. Its 9 pairs of legs were almost entirely torn to pieces, and even one of the enormous steel pincers at the front was shattered. Such a battle outcome caused the Inkman Gu Immortal and Tai Bai Yunsheng to feel a chill from the depths of their hearts. Fang Yuan struck with over 10,000 strength path phantoms, of which over 3,000 still remained. He calmly stored the remaining phantoms into his immortal aperture. These phantoms could only exist for a period of time, and beyond that limit, the fist chi would dissipate and the phantoms would disappear along with it. But as long as they could be used, Fang Yuan would not waste even one of them. Ever since he returned to Hu Immortal blessed land from northern plains, he had been penniless. He did not even have one immortal essence stone. Thus he was not able to replenish large numbers of mortal goo. From the battle just now, he had already probed. With just the 8-armed immortal zombie body, it was hard for him to pose much threat to the heavy armored swamp crab. The only option thus was to use his killer move, Myriad Self. The core of this killer move was a soul path immortal goo that Fang Yuan possessed, and so it required green grape immortal essence to be activated. The situation earlier was not clear. Thus Fang Yuan decisively gave up a bead of green grape immortal essence to take control of the situation. The killer move Myriad Self was indeed created from the convergence of enslavement and strength path. Its might was extraordinary. The swamp crab, which had brought huge trouble to Fang Yuan once before, causing him to use all his strength in order to barely deal with it, could not even raise its head from the beatings of Myriad Self. It continued to be in a disadvantage with no hopes of freeing itself. "You rascal, entering my home without a word and also injuring my desolate beast. How will you compensate me?" Lang Ya Land Spirit furiously chided Fang Yuan. Tai Bai Yunshang was engrossed in looking at this land spirit from behind Fang Yuan. Lang Ya Land Spirit was thin with white hair, having a beard that reached his chest and a ruddy face like that of a baby's. He was wearing a loose robe over his whole body and the 2 sleeves were fluttering in the air. If not for him seething with anger and staring at Fang Yuan with his eyes wide open, his demeanor would no doubt look elegant and sagely. Fang Yuan was already familiar with Lang Ya Land Spirit. He stared at the shackles around Lang Ya Land Spirit, frowning. "You have been sealed. No wonder I could not hear any news of your divine sense in treasure yellow heaven. According to Northern Plains time, we have not met for merely more than half a year. How could you end up like this?" Lang Ya Land Spirit's eyes opened even wider as he snarkily retorted, "Talk about yourself. How did you become like this? Neither human nor ghost. Advancing to a goo immortal and yet degenerating into a zombie, you should still have plenty of lifespan though." "Humph, Lang Ya Land Spirit. You have lived for so many years yet you don't even know the simplest logic of give and take? Only by giving up one thing can you gain another. If I didn't turn into a zombie, how could I be in front of you again and hold such powerful strength? But you, the longer you lived, the more you regress. Now you can't even refine goo. You are really making your main body lose face." Fang Yuan sneered, intentionally provoking the land spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit's sore spots were prodded, and he immediately stamped his foot in anger. Not long ago, Lang Ya Blessed Land had suffered an attack from a mysterious force. Lang Ya Land Spirit was able to repel the invaders, but he ended up sealed by a chi path killer move. Thus, he ended up having to invite his best friend to remove the seals. Lang Ya Land Spirit started cursing at Fang Yuan. "You shitty kid. You still have the nerve to talk about me? Truyong Building's fall was definitely caused by you, right? Hee, so many people died, 2 super forces lost their tribe leaders, the whole of Northern Plains goo immortals are searching for you, the main culprit. You are now everyone's target. Your life must be pretty hard now, right?" The Inkman goo immortal and Tai Bai Yun Shang's expressions changed. The Inkman goo immortal's pupils shrunk slightly, feeling an intense urge to cover the land spirit's mouth. But the land spirit had already said everything. It was too late. "How could you blurt out such a matter? Are you not afraid those 2 will attack to silence us?" The Inkman goo immortal's heart could not help but tremble with fear. These 2 were actually the people who had turned Northern Plains on its head, and even wrecked Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Too dangerous. The situation was going south. The next moment, both Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang gazed coldly at the Inkman goo immortal. Even if the Inkman goo immortal had high position and authority normally and had extraordinary strength himself, right now he could feel his heart going cold under the gaze of these 2 ruthless monsters. "Lang Ya Land Spirit, why are you not introducing us to this person?" Fang Yuan chuckled. His voice was so hoarse that it was borderline uncomfortable to hear. "I can't let Lang Ya Land Spirit reply. Who knows what this loose-lipped guy will say?" Thus, the Inkman goo immortal summoned his courage and stood up, greeting. "My name is Mo Tan Sang. I live in Inkman City and am the king of Northern Plains Inkmen." Tai Bai Yun Shang raised his brows. He had not expected this person to have such an origin and immediately looked at the Inkman King in another color. Currently, the 5 regions were dominated by humans. Variant humans were living while pressured on all sides. Many were sold as slaves or raised as pets. Their livelihood was rather difficult. But in Northern Plains, Inkmen had the most favorable status among the variant humans. Many variant humans had no fixed residence and would have to wander around like vagabonds. But Inkmen had established a city in Northern Plains, which possessed 3 Inkman Gu immortals. Tansang was the Inkman city's king. Under his leadership, the Inkmen were able to resist pressure from various forces and withstand the covetous gazes of countless Gu immortals. It was not easy to maintain the Inkman's survival. It served to show how talented and skilled the Inkman king was. Inkman King Tansang. Fong Yuan muttered inwardly. He had an impression of this name. In the chaotic war of the 5 regions during his previous life, the Inkman king took advantage of the lack of attention paid to him due to the human tribes being too busy in their internal conflicts to grab the opportunity and develop rapidly, greatly expanding the Inkman forces. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he actually disregarded his dignity as the king and threw himself to Lu tribe. He took a servant's right to Lu tribe's supreme elder and became a servant to him. Lu tribe was one of the super forces. Thus the Inkman forces were protected. The Inkman forces grew stably under this layer of protection. Later, when Lu tribe weakened, the Inkman king immediately gave up on Lu tribe to collaborate with Ma Hongyun on equal terms. Before Fong Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen had hundreds of cities and occupied 1/3 of Northern Plains lands. From this one could see how talented and insightful the Inkman king Tansang was. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary. He was not someone who could be belittled. Fong Yuan lightly praised. So it is the Inkman king, sure enough, you have a majestic aura beyond that of ordinary people. I am not worthy of such high praise. Inkman king quickly replied modestly. The person before him was the main criminal in destroying 88 Truyong building. He had to be extremely vigilant against such a dangerous person. He took the initiative to explain. Langya Land Spirit and I have been very good friends for many years. In truth, Inkman City has always had close relations with Langya Blessed Land. We in Inkman City have some attainment in Chi Path, and it turns out Langya Land Spirit was sealed using a Chi Path method. Thus I hurried over to help. Sir is a dragon who roams the sky, stirring up a storm and causing the whole of Northern Plains to be in a state of unrest. I cannot help but admire such grandeur. All along, our Inkman City has been jointly suppressed by the Huangjin tribes. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable was even more overboard, demanding Inkman cities to offer tribute in terms of countless female Inkmen. In a way, you have helped us Inkmen take revenge by destroying Imperial Court Blessed Land. You are also the land spirit's friends, so you are my Tansang's friends as well. If you have any plans in the future, feel free to visit Inkman City. He was indeed the Inkman king, such outstanding eloquence that completely expressed his goodwill in just one conversation. Especially speaking in neither a servile nor overbearing tone, it was extremely hard to come by. Who is friends with this rascal? Langya Land Spirit shouted in dissatisfaction. However, he felt happy in the depths of his heart when he heard Fong Yuan praising his friend, and the anger he felt previously had reduced. Fong Yuan nodded to the Inkman king, replying with deep intent, "If there is an opportunity, I will definitely come to experience life in Inkman City." He then looked at Langya Land Spirit and continued provoking him without concern. "Land Spirit, even if I am not your friend, you should still welcome me and refine a Gu for me. Did you forget I still have one chance left to make you refine Gu? If I want you to refine Gu, you will do it even if you don't want to." Langya Land Spirit could not put up a facade at all, his temper flaring up immediately. Normally, Gu immortals would be polite and even flatter him to request him to refine Gu. When had he ever heard disrespectful words like Fong Yuan's? But Fong Yuan was speaking the truth. He still had the final chance to request for Gu refinement. Langya Land Spirit was long-hair ancestor's obsession. and he must abide by the agreement his main body had agreed to back then. You damned scoundrel. I am so angry. My anger is going to explode, Lang Yilan's spirit shouted, his face completely red with fury. But suddenly, he grinned with happiness. Ah ha ha ha. I am trapped. This chi path seal is too troublesome. There are a total of 17 or 18 layers of seals. Just now, Inkman King only unsealed the first layer. Ha ha ha. I really can't help you refine goo right now. My hands are tied. This is wonderful. He had been bored to death since he was sealed. Not being able to do refinement meant his greatest hobby had been taken away. But right now, he was feeling quite happy about it. It was all Fong Yuan's fault. Seeing this weirdo Lang Yilan's spirit shouting and laughing like a buffoon, Tai Bai Yunshang felt this trip was worth it. His horizons were broadened. Inkman King was silent. He was the leader of a large force and was not willing to easily offend Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan coughed before speaking solemnly. All right, let's talk about serious affairs. Since you can't refine goo, forget about it. I have another matter for coming over this time. I want to make a transaction with you. Transaction? What transaction? Lang Yilan's spirit asked. Inkman King immediately turned vigilant. Lang Yilan's spirit might have high intelligence, but his nature was frank. It was hard to say that he wouldn't be cheated. Inkman King was the land spirit's good friend. If Fong Yuan truly was conspiring, he would stand up and expose Fong Yuan's scheme. The transaction is simple. You should remember the thing about me being a wisdom path goo master, right? I will deduce immortal goo recipes for you while you will pay immortal essence stones as remuneration. This is a win-win deal. Fong Yuan replied. Deduce goo recipes? Lang Yilan's spirit opened his eyes wide as he became dazed. But at the next moment he started laughing loudly. He was swaying back and forth in his laughter. If his hands were not bound, he might have been slapping his thighs together in laughter. Lang Yilan's spirit ridiculed. Fong Yuan? Oh Fong Yuan, you are now a zombie and still think you can deduce goo recipes? Moreover, immortal goo recipes? This old man advises you to get rid of this thought. Inkman King, however, said, an immortal goo recipe, even if it is a remnant recipe, has a high price. If we give it to Sir to deduce it, but you fail in the process, then wouldn't we be handing you the contents of the immortal goo recipe for nothing? Lang Yilan's spirit was startled to awareness, immediately yelling in rage. Great! You actually wanted to swindle me of immortal goo recipes. Fong Yuan had already prepared for this and laughed, opening his monstrous palm to reveal an immortal goo. Look! What is this? At once, everyone's attention was attracted to the goo worm in Fong Yuan's palm. The immortal aura of the goo worm was radiating with the laws of the world. Without doubt, it was an immortal goo. But no one knew which immortal goo it was. Only Tai Bai Yunshang's heart shook as he remembered what Fong Yuan had revealed to him in the past. This goo? Lang Yilan's spirit watched with shining eyes. I have never seen this goo before. This is a new goo. He jumped in front of Fong Yuan. His nose was only 2 inches away from the goo. Next he sniffed like smelling a flower. He screamed, Ah! This is the aura of luck path. This is a luck path goo worm. Good lad, you destroyed Truyong building. But it seems you had many gains. Fong Yuan immediately mocked. To think that the Grand Lang Yilan spirit would have such shallow knowledge. This is not a new goo, it had appeared 10,000 years ago. Let me teach you, this goo's name is Calamity Beckoning. It was invented by a certain generations fairy of Central Continent's Spirit Affinity House. Mo Yao. Mo Yao. Inkman King heard this and his eyes shone. If I remember correctly, this woman is a rare legend in Inkman history. She cultivated to rank 7 and had overwhelming charm. Even the grand sword immortal Bo Ching was attracted to her. Inkman King talked with a fanatical expression, like he was speaking of a treasure. I apologize about my demeanor, but I have been looking up to Senior Mo Yao as my role model since youth. Thus I am very familiar with her stories. Fong Yuan found this a little humorous, to think that this Inkman King was a fan of Fairy Mo Yao. But now was not the time to chit-chat with the Inkman King. Fong Yuan used this chance to mock Lang Yilan's spirit. Lang Yalan's spirit was so ashamed from his words that his face turned red. He wanted to find a hole to hide himself in. He grumbled under his breath, but he did not rebuke Fong Yuan. After all, he really did not know this immortal goo. After Fong Yuan made some snide remarks in a mystifying tone for a while, he saw that the time was right and took back Calamity beckoning immortal goo, fishing out another immortal goo. Lang Yalan's spirit, didn't you say you were well-learnt and knowledgeable? I will give you another chance. See what goo worm this is. Lang Yalan's spirit stared with wide-open eyes. He moved forward to take a closer look. After a few breaths' time, he took a deep breath. His nervous expression became smug. Of course I know this immortal goo. Its name is Cleanse Soul. It is a cultivation assistance type goo for soul path goo immortals. The cultivation of soul path includes strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul. The best way to strengthen the soul is Danghun Mountain's Guts goo. The best way to refine the soul is Luopa Valley's Bewilderment Fog and Luopa Wind. As for pacifying the soul, it would be the pacifying soul soup in Bewitching Lake. This Cleanse Soul immortal goo can refine a goo immortal soul, getting rid of all the impurities. But if it was used excessively, it would get rid of even the essence of their soul. Oh? You actually recognized this goo? Fong Yuan pretended to be shocked, thinking in his heart. So this immortal goo is called Cleanse Soul. I called it Split Soul in the past. I guess I was wrong. This Cleanse Soul immortal goo was the core goo of the Killer Move Myriad Self. The Killer Move Myriad Self could form Strength Path Phantoms of Fong Yuan. These Strength Path Phantoms had a trace of his soul. Thus Fong Yuan could manipulate them freely like an extension of his own body. It was agile and flexible. But precisely due to this, the Killer Move Myriad Self expended Fong Yuan's soul foundation. Lang Yalan's spirit saw Fong Yuan's shock and his smugness intensified on his face. But Fong Yuan quickly said, "Count yourself lucky. You coincidentally recognized this immortal goo." "Hey, what do you mean luck? This is my strength. If you really have strength, how could you not recognize Calamity beckoning immortal goo? You! Never mind, take a look at this goo. I'm sure you cannot recognize it. Show me. I will definitely know what it is." Lang Yalan's spirit shouted. Fong Yuan took out another goo. Lang Yalan's spirit concentrated his attention on analyzing. He laughed a few breaths later. "Haha! This is the Cloud Path Immortal Goo. Rising Azure Cloud." "Rising Azure Cloud?" Tai Baiyun Shang interjected. "That's right," Lang Yalan's spirit said proudly, shaking his head. "This goo is a movement-type immortal goo. It has a long history. Goo immortals can use it to easily travel through mountains and cross water bodies. But what is most valuable is that this goo's ascending and descending speed is extremely fast. It far exceeds most other goo of the same rank. So this immortal goo is called Rising Azure Cloud." Fong Yuan thought about it. Appearing as if he was not satisfied, he took out another immortal goo. "Land Spirit, it seems you might possibly have some skill. Look at this goo," Fong Yuan said. "What do you mean might possibly? Of course I have skill," Lang Yalan's spirit rebuked. His eyes were shining as he looked at Fong Yuan's palm. After a few breaths, his expression changed. "Oh, it's you. What goo is this?" Tai Baiyun Sheng asked again at an appropriate time. At this point, he had already understood Fong Yuan's intention. Although Fong Yuan had captured these goo in Truyong Building, he did not know their origins. He had been guessing. There was no doubt that familiarizing oneself with unknown immortal goo was very troublesome. The most direct method was to consume immortal essence and activate the immortal goo to directly see their effects. But this had some flaws. Firstly, immortal essence was precious. Secondly, immortal goo had huge power. It might cause harm to oneself if used wrongly. For example, Calamity Beckoning Goo and Spring Autumn Cicada could not be used blindly. Thirdly, some immortal goo have very peculiar uses. Even if they were activated, they would not show any effect if the target or environment was inappropriate. Even though Wisdom Goo could help Fong Yuan could only make deductions based on the information he already had. Lang Yalan's spirit did not suspect a thing. He flaunted his knowledge. "This immortal goo is peculiar and vile. It is a one-time consumable goo. Although I have never seen it personally, I have heard about it in historical records. Back then I paid close attention due to having a special impression of it. This goo's name is Woman's Heart. It is different from ordinary immortal goo. Its refinement and nurturing occur together. Fang Yuan was immediately intrigued. Goo worms were classified into nurture, use, and refinement, these three aspects. Generally with the three aspects, although they affected each other, each still stood alone. An immortal goo with nurturing and refinement combined into one. Fang Yuan had never seen any. But Fang Yuan was very familiar with a type of goo worm that combined use and nurturing. This was the rank 5 blood guillotine goo that had a vile reputation. Then, what exactly was this woman's heart goo that combined refinement and nurturing? Fang Yuan was curious, but he could not ask directly. At this point, Tai Bai Yunshang cooperated and asked, "It can actually combine nurturing and refinement. This is the first time I've heard of this despite my long life." Lang Yalan's spirit gave Tai Bai Yunshang a look. "Lad, you are still young. You have not lived for long enough. The variety of goo worms is as wide as the sea. The three aspects of nurturing, use, and refinement are extremely vast and profound. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is the deadliest poison. This immortal goo, woman's heart, is a poison path immortal goo, with a lethal poison. To nurture it, you will need the hearts of women. The process of feeding would also be the process of continually refining and promoting the goo. The more hearts fed to it, the more powerful its poison." Tai Bai Yunshang's expression changed. "It needs the hearts of women? Such evil and cruelty. This is a demonic goo. Actually, you can use the hearts of female variant humans to replace it, but the effect would be worse than human hearts. To achieve the same toxicity, you will need many more hearts." Lang Yalan's spirit recalled. Tai Bai Yunshang's expression was solemn. "Even variant humans are people. They have parents. They have flesh and blood, love and hatred. How can they be sacrificed so easily? Just to feed a demonic goo?" Saying this, Tai Bai Yunshang looked at Fang Yuan in worry. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He put away the immortal goo woman's heart and took out another immortal goo. "Lang Yalan's spirit, I admit you have a degree of skill, but this level is still slightly inferior to me. Ha ha ha. The immortal goo in my hand now. There is no way you can guess it." Fang Yuan seemed to have complete confidence. Lang Yalan's spirit's gaze was immediately attracted to the new immortal goo. "This is also a luck path immortal goo." He sniffed with his nose, turning nervous. But a few breaths later, his nervousness vanished. He breathed out deeply. "I know this immortal goo, haha. Back then, my main body had seen this immortal goo during a discussion about cultivation with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable." "Oh? Such a coincidence." Fang Yuan showed a look of disbelief. "Of course." Lang Yalan's spirit's eyes were burning with fire. Fang Yuan's disbelief made him extremely upset. To prove himself, he spilled all that he knew. "This immortal goo is called Connect Luck. It has a very special use. It can allow a goo master's luck to be connected to other people's luck. If one has good luck, it will be shared to the other person. Similarly, if one has bad luck, it will also affect the other party. If you have luck inspection goo, you can inspect the formless luck of other people. If you see a person with good luck, you can use this Connect Luck immortal goo. But this is not the best method to use it, because luck is like a tide. Its rises and falls are uncertain. If you do this, you still would want to use another immortal goo, Break Luck, in tandem. Another better method is to coordinate this with other luck path immortal goo, to connect your own luck to the luck of mountains and valleys, to the luck of a long river, or the luck of a blessed land or grotto heaven, or even the luck of an immemorial desolate beast." Tai Bai Yunshang immediately understood the reasoning behind this. He stated praise. "That's right, famous mountains and valleys have been around for ages. Blessed lands and grotto heavens are unlikely to be destroyed, and immemorial desolate beasts are on par with rank 8 goo immortals. The luck of these things is much more reliable than humans." Lang Yalan's spirit sighed. "Luck path takes a peculiar direction, while also piercing deeply into the great Tao of heaven and earth. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, who first created it, had amazing talent. He was extraordinary. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable discussed about Tao with my main body for 7 days and 7 nights. Even my main body was full of admiration for him. Inkman King continued, "In history, the 10 venerables were all supreme existences. Even as an Inkman, I am full of admiration for them." He had understood Fang Yuan's intentions since long ago. It was to obtain knowledge about the immortal goo from Langya Land Spirit. But he did not expose this. Fang Yuan did not harm Langya Land Spirit. Inkman King had no need to ruin his tenuous relationship with Fang Yuan for no reason. Fang Yuan nodded at the Inkman King, before turning to Langya Land Spirit and saying, "Let's go back to the deal. I am full of sincerity. I had never thought of taking your immortal goo recipes for myself. Land Spirit, when I deduce the immortal goo recipe for you, I will place an immortal goo with you as collateral. By then, if I fail to analyze it but had already seen the immortal goo recipe, you can take this immortal goo. You will feel assured in this case, right? The value of an immortal goo far exceeded any immortal goo recipe." Langya Land Spirit exchanged eye contact with the Inkman King, before shouting, "Rascal, it seems you are very confident in yourself. Okay, this deal is not risky for me at all, in fact, I profit from it. I will say this first, I will give you only 3 immortal goo recipes. It doesn't matter which one it is, but you need to completely deduce an immortal goo recipe to count as a success. If you succeed in deducing the recipe of an immortal goo, hand it to me and I will pay you the immortal essence stones, as well as another remnant recipe." "Okay." Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he immediately agreed. After successfully coming to an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, Fang Yuan breathed out a sigh of relief. This transaction was simply too crucial. The profits would be the key for Fang Yuan to break free of his current problematic situation. Although he knew of many ways to earn immortal essence stones from his previous life's memories, these methods needed time and planning, or involved great risk. The deal with Langya Land Spirit was the only one with little risk, coupled with high rewards. After thinking about it for a while, Fang Yuan left the Cloud Path Immortal Goo, Rising Azure Cloud, in Langya Blessed Land as the collateral of the deal. Rising Azure Cloud was a movement-type goo. Fang Yuan did not lack a movement immortal goo, he already had Worldly Wave Trace. The latter was suited for Water Path Goo Immortals. Its effect was greater when used in an environment that had rivers, lakes, or the sea. Meanwhile, Rising Azure Cloud's strong point was in ascending and descending. Its normal movement speed across places was slower than Worldly Wave Trace. Fang Yuan only cared about practical use. To him, Worldly Wave Trace was much more useful. That night in Northern Plains, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land alone, while Tai Bai Yun Sheng stayed in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this trip. Although he consumed 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, under that situation, without knowing the real circumstances inside Langya Blessed Land, he needed to quickly defeat the swamp crab and gain the initiative of the situation. Immortal essence was indeed precious, but it should be used when needed. Immortal essence that was not used had 0 value. Not mentioning 1 bead of green grape immortal essence, even if he had to use 8 or 10, Fang Yuan would use them without hesitation if needed. He concluded that this time he put in little investment but made huge gains. Firstly, he took back fixed immortal travel. The return of fixed immortal travel was an extremely pleasant surprise. With fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan could cross the regional barriers, he could step into all 5 regions. Using the advantage of his rebirth, he could set up schemes everywhere, obtaining the biggest benefits. Even at worst, if Immortal Crane Sect breaks into Hu Immortal Blessed Land and destroys it, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunshang could retreat while bringing along Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Goo. They could attack if they progressed and defend if they retreated. Although fixed immortal travel was a rank 6 movement immortal goo, it gave Fang Yuan the greatest advantage in this situation. Rising Azure Cloud and Worldly Wave Trace added together could not achieve something like this. At this point, Fang Yuan felt his pressure reducing. Secondly, he had formed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique, one of the 10 extremes. She had huge potential, and once she advances into an immortal, her battle strength would be terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was a famous character in Northern Plains. On one hand, she was the 3rd leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, but on the other hand, she had a wide range of friendly relationships, and had dealings with many of Northern Plains' Righteous Path Goo Immortals. There were scumbags and weirdos among righteous path Gu immortals, and the demonic path even more so had its outliers. Every conflict originates from benefits. The righteous and demonic paths were not just enemies out to kill each other. They also cooperated, made transactions, and even worked together secretly. Fairy Li Shan had the Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. This Gu was the reason why she was so popular with everyone. Dong Fong Chong Fan had created an alliance with the righteous forces. He needed Mountain Pledge Gu. Demonic Path Gu immortals were even more suspicious of each other. Such a huge organization like Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could be built all because of the foundation of Mountain Pledge Gu. Because the alliance created using Mountain Pledge Gu could not be broken, this was the key to gaining the trust of Demonic Path Gu immortals. Fong Yuan allied with them because on one hand, he could gain powerful assistance, while on the other hand, he could settle his biggest problem of not getting timely updates about information in the world. Fairy Li Shan had wide connections. It was much easier for her to gain information compared to Fong Yuan. And thirdly, Fong Yuan obtained the information of 4 Immortal Gu. He had snatched them when destroying the Formless Fists. They were Cleanse Soul, Rising Azure Cloud, Woman's Heart, and Connect Luck. In terms of value, starting from the lowest, the first would be Rising Azure Cloud. To Fong Yuan, this Gu had the least value. He was exerting its greatest use by leaving with Lang Ya Land Spirit as collateral. Poison Path Immortal Gu Woman's Heart, a one-time expenditure Gu that combined refinement and nurturing, it had slightly greater value. Generally speaking, these one-time use Gu had powerful effects like the Immortal Gu Gruel Mud. Above Woman's Heart was Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul. Cleanse Soul could refine the soul. Its effect was far greater than Fong Yuan's Wolf Soul Gu. Fong Yuan had Guts Gu. It was easy to strengthen his soul. Before he enters Luopa Valley, Immortal Gu Cleanse Soul would be the best replacement. In addition, Cleanse Soul was the core Gu of the Killer Move Myriad Self. This had even greater value. Fong Yuan made an evaluation. If he did not use the Killer Move Myriad Self, his battle strength was lower than ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. But once he used this killer move, his battle strength surged. He would be equivalent to a first-rate rank 6 Gu immortal. Of course, compared to Fong Yuan's Blood Path battle strength in his previous life, he was still weaker. In Fong Yuan's previous life, he was a demonic path overlord, at the peak of rank 6, and was only a step away from rank 7. His battle strength was truly fearsome. He was at the top of rank 6. He even had the shocking battle result of winning twice against ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. Last was Connect Luck Immortal Gu. This Luck Path Immortal Gu was unexpectedly Fong Yuan's greatest gain. Its value even surpassed Cleanse Soul. Even though Cleanse Soul was Myriad Self's core, it was not irreplaceable. But the importance of Connect Luck Immortal Gu to Fong Yuan was simply unique. Fong Yuan's first vital Gu was Spring Autumn Cicada. This Immortal Gu was the cause of his rise. Without this mystical Gu, he would not have reached this stage. But at the same time, this Gu had always been dragging him down. Be it the pressure towards his aperture or Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness, the constantly low luck of the user, it gave huge problems to Fong Yuan, and even resulted in many fatal crises. If not for Fong Yuan's ability and ruthless personality, coupled with his many methods, ordinary people in his place would have died long ago. Spring Autumn Cicada was Fong Yuan's trump card, but it was also his greatest flaw. With Connect Luck Immortal Gu now, it could resolve Spring Autumn Cicada's luck flaw. Lang Ya Land Spirit had provided many uses for the Connect Luck Immortal Gu. The best way was to use other Luck Path Immortal Gu along with it, using them together to link the Gu Master's luck to a famous mountain or river, an immemorial desolate beast, or even blessed lands and grotto heaven. These existences have boundless and long-lived luck. They were not easy to destroy. But Fong Yuan was not going to use this method. Because he only had one Luck Path Immortal Gu. He could not use it with other Luck Path Immortal Gu. Fong Yuan's method was to use Connect Luck Immortal Gu to link his luck with other people's luck. Lang Ya Land Spirit had earlier said, a person's luck was like a tide. Its rises and falls were uncertain. In connecting your luck to others, you had to be careful, otherwise the user would be dragged down at times. If this was used with Break Luck Gu, it would expend precious immortal essence, and it would also force the user to be on constant alert. But this weakness was non-existent to Fong Yuan. Why? Because he was someone who was reborn using spring-autumn cicada. He knew who the lucky, famous, or extremely successful people were of this generation. He even knew what their achievements would be, and when their downfalls would occur. I can totally use my previous life's memories to find these future important people, and use Connect Luck Goo to link my luck with them. Since I have spring-autumn cicada, my luck will always be abysmal. After connecting our lucks, the one taking advantage will always be me. Feng Yuan thought about this and recognized the great advantage that fixed immortal travel gave him even more clearly. If not for fixed immortal travel, he would not be able to freely move between the 5 regions. Where would he have time to travel far and wide to look for those people who were currently still nobodies? The final gain from this trip were the 3 Immortal Goo remnant recipes he brought back from Langya Blessed Land. These Immortal Goo recipes had very high completion rates. They were 90% and above. There was even one piece with 99% completion rate. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan arrived at the underground cave. Deducing an Immortal Goo recipe had too many elements to consider. The wills created by Mortal Goo were definitely insufficient. Feng Yuan had no hesitation. He activated Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. He decided to do the easy one first, to settle the remnant recipe with 99%. At the same time, in Langya Blessed Land. Langya Land Spirit, what do you think of my restoration? Tai Bai Yun Shang's hands were behind his back. He stood before Langya Land Spirit and the Inkman King. Inkman King saw the restored cloud soil as amazement shone in his eyes uncontrollably. Earlier, Tai Bai Yun Shang had taken the initiative to stay behind. When he had suggested to heal Langya Blessed Land, he did not see much hope. But to think that Tai Bai Yun Shang did such a great job, the effect was out of his expectations. Langya Land Spirit assessed Tai Bai Yun Shang for a while, saying, "To think that at such a young age you are quite impressive. How did you do it?" Tai Bai Yun Shang laughed bitterly. He was old and had white hair. To hear someone call him young was a really peculiar and weird experience. He took out landscape as before Immortal Goo, displaying it before the 2 of them, and introducing it clearly. Inkman King praised loudly. To think that there is such an amazing Immortal Goo. With this Immortal Goo, we can restore the Blessed Land's terrain and river flow. It can greatly reduce the losses caused by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. This Immortal Goo's value is immense. Langya Land Spirit was also interested. I have heard of this Immortal Goo. It once belonged to Immortal Jiuhui. Immortal Jiuhui had inherited a certain true inheritance from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Not only did he have landscape as before, he also had man as before. I have not seen this goo of yours personally. Let me research it. It is bound to give me new inspiration. I will give you 5 Immortal Essence Stones as compensation. Langya Land Spirit had many businesses. He was very rich and did not lack Immortal Essence Stones. 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yun Shang hesitated before rejecting and shaking his head. Immortal Goo were one's personal secrets. They should not be exposed easily. But Tai Bai Yun Shang, for the sake of his future, learned from Fairy Li Shan and had no choice but to expose landscape as before Immortal Goo. How could he hand this to Langya Land Spirit? He said he would research, but what if he ruins it during the process? Seeing that Tai Bai Yun Shang did not agree, Langya Land Spirit was very disappointed, but he still footed the bill. You restored all the cloud soil for me according to our deal. This is 3 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yun Shang waved his hand and rejected. I will not accept these 3 Immortal Essence Stones. When Feng Yuan comes to hand in the recipe, give it to him along with his compensation. Langya Land Spirit was stunned, before laughing wildly. What? Don't tell me you believe that the rascal can really succeed and complete the recipe? Ha ha ha. Do you know how many years these recipes have troubled me? Especially that recipe at 99% completion rate. Even my main body could not finish it. Langya Land Spirit. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Inkman King glanced at Tai Bai Yun Shang, as he said this with worry. The other party included the fierce people who wrecked Imperial Court Blessed Land and toppled 88 Truyong Building. Inkman King was very worried Langya Blessed Land would be harmed if Feng and Tai were angered. Langya Land Spirit was extremely frank, and as if he had not heard Inkman King's words, he satisfiedly said, Humph, that brat is too crafty. He dared to treat this old man in such a vile manner. So I did it on purpose. I am teaching him a lesson to let him understand the principle of respecting the old. Ha ha ha, what goo recipe can he deduce? What foundation does he have? He is clearly a strength path immortal zombie. Did he think this old man could not see it? Humph, little Tai Bai has blind confidence in him. If he can deduce the immortal goo recipe, this old man will personally crush his medicine grinder and eat it. Tai Bai Yun Shang did not respond, instead looking at the arrogantly laughing Lang Yalan's spirit with pity. He really wanted to say, "It is not Fong Yuan whom I have confidence in, but the wisdom goo." Fong Yuan quietly stood within the wisdom light halo. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. They were shining with joy. Success. He was deeply moved. In a few moments' worth of time, he had deduced the first remnant recipe to 100%. This perfected goo recipe was the 99% remnant recipe. Fong Yuan gasped in surprise when he looked at this goo recipe again. This last step was simply mystical. To think this was a goo recipe I perfected. He himself found it incredulous. Deducing goo recipes depended on one's foundations and inspirations. If one did not have enough foundation in refinement path, it would be very difficult to deduce goo recipes. But even goo masters with deep foundations would often encounter problems when deducing goo recipes. They would be stopped at these steps, not able to progress even an inch for years. There were even cases where goo masters would not make any progress for decades or even a century. To break through these barriers would require inspiration. But inspiration was extremely hard to obtain. It could appear continuously over a short period of time or not even appear once in many years. Even if they had inspiration, that was only a possibility and it would have to be tested and verified. If it was successful, that would be true inspiration. If it failed, that would only be an idea, a failed attempt. Wisdom goo's might lies in being able to provide unlimited inspiration to goo masters. I am a refinement path master. My foundation is enough and I only lack inspiration. Fong Yuan once again sensed the power of a rank 9 goo. This was still the case in which he had only stepped inside the wisdom light halo. If there came a day when he truly activated wisdom goo, who knows what the results would be. Fong Yuan suppressed the flood of thoughts and examined his mind. There were still large amounts of joyful will in his mind. The remnant goo recipe had been extremely close to completion and had only lacked the final push. Thus, Fong Yuan did not use much joyful will. He concentrated and began deducing another goo recipe. The second goo recipe was the immortal goo remnant recipe with 97% completion. Fong Yuan did not have to consume much joyful will this time around either, only expending 1/3 to cross the barriers that were blocking the completion of the immortal goo recipe. Crossing these barriers meant resolving the greatest troubles. The thinking process could then smoothly progress with everything else being obvious. Fong Yuan could deduce them completely even if he relied only on his own ability. But at the third immortal goo recipe, Fong Yuan encountered slight trouble. He had to use up 3 beads of green grape immortal essence in a row before he was able to perfect this immortal goo recipe. The difficulty of this immortal goo recipe was quite high. When one problem was solved, another would appear. Thus, even though its completion rate was already as high as 96%, the amount of green grape immortal essence expended to deduce it was 2 to 3 times as much as than the previous 2. But even so, when considering the deal, Fong Yuan profited hugely. Fong Yuan hurriedly connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven and contacted Lang Yalan's spirit with Divine Sense Goo. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed wildly and was thinking Fong Yuan had made contact to admit defeat. So when Fong Yuan handed him a 100% complete immortal goo recipe, he was stunned for a while. After a few breaths of time, all his attention was absorbed into the contents of the immortal goo recipe. Amazing! Amazing! This barrier could actually be broken in such way. Why didn't I think of it? How could I not have thought about it? He shouted. Were it not for both his hands being trapped in the Chi Path seal, he would probably be slapping his thigh fiercely. The praise suddenly stopped, and an embarrassed expression showed on Lang Yalan's spirit's face. He had not forgotten that a short while ago he had been extremely pessimistic of Fong Yuan's ability. How could he have expected Fong Yuan would hand over a completed immortal goo recipe to him not long after? Lang Yalan's spirit felt embarrassed, muttering, "Brat, who could have thought that your line of thought is so weird? You actually hit the target while blindfolded, and wildly deduced this immortal goo recipe. Consider it your luck this time. According to our contract, perfecting a rank 6 immortal goo remnant recipe of a 90% or over completion rate will be paid with 10 immortal essence stones. Should I hand them to you using Treasure Yellow Heaven, or will you come personally to take them?" Transactions in Treasure Yellow Heaven naturally required a fixed service charge. But Fong Yuan would have to use fixed immortal travel if he went to personally receive the payment. And every activation of fixed immortal travel required 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. It was a considerable price. Fong Yuan thought it over. Using Treasure Yellow Heaven would mean a cheaper cost, but it was hard to avoid leaving behind some traces which might be deduced by some wisdom path goo immortals with harmful intentions. But personally going to take them would mean too high of a cost. Fong Yuan was somewhat troubled. Lang Ya Blessed Land was in northern plains while Hu Immortal Blessed Land was in central continent. The two were not in the same region, so using whole earth goo was not possible. Only Stargate goo could be used. Land Spirit, with your personality, you should have Stargate goo there, right? Fong Yuan asked. Hee, brat. You really understand me. Lang Ya Land Spirit frankly admitted. He had obtained Stargate goo's recipe from Fong Yuan. He first refined a set of Stargate goo and gave them to Fong Yuan, refining another set afterwards for his own collection. Fong Yuan nodded and transmitted his thoughts. Treasure Yellow Heaven is not safe. Our transaction will be sensed by many, and once the frequency of this increases, it will bring us great trouble. Fixed immortal travel is convenient, but the price to use it is too high. It is better for us to link our 2 blessed lands and establish a Stargate. Build a Stargate? Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head and refused Fong Yuan's suggestion without consideration. Brat, I have been deceived many times by you. Building a Stargate is not a small thing. Any calamity over your side will immediately afterwards be directed here as well. If Lang Ya Blessed Land is discovered by someone, my life will be difficult. Fong Yuan laughed loudly and did not attempt to persuade him, instead handing over the second immortal goo recipe. You actually completed another one? Lang Ya Land Spirit received a huge shock. The speed, wasn't it simply too fast? This method of resolving the problem is simply marvelous. You actually thought of using this goo, and there is also refinement goo material like intimate grass. How did you think of them? Lang Ya Land Spirit chattered on and exclaimed as he appreciated the wonders of this 100% completed immortal goo recipe. Ha ha ha, old man. The new generation replaces the old. You are already old and stay all day in Lang Ya Blessed Land without knowing the developments in the outside world. Even if you have your best friend, Inkman King, he is an Inkman, how could he come across the key aspects of human cultivation? Moreover, who am I? I am a peerless genius of wisdom path. One day, I will surpass star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fong Yuan laughed arrogantly while spouting nonsense. Lang Ya Land Spirit was dumbfounded. He really wanted to retort, but the truth was right in front of his eyes. The 2 immortal goo remnant recipes which had troubled him for countless years were solved so easily by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan suddenly heaved a sigh. Sigh. Do you know the loneliness of a genius? Since my birth, I knew I was extraordinary. There was no one around who could have an equal conversation with me. Some people even believed I was a monster. They were afraid of my wisdom and envied my talent. I could only hide myself and appear to be like a normal person. It was to the extent that no one could see that I was overflowing with heaven-defying talent. Wisdom path seemed to be the path the heaven arranged for me, but from a twist of fate, I ended up becoming a strength path immortal zombie. Tell me, isn't my life full of setbacks? Even heaven was envious of my talents. Lang Ya Land Spirit could no longer bear to listen to this, stamping his foot. Hey brat, don't be so self-important. What is amazing about deducing 2 immortal goo recipes? If you are really a genius, then deduce the final immortal goo recipe. Only then will this old man admire you. Fong Yuan was silent. Lang Ya Land Spirit raised his head. Humph, kid. This old man admits you have some talent. But so what? Even my main body was stumped by that final immortal goo recipe. Ponder over it properly for 7 to 8 years. Maybe you will know how profound this world is and how many stars there are in the sky. You will then learn to be humble. Ahahaha. You mean this immortal goo recipe? The corners of Fang Yuan's lips pulled back as he tossed out the third immortal goo recipe. This was simply the final blow. Lang Yalan's spirit's laughter came to an abrupt stop. Shortly afterwards, he shouted in shock. This? What is this? What in the world is this? His voice contained a trace of panic. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh and said with a slow, sad voice, I said it earlier, my talents often provokes fear and envy. Sigh, nothing can be done. I am such a genius, I was born this way. Lang Yalan's spirit's panic this time was no small thing. He was only formed from an obsession and was not shrewd. This final immortal goo recipe was a huge impact to him. You really succeeded in deducing it? Incredible. Incredible. This immortal goo recipe can actually be solved like this. Your train of thought went in a completely different direction. No wonder even my main body could not deduce it. This old saying has come true. The mountain road twists around every new peak. A glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. The mountain road twists around every new peak. A glimmer of hope shines at one's darkest hour. Lang Yalan's spirit kept on mumbling to himself. He was at first completely shocked before becoming ecstatic. Finally he calmed down, his heart filled with frustration. This immortal goo recipe had been perplexing him all along, and even his main body was stumped, unable to take the final crucial step. Sometimes Lang Yalan's spirit even thought that this immortal goo recipe was a complete dead end and there was no way for it to be resolved. He had given it to Fang Yuan to deliberately make things difficult, and had never imagined it would truly be solved. However, he obtained the complete recipe now. The problem he and even his main body could not resolve was solved by Fang Yuan. His heart could not help but feel frustration and listlessness. Don't tell me that this kid truly is a wisdom path genius. One rarely seen in 100 years? No, such ability and wisdom is heaven-defying. This talent is not just rarely seen in 100 years. There might not be one in 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. When he thought of this, Lang Yalan's spirit immediately felt there was some sense in Fang Yuan's repulsive character. Right, only a genius like this can have such a repulsive character, like my main body. Lang Yalan's spirit started to feel Fang Yuan's repulsive character was no longer so disagreeable, and even felt a sense of appreciation for similar talents. At who immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan was calm and unruffled. He might have become a zombie and his thoughts might have slowed down, but it was still more than enough to bully a land spirit. If it were possible, Fang Yuan did not want to take such risks. He would rather hand over the immortal goo recipes one by one over long intervals, and not directly provide the 3 immortal goo recipes like he was doing now. This action was too eye-catching. It was sure to attract doubts and suspicions from others. Lang Yalan's spirit was frank and open, but he still had a good friend called Inkman King. This variant human was a genuinely formidable character. But Fang Yuan could do nothing about it, as the situation was forcing him. He must earn a large number of immortal essence stones in a short period of time and increase his strength, both to break through the current perils he was facing, and also to delay the time before he was exposed. If he worries over this and that, holding back on releasing the immortal goo recipes, who would Fang Yuan cry to if this led to his defeat and death? Fang Yuan smiled. Lang Yalan's spirit had not responded, but he knew. These 3 immortal goo recipes were tossed out one by one like 3 bombs. They had already shaken Lang Yalan's spirit's mind. This was a good time to talk about conditions. Therefore, he spoke. Lang Yalan's spirit, I will speak frankly with you. I need immortal essence stones and you need immortal goo recipes. We will be collaborating a lot in the future. Building a Stargate will be beneficial to both of us. Stargate. This time, Lang Yalan's spirit hesitated and did not immediately refuse. Fang Yuan displayed his exceptional talent in Wisdom Path, which caused Lang Yalan's spirit to have a newfound respect for Fang Yuan. Thus, the land spirit began to pay serious attention to Fang Yuan's suggestion. Fang Yuan persuaded again. Land spirit, do you think your Lang Ya blessed land will be safe just because we don't build a Stargate? Don't forget, you have already suffered from 3 waves of attacks, every wave stronger than the previous. No doubt, Langya Blessed Land's location has already been discovered. You are already being observed by some great force. After we build a Stargate, we can even take this collaboration to the next step. At crucial times, I could come to protect you through the Stargate. Protect me? Langya Land Spirit was finally moved. He thought of the impressive battle scene when Fang Yuan beat down the swamp crab. It was truly a formidable display. Moreover, these 3 waves of attacks had completely disrupted Langya Blessed Land's peaceful environment, creating an enormous sense of danger in Langya Land Spirit. Fang Yuan asked at this time, "You haven't sold Stargate goo at Treasure Yellow Heaven, right?" "Not yet. I have no lack of immortal essence stones," Langya Land Spirit replied. Fang Yuan laughed brightly. "This is even better. Stargate goo is a new innovation. It is not like whole earth goo which has to be planted on the ground and therefore discovered easily. You would need to activate Stargate goo every time you want to open a Stargate. Thus it is very hidden. Even if you feel something wrong, you can destroy the Stargate goo in your hands at the crucial moment. Won't that work? There is simply no threat in building a Stargate." Fang Yuan talked glibly, his words impacting on the depths of Langya Land Spirit's heart. Langya Land Spirit finally agreed. "All right, we will build a Stargate, but let's put the collaboration aside for now, and first handle the transaction of deducing immortal goo recipes." The Land Spirit added another sentence. "I will be in charge of refining the Stargate goo. I will lend it to you." With this, he would be in greater control of the situation. After all, he still felt a little uneasy. Over at Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan exposed the smile of a winner and clenched his 8 fists in joy. Success. With this, he had attained initial approval of collaboration with Langya Land Spirit. Connecting to Langya Blessed Land would make future transactions much profitable. Not only could it save some money, it would also give an additional retreat path. Besides this, Fang Yuan was able to prevent the supply of Stargate goo to Treasure Yellow Heaven's market, which could have given huge advantages to other goo immortals. Langya Land Spirit provided the Stargate goo, which also saved Fang Yuan some trouble. If Langya Land Spirit could feel safe with this, Fang Yuan was happy to comply. "I must form a good relationship with Langya Land Spirit. I won't be cheated by doing transactions with him, and can also earn large amounts of immortal essence stones. As long as I handle this relationship properly and continue to deepen it, who knows, one day Langya Land Spirit might lend me some immortal goo to use." Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Langya Blessed Land contained many immortal goo. Among them were Beast Enslavement Immortal Goo and Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus. By borrowing immortal goo, Fang Yuan would be able to save a large expense in nurturing them. How cost-effective was it? Fang Yuan was taking 1 step but had already planned the next 10 steps. Langya Land Spirit was also very happy, feeling his luck was truly good for finding a wisdom path genius rarely seen in 10,000 years. All the immortal goo remnant recipes in his possession had hopes of being perfected. Fang Yuan had intended to receive Stargate goo through Treasure Yellow Heaven, but the cautious Langya Land Spirit refused. Fang Yuan could only use green grape immortal essence and make a trip to Langya Blessed Land to take the Stargate goo. Tai Bai Yunshang still remained there, as there were still several rivers in the Blessed Land that he needed to restore. The round trip, as a result, cost Fang Yuan 2 green grape immortal essence. But with this journey, he brought back 1 Stargate goo, 3 new immortal goo remnant recipes, and also 30 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yunshang wanted Fang Yuan to take the 3 immortal essence stones he was being paid, but Fang Yuan refused and left it to Tai Bai Yunshang. After all, Tai Bai Yunshang also required cultivation resources. The stronger he became, the more help he would be to Fang Yuan compared to 3 immortal essence stones. The Stargate could not be immediately built. Fang Yuan did not have any more Starlight Firefly goo. Without the Starlight from Starlight Firefly goo, the 2 Stargates were unable to be activated. Fang Yuan summarized the transaction this time. He used a total of 5 beads of green grape immortal essence to deduce immortal goo recipes. When he returned alone from Langya Blessed Land earlier, he used up 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. To take 1 Stargate goo, he had to go to Langya Blessed Land and return back to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, consuming 2 green grape Immortal Essence beads. He had invested altogether 8 beads of green grape Immortal Essence, and his gains were a whole 30 Immortal Essence stones. I have only 9 green grape Immortal Essence remaining now. Feng Yuan had formed a middle-grade blessed land, and the few green grape Immortal Essence he had obtained were heavily used up in this back and forth trip from northern plains. However, Feng Yuan was not anxious. He had become a zombie and his immortal aperture was dead, no longer able to produce green grape Immortal Essence by itself. But he could extract Immortal Essence from Immortal Essence stones and turn them into his own green grape Immortal Essence. Back then, first Gen Guyu, who had turned into a blood white, also used primeval stones to recover his primeval essence. The logic between the two was the same, it was only a difference of ranks. That is to say, Feng Yuan could use up all these 30 Immortal Essence stones to turn into his own green grape Immortal Essence. 1 Immortal Essence stone could be treated as 1 bead of green grape Immortal Essence, which meant the amount of his green grape Immortal Essence had increased to 39 beads. But Immortal Essence stones are worth more than green grape Immortal Essence. The former is used as currency while the latter can only be used by an individual. Unless necessary, I should not rashly refine these Immortal Essence stones to green grape Immortal Essence. Anyway, as long as I can continue transacting with Langya Land Spirit, I will have more and more Immortal Essence stones. Now, let's connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven and check. Feng Yuan was full of confidence when connecting to Treasure Yellow Heaven this time. The purchasing power of Immortal Essence stones was extremely strong. Back then, Feng Yuan used 1 Immortal Essence stone to buy a myriad wolf king and a wolf group with over 30,000 wolves. 30 Immortal Essence stones were sufficient to be called a large sum. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had established the Bloodwing Demon Sect, and as a demonic path overlord, the greatest amount of Immortal Essence stones he had at one time was also no more than 64. Naturally, he spent a lot in his previous life. This number was the result of his expenditure and profits constantly offsetting each other. Feng Yuan sat down and closed his eyes, sending his consciousness towards his immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a scene of deathly stillness. The sky was gray and the ground was black, and the air was filled with a putrid odor. Mo Yao's will was still imprisoned inside, monitored from time to time by Feng Yuan. The mirror willow planted earlier had already died, becoming a collapsed pile of rotten wood on the ground. With a shift of Feng Yuan's mind, a new connecting heaven goo fluttered up to the air in his immortal aperture and formed a passage to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Feng Yuan then activated Divine Sense goo, forming a continuous stream of divine sense which followed the passage created by connecting heaven goo and entered Treasure Yellow Heaven. He was now an immortal zombie, no longer needing the help of Little Hu Immortal, and could make transactions himself. Treasure Yellow Heaven was still the same, the vast space rippling with lemon-like yellow light. There were no mountains, rivers, or forests, and also no birds, beasts, insects, or fish. There was not even a sky or ground. The only things here was all sorts of treasures and goods. Goo worms, goo recipes, killer moves, beast groups, variant humans, vegetation or veins, soil, water, fine wine, and all sorts of goods. Each of them quietly floated in air, releasing all sorts of colors, giving off large or small treasure light. The brighter and larger the treasure light was, the more the good was worth. But treasure light was only an initial estimation. One might not be able to infer from the treasure light if the item was tampered by the Goo Immortals or not. This was the largest exchange market among the 5 regions Goo Immortals. It allowed for bargaining while taking a fixed service charge. This also tested the Goo Immortals' discernment skills. If they bought counterfeit goods, they could only blame their bad luck, as Treasure Yellow Heaven would not be liable for any loss. Feng Yuan wanted to buy Starlight Firefly Goo first. This type of Goo worm emitted pure azure starlight. It was a prerequisite for activating a Stargate. His divine sense searched around and soon found a large group of Starlight Firefly Goo. There were over 1,000. Feng Yuan was familiar with the seller. It was Star-Lord Wanxiang. Star-Lord Wanxiang seemed to be Star Path Goo Immortal. He not only sold Starlight Firefly Goo, but also Star Dart Goo, Stellar Fire Goo, Falling Meteor Goo, Star River Goo, and so on. It was obvious that Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land produced Star Path Mortal Goo, and he sold these goo worms to generate revenue. Even goo immortals who did not cultivate Star Path would often buy some Star Path goo worms for refining, researching killer moves, or other purposes. How much are you selling this group of Starlight Firefly goo for? Fong Yuan's divine sense sent over. How may I address you, sir? And how many Starlight Firefly goo do you need? Although Star-Lord Wanxiang was not around, he left behind a will near his goods. But this will could be seen to have a great appearance. It was dazzling like the stars, extremely appealing to the eyes. Fong Yuan's wisdom path attainment was low. He did not recognize its origins. You can call me 8-Arm Immortal. I want to buy this entire group of Starlight Firefly goo. Fong Yuan transmitted. Fong Yuan was using his own blessed land to connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven, and he had also changed his divine sense goo and connecting Heaven goo. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang did not realize that Fong Yuan was the former Fox Immortal. He thought Fong Yuan was a stranger. But listening to Fong Yuan's tone, he seemed like a big spending customer. Thus Star-Lord Wanxiang's will immediately became enthusiastic. Starlight Firefly goo is an olden antiquity goo worm. Now it is almost extinct. My Starlight Firefly goo are in excellent condition, and I have over 1,200 of them. How about this? I will sell them to you at a price of 4 Immortal Essence Stones. Fong Yuan laughed. You're trying to scam me. Don't think I am unaware of the normal selling price. I was introduced to you by someone. Thus I came here. You are not the only one selling Starlight Firefly goo. There is still Fairy Yao Guang and Di Yuan. I can get the Starlight Firefly goo from them as well. Fong Yuan had once instructed Little Hu Immortal to deal with all 3 of these goo immortals. Not only did he buy over 100,000 Starlight Fireflies as well as their food, Star Fragment Grass, he also bought the experiences of the 3 of them in planting Star Fragment Grass. He spent a lot. Star-Lord Wanxiang's will was slightly startled. He now knew Fong Yuan was well aware of the market rate. His words changed. I was kidding earlier. Don't take it seriously, Sir 8-Arm Immortal. Fong Yuan interrupted him, saying, I will pay 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy 1,500 Starlight Firefly goo. Star-Lord Wanxiang immediately rejected this, saying, Sir, this is simply too low. I cannot sell it at this price. After some bargaining, both of them took a step back. Using 3 Immortal Essence Stones, he obtained 1,200 Starlight Firefly goo. After buying the Starlight Firefly goo, he did not leave. Instead he asked, Do you sell any Star Path killer moves? Could it be that Sir is also a Star Path goo immortal? Of course I sell them, take a look. I have 3 Star Path killer moves here. Fong Yuan started browsing. The first Star Path killer move was called Dazzling Star Armor. It needed large numbers of Starlight goo, a few Bane Star goo, several Star Shield goo, and so on to be activated. This was a defensive killer move. Once used, a full body armor would form on the goo immortal's body, shining like starlight. The second killer move was called Spring Star Rain. It needed large numbers of Star Rain goo, small numbers of Spring Wind goo, some Star Shoot goo, and others. Once used, it would form a jade-colored rain, drizzling non-stop for 3 days and 3 nights. The rain would be rich like oil. It could provide nutrients to crops and greatly increase productivity. This killer move was used to nurture plants and manage the blessed land. The third was called Spiral Drill Star Spear. Like the name implied, it was an offensive killer move. It needed small numbers of Spiral Bone Spear goo, several Star River goo, countless Star Dart goo, and large numbers of Shooting Star goo. These killer moves' details were very interesting. The numbers of goo worms were usually classified into large numbers, several, some, and a few vague terms like these without actual real numbers. At the same time, the ways to construct these killer moves were also not specified, including the sequences of activating the goo worms, as well as the relationships between different goo worms. Only the general statuses of the killer moves were mentioned, like what rank 5 goo were needed, and what effects the killer moves had. Only after the killer moves were bought would their details be clearly stated. Star-Lord Wanxiang spoke at an appropriate time. Killer move Dazzling Star Armor is sold at half an Immortal Essence Stone. Spring Star Rain was created by my main body personally. Only a few goo immortals have bought it now. Thus the value is slightly higher at 1.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Spiral Drill Star Spear costs 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Killer moves were priced according to their rarity, flaws, strength and power, backlash, whether they can be easily countered, and the conditions of the goo worms that compose the killer move. But they had one common point: they were usually not cheap. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, ordinary mortal killer moves were priced higher than mortal goo recipes of the same rank. But at rank 6 and above, the price of immortal killer moves were far less than immortal goo recipes. Dazzling Star Armor. Fang Yuan knew this killer move. Even though he was not a Star Path Goo immortal, it was extremely common. Half an Immortal Essence Stone was too expensive. Fang Yuan had planned to buy a Star Path offensive killer move. He remembered a mortal killer move called Icy Stardust. This killer move had a wide range. The Star Path Goo worms that were used in it were common, and it was also very effective in dealing with enemies. The Stardust had defense-piercing ability, and even if it could not break the defense, it would stick to enemies and emit frost energy that would slow them down. As for Star-Lord Wanxiang's Spiral Drill Star Spear, Fang Yuan had not heard of it. This meant that this offensive killer move's value was not high. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the chaotic Five Regions War, the war ruined old and inefficient systems, causing the birth of many new inventions. Fang Yuan did not remember Spiral Drill Star Spear. That meant it was not outstanding. It had been out of use since long ago back then. A killer move that was out of use definitely had many weaknesses. But the Spring Star Rain killer move made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. This was a surprising find. Fang Yuan thought of the Star Fragment Grass. It was the food of the Starlight Fireflies, as well as their home. The stronger and larger the Starlight Fireflies, the more Starlight Firefly goo could emerge from them. Fang Yuan's desire towards Starlight Firefly goo was going to persist for a long time. He needed this killer move. Fang Yuan looked over this Spring Star Rain killer move another 2 times. He noticed a problem. The goo worms that made up this Spring Star Rain had one Star Path goo worm called Star Shoot goo. It was a consumable goo. Fang Yuan had never heard of this goo. This was the first time he had heard of it. Fang Yuan thought about it and realized. This was Star-Lord Wanxiang's ploy. After Goo Immortals bought the killer move Spring Star Rain, every time they wanted to use it, they would need to expend Star Shoot goo. Meanwhile, only Star-Lord Wanxiang sold this Star Shoot goo. Star-Lord Wanxiang wanted to turn this one-time killer move purchase into a continuous trade. Fang Yuan probed and asked, "I will offer 2 Immortal Essence Stones for your Spring Star Rain killer move and the Star Shoot goo's recipe." Star Shoot goo was only rank 3. Such a mortal goo recipe was not worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. This price was extremely high. But as expected, Star-Lord Wanxiang rejected him without hesitation. His explanation was that this Star Shoot goo was naturally formed in his blessed land. There was no recipe. This was a really good excuse. Some blessed lands, if managed well, due to the peculiarity of the environment, would give birth to new goo. Not only can goo immortals refine and create new goo worms, nature could do the same. Fang Yuan knew that this was very likely to be an excuse, but he could not request to enter Star-Lord Wanxiang's blessed land to check. The blessed land was the goo immortals' headquarters. It involved their most private matters. Only if they had a really good relationship and trusted each other deeply would they invite another goo immortal into the blessed land. Fang Yuan saw that Star-Lord Wanxiang was unwilling. Thus he suggested, "All right, I will pay 2 Immortal Essence Stones to buy Spring Star Rain and Dazzling Star Armor. These 2 killer moves along with some Star Shoot goo. I want enough Star Shoot goo to activate Spring Star Rain 10 times. Star-Lord Wanxiang heard this and shook his head. The expenditure of Star Shoot goo for 6 uses of the killer move would be worth half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir is only offering 2 Immortal Essence Stones, yet I have to provide Dazzling Star Armor as well. This is a loss for me. I will not do it." Fang Yuan snickered. Star Shoot goo is only a rank 3 mortal goo. Each activation only uses about 500 at most. Activating the killer move 6 times would consume 3 to 4,000 of them. You are selling that for half an Immortal Essence Stone. Sir might not know, Star Shoot goo is naturally created in my blessed land. Its production is very slow. It cannot be bought outside because it is a unique product of my myriad star-blessed land. Star-Lord Wanxiang was very courteous, but his underlying meaning was, buy it if you want to, but if you do not buy it, you will not find it elsewhere. He had the confidence of dominating the market of this goo. Fang Yuan laughed, continuing to bargain, while the other party refused to relent. During this process, he realized that in the other party's mind, Dazzling Star Armor's value was still very high. It seems that before the War of the Five Regions, Dazzling Star Armor had not been spread by the respective forces. Thus this killer move's value is still very high. War was a very efficient method of interaction, especially in this world. During peacetime, primeval stones, immortal essence stones, all these had great value and could not become widely used currency. The economy could not prosper. But during times of war, battle merits, sect contribution points, all these replaced primeval stones and immortal essence stones as currency. They pushed for the development of all aspects of the economy. After realizing this, Fang Yuan stopped being forceful. He used 2 immortal essence stones to buy Spring Star Rain and enough Star Shoot Goo to activate the killer move 10 times. After completing this transaction, Fang Yuan continued to search in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He found out that in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Goo Immortals had increased Air Bubble Fish's price up to at least 10 times that of before. Fang Yuan investigated for a bit and realized that the situation was the same as in his memories. During the end of last year, 2 Goo Immortals had fought above Air Bubble Sea, causing intense poison to spread in the sea, turning it into a death zone. Rare goods were more expensive, with the production of Air Bubble Fish falling drastically. The price naturally shot up. The 5 regions have regional walls that isolate one another. This causes them to have their own independent events, and they barely influence one another. Since rebirth, I have affected southern border, northern plains, and central continent. Among them, Northern Plains' influence was the largest. It is now a huge mess. Second was Central Continent, followed by Southern Border. After all, what I changed in Southern Border were only events at the mortal level. As for Western Desert and Eastern Sea, they are still the same. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan learnt about the inertia of the River of Time as well as the butterfly effect. This sort of lack of change and change interweave together. It was evident that Fang Yuan's understanding towards this world's law of time was becoming deeper. As for Air Bubble Fish, Fang Yuan remembered that during the 5 Regions War, this fish group would be extremely popular among Goo Immortals. The price would be even higher than now. That was because an Air Bubble Fish group could boost the rate of mortal goo appearing in insect groups. During peacetime, Goo Immortals raised goo. Their demand to purchase large quantities of mortal goo was not high. Purchasing was a secondary option. In most cases, the primary method was the Blessed Land's own production. The time flow was different in Blessed Lands compared to the outside world. 1 day in the outside world was many days inside the Blessed Land. 1 year outside would mean many years in a Blessed Land, while each year, there would be a certain output harvested. Goo Immortals would normally not choose Air Bubble Fish because the price was too high. They would rather simply wait for some time. But during wartime, when Goo Immortals frequently fought against each other, they would avoid using their immortal goo trump cards. Often, mortal goo would be the common method of attacking, and their expenditure would be huge. Thus, Air Bubble Fish became a sought-after commodity among all Goo Immortals during the 5 Regions War. In fact, Fang Yuan had once bought Air Bubble Fish to increase the production of his Starlight Firefly goo. But unfortunately, towards the end of his Northern Plains trip, he lacked money. Thus he had to sell almost all of his wolf group, fox group, and large numbers of Air Bubble Fish and hairy men. Fang Yuan had a chance to profit from Air Bubble Fish, but life was full of unexpected changes. Because he sold them too soon, he made a loss instead. Right now, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there were very few Air Bubble Fish. I still have to buy Air Bubble Fish, but not now. In a few years, Air Bubble Sea would be repaired, and the price of Air Bubble Fish will be lower. By then, I will invest some Immortal Essence Stones and buy a huge group of them. Maybe I should breed these Air Bubble Fish in large numbers so that during the 5 Regions War, I can make a huge profit. Fang Yuan had just bought over 1,000 Starlight Firefly goo. They could last him for a long time. He was not in need of Air Bubble Fish to boost their production. Are you little immortal Xing Luo? A moment later, Fang Yuan found his target. Coincidentally, his target was also looking at Yellow Treasure Heaven. That would be me. Senior, what would you like to buy? The price is negotiable. Little immortal Xing Luo's divine sense transmitted. It was quite enthusiastic, even as much as having a tone of flattery. Fong Yuan looked. The goods she was selling were not only small in quantity, they were very common. Almost nobody would pay attention to her. She was evidently quite poor. She was indeed a goo immortal, but not all goo immortals were wealthy. Battle, refining goo, research, undergoing tribulation, all these would greatly expend the goo immortal's foundation and wealth. Fong Yuan knew from his memories. This little immortal Xing Luo was a lone cultivator, a newly advanced female goo immortal with weak foundations. She was at the toughest part of her career in starting her trading. Little immortal Xing Luo was a huge figure in the mortal realm. She would be revered and respected by mortals. But in Treasure Yellow Heaven, among the many goo immortals, she was not outstanding at all. But who would know? During the Five Regions War, this little immortal Xing Luo would starting shining brightly, using her killer move Icy Stardust to quickly accumulate wealth from battle, becoming quite the famous figure later on. Fong Yuan sighed and admired the mystical powers of time and destiny. According to the prophecy of the Three Venerables, the Five Regions War was the start of the Great Era, when this generation's great dream Immortal Venerable would be born. The Great Era where each rank 9 goo immortal was born had a common point. That was during the chaotic battles, large numbers of new goo immortals would rise up. The new replaces the old. The waves of an era would cause brilliantly shining ripples. Among paths, forces, individuals, they would collide and interact, causing the way of goo to develop at a rapid pace. It would be an era of change. Fong Yuan was one of them. He started off with Blood Path, becoming a central continent goo immortal. But unfortunately, he had only experienced the first half of this new era before he had to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to self-detonate. Do you sell killer moves? Putting his mood aside, Fong Yuan asked little immortal Xing Luo. I have one killer move here. Little immortal Xing Luo was a bit embarrassed. This is an Ice Path killer move that I obtained coincidentally. It is called Icy Yarn. Its price is half an immortal essence stone. This is the lowest price for a rank 5 killer move. Her last sentence showed her fear of Fong Yuan suppressing the price. Fong Yuan took a look at the content, humming in discontent. This Icy Yarn killer move needs so many rank 5 goo, and the defense is a wide-range defensive effect. To use large numbers of rank 5 goo at once, the user had to be a goo immortal. Mortals have limited primeval essence and could not do that in most cases. A wide area defense meant that the defensive strength would be lower than a single target defensive killer move. Meanwhile, goo immortals often fought alone, unless they were enslavement path goo immortals. But enslavement path goo immortals had their own enslavement path defensive methods. Why would they choose an ice path killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo laughed bitterly in her heart. Fong Yuan hit the nail on the head. Because of these reasons, the killer move Icy Yarn was not easy to sell. But little immortal Xing Luo had no choice. She had limited goods in her possession, and she was a lone cultivator. She needed huge amounts of resources to kickstart her cultivation. Although she became a goo immortal, she was left penniless after the tribulation. Most of her goo worms were destroyed. She had made an elaborate development plan. She wanted to plant a vast number of shiver trees in her blessed land. Her blessed land's environment was very suitable to grow shiver trees, but she lacked the most crucial startup fund. She had billions of primeval stones in her possession, but not a single immortal essence stone. The sellers of shiver tree seeds numbered in only a few people. Most of them wanted specific items for trade, or immortal essence stones. They had no need for the stuff that little immortal Xing Luo had. Hearing Fong Yuan say that, little immortal Xing Luo's heart lost all hope. After the last few months, she had gotten used to disappointment. But the next moment, Fong Yuan said, I am researching star path killer moves recently. I am a little interested in this Icy Yarn killer move. But half an immortal essence stone is too expensive. If you have any innovative small killer move, add it in and I might buy this for half an immortal essence stone. Innovative small killer move? Little immortal Xing Luo's hopes were reignited. She thought about her own star path killer move, 6-9 Stardust. 6-9 Stardust was her personal creation. It used 6 rank 3 goo and 9 rank 4 goo, but could unleash the attack power of a rank 5 goo. She had once been extremely proud of it, but soon her horizons broadened, and she understood that there was a mountain above a mountain, a man above another man. She became more modest. Little immortal Xing Luo only hesitated for a moment. Her desire towards immortal essence stones had won her over. Junior has a small killer move, but I'm afraid it might be useless to Senior, she said carefully. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but his tone was still very calm. Oh? Tell me about it. After seeing the 6-9 Stardust killer move, Fang Yuan held in his joy and evaluated. This killer move is barely acceptable. Who knows? It might bring me some inspiration. Well, since my mood is great today, I'll take care of a newbie like you. Ha ha ha. This is half an immortal essence stone. I finally have half a piece. I'm just half short. Little immortal Xing Luo was overjoyed. When they parted, her tone was full of well wishes for Fang Yuan. Afterwards, Fang Yuan spent another 2 immortal essence stones, buying large amounts of goo refinement material and mortal goo worms. After spending another 2 stones, he bought a group of elderly hairy men. Hairy men were almost always the most expensive among slaves. These hairy men, although they were old and would die in a few years, were very experienced in goo refinement. Fang Yuan had intended to refine a few sets of Stargate goo, but this goo success rate was very low. Back then, even though Lang Yalan's spirit refined it himself, he still failed many times. If Fang Yuan tried, it would waste a huge amount of his time. He was going to let these old hairy men refine it for him. Central Continent, Immortal Crane Sect, Fu who blessed land. Fang Zhang had a solemn expression as he stepped into the tunnel. The tunnel was huge and wide. Every 100 steps, there would be an elite rockman guard. The defense was like an iron fortress. These rockmen were all trained by the Blessed Land's owner. All of them had at least rank 4 battle strength and were skilled in earthpath goo worms. Every 1,000 steps, there would be a huge rockman. His size would be at least 3 times that of a normal rockman. Even in such a wide tunnel, they could only squat down on the ground. But rockmen were born to dig tunnels and live underground. These rockmen did not feel any discomfort. Every time Fang Zhang walked in this tunnel, he would feel apprehensive, especially when he could feel the rank 5 goo master aura permeating from these huge rockmen. Our immortal crane sex strength is simply too great. If these rank 5 rockmen were all brought outside, I'm afraid all the other sects would be shocked. While he passed a huge rockman, Fang Zhang muttered to the spirit incubating flea. Lord Sky Crane, who was inside the spirit incubating flea, said, "Not really. Which sect would not have their trump cards and foundation? Especially the other 9 great ancient sects, they are no weaker than us. But the current owner of Fu who blessed land is the 3rd supreme elder of our sect, Lord Tiger Demon. The rockman slaves that he nurtures are the best in Central Continent. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven he has huge influence. His wealth and abilities are not something us mortals can begin to imagine." Fang Zhang's heart had a longing feeling. What sort of realm is goo immortal? They can actually rear so many rockmen. This is truly amazing. Lord Sky Crane replied, "Each goo immortal is an elite of the elites, an absolute genius, a dragon among men. They all have great opportunities and chance encounters. They have all cultivated step by step from immortal identity. Fang Zhang, you are rank 5 now. Maybe one day, you will become a goo immortal." Fang Zhang shook his head continuously. "Master, I know my limits. My rank 5 cultivation was mostly due to the sect's relic goo. The sect is nurturing me with all its effort, using the resources on me. My rank 5 cultivation cannot compare to you, Master, who cultivated step by step. But now, I think that rank 5 is not something rare. Look at this tunnel, there are at least 30 huge rockmen. Fang Zhang, it is good that you feel indebted to Immortal Crane Sect's generosity towards nurturing you. But do not put yourself down. Man is the spirit of all beings. Although variant humans call themselves humans, these rockmen might look strong and brave, but in one-on-one battles they are unable to compare to the rank 5 goo masters in our sect. What they specialize in are group battles." Lord Sky Crane laughed. "Is that so?" Lord Sky Crane said, "These rockmen are very stupid. It was because they encountered a rich master that they could have such accomplishments. Do you think these rockmen can compare to the elders in our sect? If I was still alive, I could deal with more than 10 of them at once. Alright, we are at the blood pool. Fang Zhang heard the words blood pool, and his muscles contracted involuntarily. He pushed the door in front of him, entering a cave. This cave was as large as a plaza. Blood-colored light filled the cave along with a dense bloody odor. In the center of the cave, a round hole had been dug out, inside of which blood gurgled and emitted hot air. Fang Zhang took a deep breath before taking off his clothes in a familiar fashion. When naked, he then entered the blood pool, immediately taking large gaping breaths due to the scalding blood. He soon adapted to the temperature of the blood and stood still at the center of the blood pool. The blood pool reached up to his waist, revealing his chest and most of his arms. Begin. Do it one by one, don't be anxious. First is iron blood goo. Lord Sky Crane reminded. Fang Zhang slowly closed his eyes and activated iron blood goo as instructed. Immediately, the goo worm's power started transforming his blood. His red blood began to darken and become denser. The blood flow also became extremely slow. As a result, Fang Zhang's fair skin also darkened. Maintain iron blood goo. Activate blood blade goo. Lord Sky Crane said again. Fang Zhang activated blood blade goo. His body shuddered. His skin burst open, forming over 100 wounds from which large numbers of blood blades shot out. They were all pitch-black iron blood blades. Shortly afterwards, blood like molten iron slowly flowed out of the wounds. Fang Zhang had a cold expression. He did not feel any pain. Instead, intense pleasure attacked his mind. This was the effect of iron blood goo. It could turn pain to pleasure and help the goo master to adapt to battles. Even a weak goo master could turn into a warrior addicted to battle. This was one of the achievements of Immortal Crane sect from years of researching blood path. This blood slowly flowed into the bright red blood pool, dyeing the nearby area around Fang Zhang black. It is the crucial step now, use blood merge goo. Lord Sky Crane reminded. Fang Zhang gritted his teeth as he activated blood merge goo. Immediately, under the effect of the goo worm, the more than 100 wounds on his body burst out with an intense suction force. The surrounding blood was being absorbed without pause. Ah! Fang Zhang groaned softly. The intense pain had turned into intense pleasure. He gritted his teeth hard, his body trembling non-stop. As large amounts of blood were absorbed, his body inflated, turning into an abnormal fatty. His body was over 3 times the size of his original self. His skin burst open and the thick, snake-like veins twisted around in his body. The elegant and handsome young master had transformed into a nauseating, ugly monster. Don't forget your goal, you need to resist this pleasure. Fang Zhang. Activate failed blood demon flower goo. Lord Sky Crane was monitoring Fang Zhang's situation and hurriedly reminded him. The words, failed blood demon flower goo, shook Fang Zhang's mind and he was barely able to get past the intense pleasure, gasping as he activated failed blood demon flower goo. Fang Zhang tightly clenched his fists. A large amount of blood in his body was rapidly being corrupted. Under the effect of the goo worm, vines started growing out of his blood. These thin vines pierced Fang Zhang's skin and soon coiled around his body. Flower buds started growing out of the vines and quickly blossomed, turning into pretty blue flowers resembling chrysanthemums. Urgh! Fang Zhang tightly gritted his teeth, groaning softly in pain. His face was pale. His whole body was like soil with many demonic flowers growing forcibly on him. This intense pain was 10 times more terrifying than a woman giving birth. Even iron blood goo's effect was not able to resist this kind of pain. Fang Zhang almost shattered his white teeth from the pain. His face turned pale white and blue veins popped up on his forehead, making him look malevolent and terrifying. Your blood is boiling, your organs and your body will be burned by your own blood if this goes on. Use cold blood goo quickly. Lord Sky Crane reminded nervously. Fang Zhang activated cold blood goo with great difficulty. His blood quickly cooled down till he was shivering from the cold. He was finally out of the deadly crisis. That will do. Demon flowers will greatly increase the effects of your blood path goo worms. You are just a step away from success. Use blood sense goo. Lord Sky Crane said with a hurried tone. Blood sense? Fang Zhang lowered his head. His gaze had turned blurry from the pain. From the many drills he had done before, he was finally able to persist and activate this blood path investigative goo worm. Several breaths later, Fang Zhang spoke. I can sense underground, southeast, distance is 5 to 6,000 steps. Great, you did it again. You are on the verge of success. It is the final step. Use blood scar goo to mark the position. Arg! Fang Zhang started to shout unconsciously at this time. His gaze was completely blurry. The weakness caused his body to be on the verge of collapse. He exerted all his strength to extract all the potential he had to activate blood scar goo. He was delirious. There was still enough primeval essence in his rank 5 aperture, but he could only mobilize a small portion. The primeval essence was like a small creek flowing slowly into blood scar goo. However, blood scar goo had extremely large demand for primeval essence. Fang Zhang could only persist for 8 breaths of time before he finally collapsed, falling down into the blood pool unconscious. An incense burner was letting out wisps of smoke. This quiet room had no windows and was extremely dim. Feng was wearing a white robe with a black belt, sitting on a meditation mat with wide sleeves. He looked young and mild like jade. His dark green brows were sharp and long, reaching up to his waist. At this moment, his serene and deep eyes were staring at the spirit incubating flea in front of him. The spirit incubating flea was floating in the air, and Lord Sky Crane's soul was reporting the results of Fang Zhang's training. Feng said with a dissatisfied tone. Sure enough, despite letting him live in Fu Hu Blessed for 8 years, and also giving him many relic goo to become a rank 5 goo master in a short period of time, he still can't achieve a simple thing like simultaneously activating 6 to 7 goo worms. Lord Sky Crane considered his words before speaking. Fang Zhang is young. He is still lacking in the basics of multitasking. But this subordinate feels he is a very hard worker and he has made large progress rapidly. Recalling the first attempt, he only lasted a breath of time after activating blood merge goo before he fainted. Therefore I added iron blood goo. The result was that in the second try, the pleasure was too much for him. The blood flowed out wantonly till he fainted. He lasted for 3 breaths of time. Feng interrupted Lord Sky Crane in displeasure. Lord Sky Crane quickly said, Lord Supreme Elder, truthfully speaking, even this subordinate would find it hard to multitask under such intense pain and pleasure. Fang Zhang is not far from success. He was able to persist for 8 breaths of time this time. One needs to last for 10 breaths of time to activate blood scar goo successfully, and he is only lacking the last 2 breaths of time. As long as we can train a few more times and allow a little more time, we can... Enough! How much more? You still want to train more? Time, just hear yourself. How much time has been wasted in your plan? How long? Years. There is still no improvement. Danghun Mountain is still not in our hands. Don't you know how many dissatisfied voices are there in the sect? How many disciples are requesting the higher-ups to open the exchange of guts goo? Subordinate is incompetent and even implicated Lord Supreme Elder. I have committed a heinous sin. Lord Sky Crane begged for mercy when he saw Feng become furious. Feng took some deep breaths before waving his sleeve. Leave now. There is only a month before the sect convention. Before I go to the sect convention, I want to hear the good news of your training succeeding, and that we can start our plan to capture Immortal Blessed Land. But Lord, a month is too short. Fang Zhang will not be able to endure excessive training. We can nurse his physical health with goo worms, but the intense pleasure and pain will injure the soul and can even cause his soul to shatter. Lord Sky Crane inquired. Feng chuckled. Isn't the collapse of his soul exactly what you want to see? Thus, you can seize his body and resurrect. Wasn't this your initial plan? His smile turned gentler as he said this. This Fang Zhang has only gone on a crash course to reach rank 5 goo master. His nature is still childish. He is insufficiently tempered. How could he compare to you, Lord Sky Crane? After we use him to seize Immortal Blessed Land, you can return. Sigh. Since Su San and Zhou Wu were killed by that demon Song Zixing, there are fewer and fewer capable subordinates like you at my side. The gentler Feng Yang's tone became. the colder Lord Sky Crane felt in his heart. He replied in a grateful tone. Receiving such importance from Lord Supreme Elder, this subordinate will definitely repay Lord's kindness greatly and offer my life in sacrifice. Good. Take your leave now. Yifeng waved for Lord Sky Crane to leave. The quiet room now only had Yifeng. His smile gradually disappeared before being replaced by a grave expression, his gaze somewhat tense. After Feng Yuan seized Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he had been in charge of this matter and now a year had passed. The sect's pressure on him was growing larger day by day, especially his enemy in the sect, Gu Immortal Lei Tan, who had publicly ridiculed his incompetence several times. The sect convention a month later was a tough barrier. If Yifeng could not show any progress, it would be very difficult to cross this barrier. He could almost hear Lei Tan's mockery echoing throughout the convention. But it won't be long. As long as this plan succeeds, I can shut the mouths of all those petty people like Lei Tan. I would have the greatest contribution to the sect over these last years. In the attack against Hu Immortal Blessed Land, I will personally make a move. Moreover, I have invited Fairytsong Yu and Old Lord Kenyang. Fairytsong Yu has similar battle strength to me, and has at least 3 mortal killer moves. While Old Lord Kenyang is a rank 7 Gu Immortal with an offensive Immortal Gu. The only problem is that the land spirit can prohibit the use of all mortal Gu. I don't have any Immortal Gu to use, so I might not be able to do much. The only method is to consume green grape immortal essence. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was originally barren and not managed properly. How much green grape immortal essence could it have accumulated? I don't believe Feng Yuan can exhaust our 3 Gu Immortals' combined strength. As long as Hu Immortal's immortal essence is consumed, the land spirit will be powerless and won't be able to restrict mortal Gu. At that time, Yifeng mumbled to himself, gradually calming his tensed mind. At the same time, in an underground cave in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan slowly stepped out of the wisdom light halo, a satisfied smile on his face. Just now, he had successfully deduced the killer move, Icy Stardust. The starlight firefly Gu were like a swarm of bees, flying in the air, giving off blue starlight. The starlight was being drawn in by an invisible force, gathering into a stargate. This was a huge circular door. It was made up of starlight. It shined like an illusion. It was like a scene within a dream. As time passed, the starlight firefly Gu continued to dwindle in numbers. As the dead starlight firefly Gu fell to the ground from midair, one leg stepped out of the stargate into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Next, the entire person walked out of the stargate. It was an old man. He had white hair and deep wrinkles. His eyes were tired but bright. It was Tai Bai Yunshang who had returned from Langya Blessed Land. I am back again. Tai Bai Yunshang was covered in dust. He looked at the scenery in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, sighing to himself. Although he had not lived here for a long time, he felt that this was his home. He had a sense of belonging to this place. At this time, Feng Yuan flew over from the sky. Ha ha ha! Old Bai, you came back at a good time. Come, see the killer move that I just deduced. Tai Bai Yunsheng saw this familiar figure and laughed heartily. Oh, is that so? I bought a Cloud Path defensive killer move from the Inkman King. Why don't we fellow disciples have a friendly match? Saying this, he flew into the air. Feng Yuan heard this and raised his eyebrows. He stretched out one of his right arms, with his palm facing the sky, and his fingers straight. A lump of starlight soon began to form in his palm. Oh? Is your killer move a Star Path killer move? Tai Bai Yunsheng saw the starlight lump and was shocked. He flew into the sky, as a ring of white clouds appeared around him. Tai Bai Yunsheng was at the center of these white clouds. The clouds were like a huge belt, moving around along with Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan slowly moved his fingers, grabbing the starlight lightly in his hands. Old Bai, get ready to take this, he growled. As he flicked a finger, a speck of starlight shot out like lightning. The starlight speck size was small, but extremely fast. It flew in the air, shooting towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. Decent speed. Tai Bai Yunsheng evaluated. From such a long distance, with him completely focused, he had a chance to dodge it. But because they were exchanging blows, he wanted to test his own cloud path killer move. Thus he stood still and took the starlight head-on. When the starlight got close to Tai by Yunshang, the white cloud ring suddenly rotated. At an extremely fast pace, the cloud ring blocked the starlight for him. Tai by Yunshang stopped the cloud ring. He gazed with rapt attention, only to see that at the area where the cloud ring had blocked the starlight, it had turned blue, and frost energy was oozing, creating a layer of frost. In response, he said laughingly to Fang Yuan, "It seems this killer move that you deduced isn't too amazing. You have to know, my killer move has not been fully activated yet." The corners of Fang Yuan's mouth opened, showing his sharp, uneven teeth. "Neither has mine. Take this." He flicked his fingers, as countless specks of starlight were shot out instantly. Tai by Yunshang was still at the same spot, but the cloud ring around him was rotating faster and faster. It was almost like a white ball had formed around him. Fang Yuan's specks of starlight were blocked by the cloud ring completely. Fang Yuan did not stop attacking, he showed an interested gaze. The pure white cloud ring was gradually turning blue from the starlight, and its speed was getting slower. "Your killer move has a great freezing effect. It can slow your enemies." Tai by Yunshang evaluated. "My killer move also has another effect." Saying this, he continuing activating his killer move. The cloud ring that had almost been frozen into a blue ice statue exploded. With a loud bang, the blue frost turned into vapor as it spread towards the surroundings. Tai by Yunshang showed joy, praising himself. "My cloud ring can store the attacks of enemies. When it reaches its limits or when I activate the following effect of my killer move, I can make the cloud ring explode to let my enemies face their own attacks. Junior brother, it seems my killer move is stronger than the one you deduced." Fang Yuan snickered. "Old Bai, it is still too early to say that." Saying so, he flicked his wrist and threw the entire starlight lump towards Tai by Yunshang. Tai by Yunshang's heart shuddered. He quickly activated his killer move, and 5 cloud rings formed around him. With him as the center, the cloud rings expanded out with varying sizes. The cloud rings were like 5 concentric circles surrounding him, protecting him in the center. The starlight lump came attacking, but the 5 cloud rings rotated rapidly. Their afterimages produced an illusory white ball. Tai by Yunshang laughed loudly. He was in the middle and felt extremely safe. But right at this moment, the starlight lump exploded. Ding ding ding, dang dang dang. Large amounts of starlight specks flew everywhere, colliding into one another. The explosion covered Tai by Yunshang's entire body, as frost energy burst out. The force of this explosion far surpasses the force of the individual starlight specks added together. Tai by Yunshang's expression changed. The 5 cloud rings had turned blue, and their speed fell. Again, Fang Yuan raised his 8 arms, with his monstrous arms simultaneously grabbing at the air like claws. The next moment, lumps of starlight formed in his palms. Tai by Yunshang saw this and his pupils shrunk. He did not dare to be overconfident. He quickly activated his goo worms and rapidly rotated the rings. Fang Yuan stood on the spot. His 8 arms fired shots consecutively. The starlight lumps flew like a meteor, bombing in the direction of Tai by Yunshang. Bam bam bam. The explosions were right next to his ears. Tai by Yunshang's appearance turned pathetic as he dodged around. The 5 cloud rings had reached their limits. They self-detonated one by one, while the force of the detonation allowed him to regain his momentum. Tai by Yunshang quickly replenished the 5 cloud rings, as Fang Yuan continued to unleash his explosions, but he managed to maintain his defense. Enough! Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Tai by Yunshang breathed roughly. He slowly flew towards Fang Yuan. "What is the name of this killer move? What % of its full power did you use?" Fang Yuan replied without any shame. "I named this Icy Drill Stardust. This is my unique creation. When I activate it fully, I can unleash a water vat-sized starlight lump up to 6 times. But the bigger the lump, the slower the speed of movement. Because the more stardust there is inside, the more they collide, and the energy used up would reduce their speed. That is to say, you did not even use 50% of the killer move's power. How is your killer move so strong?" Although it cannot compare to an immortal killer move, the power is already far superior to most mortal killer moves. Tai Baiyun Sheng gasped. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. When I was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, I found an inheritance. It came from a famous poet of Northern Plains, Do Minjun. He was creative and created a brand new star goo. This star goo can increase the attack power of star path goo worms. It is like the weakened version of amplify effect goo. When I deduced this killer move, I fused this goo into it. Thus the power was this great. This was the true reason why Fang Yuan chose a star path attack method. Tai Baiyun Sheng realized at once. So that is it. I knew it. My defensive killer move is called 9 Cloud Ring. When activated at full force, 9 cloud rings can exist at once. Not only is the defense incredible, it can be replenished at any time, and can even return the attacks of enemies back to them. This cost me 2 whole Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan nodded. Your killer move is definitely worth the price. In fact, this will be priced at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Inkman King is giving you a favor. Tai Baiyun Sheng laughed. I understand this clearly. He was considering my landscape as before Immortal Goo. He is also a Goo Immortal. He needs to undergo tribulations and calamities. When his blessed land suffers damage, he would need to ask me to repair it. Landscape as before Goo is my way to earn a fortune from now on. Old Bai, when your business expands in the future, I am sure many Goo Immortals will come to you for help. Come, let's talk while flying. Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyun Sheng slowly flew towards Danghun Mountain. Tai Baiyun Sheng looked back, only to see that on the battlefield earlier, there were still dozens of blue star clouds. The insides of these clouds were still emitting a cracking noise. It came from the collision of starlight specks. As the frost energy spread around the star clouds, their color faded with time. Junior brother, you are incredible. This icy drill stardust is worth at least 4 Immortal Essence Stones if you sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Tai Baiyun Sheng sighed. If not for Wisdom Goo, how would I have endless inspiration? Fang Yuan replied plainly. Actually, with just Wisdom Goo, if he did not have little Immortal Xing Luo's Ice Path killer move Icy Yarn, and her smaller killer move 6-9 Stardust, he would not be able to deduce the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. When little Immortal Xing Luo started rising up, she was extremely poor, using the opportunity of the 5 Regions War. She used her self-created Icy Stardust killer move to accumulate her wealth, finally gaining prominence and becoming a relatively famous character. Fang Yuan's intention was to make an attempt of buying the former version of Icy Stardust from her. When he saw Icy Yarn and 6-9 Stardust, he guessed that these 2 killer moves were the foundation of little Immortal Xing Luo's new self-created killer move. After he spent half an Immortal Essence Stone to buy it, he rushed towards Wisdom Goo and used the Light of Wisdom to make deductions. Wisdom Goo's halo brought him unlimited inspiration, and Fang Yuan was a person who had been reborn. He had seen the power of Icy Stardust with his own eyes. This gave him the proper direction, avoiding the need to deduce blindly. Eventually, he combined Do Min Jun's inheritance within, deducing the killer move Icy Drill Stardust. This killer move was different from Icy Stardust. It had a smaller range but much greater power. One could say that using the inheritance of Do Min Jun, he had already slightly surpassed Icy Stardust. Rank 9 Wisdom Goo is truly phenomenal. I simply cannot imagine the effect when it is used fully. Honestly, I am a little envious of you. After becoming a zombie, you could receive such benefits. Tai Baiyun Sheng looked at Fang Yuan with admiration. Fang Yuan shook his head. There are a lot of flaws by becoming a zombie. Firstly, I have to thank Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Next, I could reach this step because of coincidences and lucky opportunities. If not for the peculiar situation back then, allowing me to reach an arrangement with Wisdom Goo, how could I utilize the Light of Wisdom? That's right, if not for Red Lotus Demon Venerable breaking Fate Goo, after we die, our souls would be sucked into the door of life and death, slumbering in the death domain for all eternity. How would anyone be able to remain in the world, to become a zombie? Tai Baiyun Sheng sighed deeply. All right, before I left, I urged you to indirectly ask about the details of Luck Path from Langya Land Spirit. Now that you've returned, what information did you obtain? Fang Yuan asked. Ever since he learned that long-hair ancestor had discussed about Tao with giant sun Immortal venerable for 7 days and 7 nights, this idea emerged in him. Lang Yalan's spirit was far easier to deal with than Mo Yao's will. But Tai Bai Yun Shang shook his head. He showed a strange smile. After I repaired a few rivers, I was chased out by Lang Yalan's spirit in a hurry. He has to eat his medicine grinder chips. He is very busy. Eat his medicine grinder chips? Half a month later, Fang Yuan went to Lang Ya blessed land again. It was foggy in front of him. It was a scene of white. Among the turbulent cloud sea, 12 cloud buildings were motionless. Many large rivers resembling dragons were flowing above the cloud soil. After Tai Bai Yun Shang's restoration, Lang Ya blessed land had returned to its former state. Fang Yuan was brought into a cloud building, meeting Lang Ya land spirit. Lang Ya land spirit still had layers of chi path seals. But there were originally 18 layers of seals under the Inkman King's help. 3 layers were removed, only 15 were left. Inkman King stood beside Lang Ya land spirit. He did not dare to act arrogantly in front of Fang Yuan. He greeted first, "Sir Fang Yuan, how have you been?" Fang Yuan smiled at him. His protruding fangs made his smile look very scary. He turned to look at Lang Ya land spirit, tossing a rank 4 East Window Goo towards him. Look! East Window Goo was floating silently before Lang Ya land spirit. Lang Ya land spirit could not stretch out his arms, but Fang Yuan lent him the East Window Goo so his consciousness could enter it. After checking the contents, he nodded in satisfaction, praising, "Not bad. Quite impressive. You completely deduced these 3 immortal Goo recipes. Incredible. This thought process is spectacular. Land spirit, I did not come here personally to listen to your rubbish." Fang Yuan interrupted Lang Ya land spirit rudely, pointing out his intention. Lang Ya land spirit was not stupid. He willed and summoned 30 immortal essence stones. "This is your remuneration." Fang Yuan took these immortal essence stones and placed it in his immortal aperture. His earnings this time was not as much as previously. That was because deducing these immortal Goo recipes cost him 6 green grape immortal essence beads. If not for the Stargate which was already built, he would have to waste another 2 green grape immortal essence beads, raising his cost to 8. Even though these immortal Goo recipes were also remnant recipes with at least 90% completion rate, each of them needed in-depth analysis. Some immortal Goo recipes were very hard to deduce. There were hurdles one after another. When he thought with his brain, he would expend more wills. But even so, the profits were still immense. Inkman King used an envious gaze and watched the two finish their transaction, before smiling. "Sir Fang Yuan, actually, each transaction need not be done using immortal essence stones, right? Over here in Lang Ya blessed land, there are lots of good stuff that cannot be found in Treasure Yellow Heaven. We can do trading. To speak the truth, my Inkman City has some precious goods that Sir might be interested in. Not long ago, your senior brother Tai Bai Yun Shang had bought a killer move from me." Inkman King saw that Fang Yuan had ample funds and wanted to do business with him. Fang Yuan heard this and smiled. "Inkman King's suggestion is great. I lack 3 small swamp goo and 6 Pine Island goo. I wonder if you have them?" This problem stumped Inkman King. He showed an awkward expression. "I am ashamed. This is the first time I've heard of small swamp and Pine Island. These are all olden antiquity goo worms. Little swamp goo can change the terrain, forming a small swamp. Pine Island is the same, it can create a floating island on top of the sea. There is a huge tree in the middle of the island. The tree roots would extend and hold the soil together." Lang Ya land spirit explained. Next, he asked Fang Yuan curiously, "These goo worms have all been eliminated from use. Right now, Goo Immortals have better and cheaper ways to change the terrain of the blessed land. Why do you want these goo worms? You don't need to ask about my intention. From your tone, I assume you have these goo worms in Lang Ya blessed land?" Fang Yuan asked mysteriously. "Of course." Lang Ya land spirit raised his head, saying arrogantly, "Every time I obtain a new goo recipe, I will refine a few goo worms to keep them as collection. I have up to 100 little swamp goo and Pine Island goo as collection. I can sell them to you. But the materials to refine these goo worms are now all extinct. You will need to pay an immortal essence stone. Goods were more expensive when they were rare. Little swamp goo and pine island goo were not even sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Feng Yuan had no hesitation. He tossed an immortal essence stone to Langya Land Spirit and obtained 3 little swamp goo and 6 pine island goo. Next, he looked at Langya Land Spirit curiously. Strange, you collect so many goo worms. How do you settle the issue of feeding them? Feng Yuan had been troubled these days over the feeding of goo worms, especially the immortal goo that he had. Langya Land Spirit gave him the answer. The problem of feeding mortal goo is easy. Just create a special environment and let them hibernate. But you can't do this for immortal goo. Even if they hibernate, you need to feed them. But the food that you feed them will be halved compared to normal times. This answer was a little disappointing to Feng Yuan. Can you go into detail? He asked. I believe you have gone to 88 Truyong Building's True Inheritance Secluded Domain, right? True Inheritance Secluded Domain is a special environment. It can cause goo worms to hibernate. Mortal goo will not need to be fed, and immortal goo's feeding cost would be greatly reduced. Feng Yuan frowned. Even so, True Inheritance Secluded Domain has so many immortal goo. I do not believe that 88 Truyong Building can obtain so much resources every 10 years to feed these immortal goo. That is because Giant Sun Immortal Venerable used food path methods. Food path is a very secretive path. It is solely for the research on how to feed goo worms, variant humans, wild beasts, and even humans these very tough questions. Don't ask me questions about food path, I have no idea. The immortal goo that I have area all fed in the most traditional way. Feng Yuan did not give up. Back then, your main body and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable refined 88 Truyong Building together. Would you not know the food path methods that he used? Langya Land Spirit rolled his eyes. The main body had once made an oath with Giant Sun Immortal Venerable to not reveal any information regaining the food path methods. This is a huge secret, actually, I want to know about it too. But in the memories that I inherited, there is no such information. Feng Yuan nodded. He knew that land spirits were upright and would never lie. He was only asking casually. Although he had completed the transaction, Feng Yuan did not leave yet. He had another objective in coming here. He took out a star shoot goo, placing it before Langya Land Spirit. Can you reverse refine the recipe of this goo? Langya Land Spirit could not stretch out his hands. He could only sniff the star shoot goo, saying, this goo had obviously been tampered with. The goo recipe is very hard to recreate. At the very least, a refinement grandmaster is needed. With just this rank 3-star path goo, it is impossible to reverse refine its recipe. Because this is a new goo, it will need to be researched and that would result in some costs. Feng Yuan smiled, stretching out his right palm, showing 5 fingers. I have over 5,000 star shoot goo. Star shoot goo was a necessary goo worm in formulating the killer move Spring Star Rain. Feng Yuan tried using it once and found that the killer move was very effective. He had bought so many star shoot goo at once, he had the intention to reverse refine it. But right now, his intention was even stronger. 5,000, of course, I can reverse refine the recipe. What a pity. I am currently sealed. I can't do anything. Langya Land Spirit sighed. Feng Yuan frowned. This Chi Path seal still has 15 layers. How long would it take to remove them all? At least a year, Inkman King said. So long. No choice. This seal is definitely an immortal killer move. The more it is unsealed, the more difficult it becomes. Inkman King showed a bitter laughter. Long Hair Ancestor was one of the 3 supreme grandmasters in refinement path history. Their names were contained in legends. Langya Land Spirit's current refinement path realm was at least refinement grandmaster level. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan was only a refinement path master. If he could get Langya Land Spirit to help, that would be the best. But now that Langya Land Spirit was sealed, he could not refine goo, and would not be able to reverse refine the recipe. Actually, it is not impossible to reverse refine the recipe. Inkman King suggested. Langya Blessed Land has many old hairy men, right? These old hairy men all have refinement master attainment. By then, let them work for the land spirit while Langya Land Spirit directs them personally. Wouldn't that work? Lang Yalan's spirit rolled his eyes at Inkman King. An outsider's silly words. Refinement path is profound and deep. Many methods and killer moves require the relevant wisdom, cultivation, and talent, as well as huge amounts of practice. Do you think that many refinement masters would add up to one refinement grandmaster? Bullshit. Inkman King was scolded till he was stunned. But he only laughed and did not dare to rebuke. In that case, forget it. When you are unsealed, we'll talk about it. Fang Yuan said his goodbye, turning around and leaving. This matter was not urgent at the moment. Lad, even if I am unsealed, I will not reverse refine it for you for free. Prepare 3 immortal essence stones. Lang Yalan's spirit shouted towards Fang Yuan, who was leaving. Fang Yuan did not turn around. He waved his hand as he stepped into the Stargate, vanishing. Humph, rascal kid. Lang Yalan's spirit watched him disappeared as he muttered. After Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he entered Danghun Palace, starting on the matter of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had already obtained small swamp goo and pine island goo. These were the final missing pieces. 7 days and 7 nights later, Fang Yuan planted large numbers of goo worms on his first aperture as well as the area around his stomach. These goo worms' effects were interlinked. They amplified each other and formed a strong seal. On one hand, they helped the first aperture to alleviate Spring-Autumn Cicada's pressure. On the other hand, they expelled Spring-Autumn Cicada's partial aura towards the outside of his body after some modifications. Thirdly, and most importantly, the seal would not affect the activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada. This seal can last for 4 years. This way, I have resolved the problem of Spring-Autumn Cicada bursting the first aperture for the time being. Fang Yuan checked that there was no problem and sighed in relief. This tough problem was finally settled. He felt a pressure lifting off his shoulders. The process of sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada was not easy. After all, he was using mortal goo to seal an immortal goo. Fang Yuan's soul was so exhausted it faded slightly. After succeeding in the sealing, Fang Yuan fell asleep, not wanting to get out of bed for 3 days. 3 days later, Fang Yuan slowly woke up. His heart was in serenity. He did not feel tired or restless anymore. It seems that the zombie body cannot compare to a live physical body in one more aspect. That is, not only does my soul get weakened more easily, it also is more prone to agitation. Fang Yuan found another drawback of the zombie body. If the soul was weak, it could be easily resolved by using guts goo to strengthen his soul. There were many guts goo on Danghun Mountain. These were all items of the highest quality for strengthening his soul. But the irritation of the soul required pacifying the soul. The best way to pacify the soul was to use the bewitching lake's water, found in Obsession Death Domain. This water was recorded in The Legends of Renzu. It was praised by Verdant Great Sun as an excellent wine. Fang Yuan did not have the waters of Bewitching Lake, but even if he did, he would not dare to drink it. He used the ancient method, the most effective one, sleeping. If I had a normal person's body, I would just need to rest for a while in order to pacify the irritation in my soul. But after becoming a zombie, I would need to sleep for 3 days straight. Soul path involves strengthening the soul, refining the soul, and pacifying the soul, these 3 aspects, but most soul path goo masters focus on the first 2. Now that I think about it, that should be because sleeping is an excellent way to pacify the soul. Thus they did not need to invest in this aspect. After sealing Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fang Yuan gained a deeper understanding of soul path. Next, he calculated this month's balance. After dealing with Lang Yalan's spirit twice, he earned 60 immortal essence stones. But he also spent a lot. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, he bought more than 1,000 Starlight Firefly goo, the killer moves Spring Star Rain, Icy Yarn and 6-9 Stardust, large amounts of goo refinement materials, large numbers of mortal goo, as well as a group of old hairy men. And finally, to seal Spring-Autumn Cicada, he bought small swamp goo and pine island goo. He spent a total of 20 immortal essence stones. Right now, Fang Yuan had 30.5 immortal essence stones left. Do not think that this was a lot of immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan also spent much of his green grape immortal essence. When deducing immortal goo recipes, he could only do it by himself. The first time he traded with Lang Yalan's spirit, He only had 9 green grape immortal essence beads left. After the second deduction, he spent 6 immortal essence beads, and improving the sealing method on spring-autumn cicada consumed 1 bead. Right now he had 2 beads left. It was necessary to improve spring-autumn cicada seal. Earlier, his estimated cost was 23 immortal essence stones. After the improvement, it fell to 20. This way, he saved 2 immortal essence stones. Only having 2 beads of green grape immortal essence left was very dangerous. If he met with a mishap, Fang Yuan would only be able to use Myriad Self twice before he would be unable to deal with the situation, especially now, when Immortal Crane Sect was close to attacking. Fang Yuan used 15 immortal essence stones, converting them into his own green grape immortal essence. This way, his green grape immortal essence rose to 17 beads, while his immortal essence stones fell to 15.5 pieces. Right now, the crisis with spring-autumn cicada's aperture had been temporarily resolved, and his predicament was also relieved after allying with He Lulan. Dealing with Lang Ye Land Spirit earned him huge amounts of immortal essence stones. It was the source of the strength to resolve Fang Yuan's problems. The absolutely terrible situation was alleviated slightly. It was like a land of darkness with dark clouds looming. After Fang Yuan's immense efforts, he managed to create an opening, allowing sunlight to pierce into the land of darkness. Right now in front of him was another problem, and this problem had to be resolved quickly. That was the feeding of immortal goo. Fang Yuan was not worried about feeding mortal goo, but feeding immortal goo was becoming a huge issue. All in all, Fang Yuan had too many immortal goo. He had spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, calamity beckoning, delight in water and mountain, worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, cleanse soul, connect luck, and woman's heart. Ordinary goo immortals did not even have a single immortal goo. Fang Yuan had 9. This was a great boon as well as a huge burden. Spring-autumn cicada was fine. It consumed the water in the river of time. It did not need feeding. Fixed immortal travel was once fed with 1 bead of green grape immortal essence a year ago in Central Continent time. That could last for 6 years. But 1 year in Central Continent was not 1 year of time passing by for fixed immortal travel. During this time it was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's aperture, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. All of these had faster time flow than Central Continent. And this 6 years was a theoretical number. The more Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel, the more this time would shrink. Right now, although fixed immortal travel could still hold on for a while, it was close to needing to be fed again. The remaining immortal goo were troublesome. These recent days, Fang Yuan had been investigating and finally obtained crucial information. Calamity beckoning immortal goo's food was the black blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo needed large amounts of earth chi, water chi, and some laughter stones. Worldly wave trace goo needed tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish, as well as thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Rising azure cloud goo needed the dragon scale of the desolate beast, cloud dragon, as well as tens of thousands of eyeballs from wind-scythe birds. Cleanse soul immortal goo needed the flesh and blood of over 10,000 white lotus giant silkworm goo. Connect luck immortal goo needed 5,000 kilograms of sand from the resting area of the ancient desolate beast, worldly sand gull. As for the poison path immortal goo, woman's heart, Lang Ye Land Spirit had earlier said that it fed on women's hearts. This goo combined nurturing and refinement. The more hearts used to feed it, the stronger the poison. Among these goo worms, calamity beckoning goo was just refined. It already needs feeding and is very weak now. The immortal goo, delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace, are components of the immortal goo house water pavilion. They had been inside Imperial Court Blessed Land all these years and have been fed well. Cleanse soul, connect luck, woman's heart and rising azure cloud were all hibernating inside true inheritance secluded domain. During these many years, giant suns will had only fed them half of the resources they needed. Now that they are out of the true inheritance secluded domain, they have woken up fully and are extremely hungry. They need food. Thankfully, I passed rising azure cloud to Lang Ye Land Spirit. With him feeding it, it will not die of hunger. I have also left 2 immortal goo, landscape as before and man as before, with Tai by Yunshang. That's his problem to deal with. Fang Yuan analyzed. Even so, the pressure on him was quite intense. Feeding immortal goo was not merely a question of immortal essence stones. This world was not like Earth. Earth was a highly commercialized society. As long as one had money, they could buy nearly anything. But in the goo world, the economy was not developed. There were monopolies in many markets and countless precious and rare resources. Immortal essence stones were a hard currency, but they could not serve all purposes. For example, looking at the food he needed, the desolate beast six-headed snake and cloud dragon, as well as the ancient desolate beast worldly sand gull, they were hard to come by and had great strength equivalent to goo immortals. Although Treasure Yellow Heaven occasionally sold the flesh, bones, and other parts of desolate beasts, they showed up infrequently and would be purchased within moments when they were available in the market. Even earth chi and water chi were not easy to extract. White lotus giant silkworm goo and laughter stones were very rare goods. They were hardly seen in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In contrast, woman's heart was much easier to feed. Although it was slightly troublesome, the difficulty was lower. There was another crucial point, that was time. Feng Yuan did not have ample time to slowly prepare these foods. Thus, he had no choice but to purchase these rare resources in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Even though this would make the price higher, and Wisdom Path goo immortals would be left with huge amounts of traces to make their deductions. But Feng Yuan was now known as 8-Arm Immortal. For the time being, no one would connect it to who Immortal blessed land. Even if they would, he had to do this. After all, the survival of the immortal goo was much more important than being suspected. Of course, he had asked Lang Yalan Spirit long ago, as well as He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Unfortunately, he did not get ideal results from them. Lang Yalan Spirit had once owned laughter stones, but he had used them up when refining goo. And several years ago, there was a goo immortal who returned from Eastern Sea, sending Fairy Li Shan a batch of deep-sea lightning eels. But there were only 100 of them, and they were merely used as ornamental attractions. Later, because Fairy Li Shan did not take good care of them, all of these eels died. But this gave Feng Yuan a reminder. Eastern Sea. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when he was immortal, he traveled over the 5 regions. He went everywhere and had once stayed in Eastern Sea for a while. Eastern Sea had abundant resources, the most in the 5 regions. Even Central Continent could not compare to it. Moreover, over these recent years, Eastern Sea had been in turmoil. There were many opportunities available there, and the benefits would be huge too. If Feng Yuan had not been stuck with Danghun Mountain's problem, and due to Tai Bai Yun Shang being the easiest path to resolving it, his first choice would have been Eastern Sea. Thinking about Lan Su Blessed Land, Blue Dragon Whale, Rainbow Island, and so on, Feng Yuan made his decision. He summoned Tai Bai Yun Shang. Old Bai, how has your cultivation been? Tai Bai Yun Shang laughed heartily. He could not stop talking. It's great. My progress is very smooth. I helped Lang Yalan Spirit repair his cloud soil and earned 3 immortal essence stones. Next, I restored several rivers and earned another 2 immortal essence stones. I then bought the defensive killer move 9 cloud ring, spending 2 immortal essence stones. Finally, I bought seeds of float ball tea in Treasure Yellow Heaven, spending another stone. Float ball tea seeds are very common. You actually spent an entire immortal essence stone. It seems you bought a huge quantity. But your choice is correct. I have seen your blessed land. There are far more time path resources than space path resources. Float ball tea grows slowly and floats in the air. You can maximize your advantages and minimize your weaknesses. In a few years, when the float ball tea plants mature, you will be able to reap the harvest and sell them. Feng Yuan evaluated. That is exactly the case. Tai Bai Yun Sheng patted his leg. After the float ball tea plants reach a certain scale, I will bring in a group of jade hummingbirds, developing my blessed land with that as the base. Feng Yuan looked at Tai Bai Yun Sheng, saying, Jade hummingbirds are mutated beasts. The price of a jade hummingbird group will not be cheap. Tai Bai Yun Shang replied calmly, I have already thought about it. From now on I will use landscape as before to earn immortal essence stones, and learn from Fairy Li Shan's example. I believe my landscape as before is not inferior to Fairy Li Shan's mountain pledge goo. Feng Yuan nodded. You have landscape as before goo? Wherever you go, you will be extremely popular. Tai Bai Yun Shang sighed. It is a pity that showing myself in public is inconvenient now. We are the only survivors after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed. Right now, we are already considered the top suspects by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. If we are exposed, the consequences would be unthinkable. Also, the most crucial witness, Ma Hongyun, has vanished. It seems a certain Gu Immortal is holding him captive. It is possible that we might have already been targeted by some Gu Immortals. That is why I think that Eastern Sea would be a good place for you to go. At this point, Fang Yuan finally stated his true intentions. Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyunsheng was surprised. Right? There are many sea areas in Eastern Sea. The culture and style there are greatly different from Northern Plains. You will certainly have great benefits when you go there, especially in one of the sea areas, Air Bubble Sea. This sea produces abundant air bubble fish, but due to a fight between Gu Immortals recently, it has been poisoned. The owners of this sea area, an I clan, Qiu clan and Ba clan are having headaches because of this. Fang Yuan explained. Tai Baiyunsheng immediately became excited. This feels like a major business opportunity. Junior brother, you are right, we can't move in Northern Plains, but we can go to Eastern Sea. There are regional walls between the 5 regions, and the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it is to cross these barriers. But we have fixed immortal travel and can thus ignore the regional walls. However, Old Bai, you need to be careful. Gu Immortals might not be able to casually travel between regions, but the disturbance in Northern Plains is too large and is already known by the other 4 regions, too. Central Continent's 10 great sects have deep foundations and even their own pawns in all the other regions. I had planned to seize Immortal Gu Dark Limit before going to Eastern Sea, but there has not been much progress at Hei Lu landside. Danger will lurk everywhere in this trip. You need to be extremely careful. Fang Yuan sincerely reminded. Tai Baiyunsheng was deeply moved. I understand, but junior brother, you don't need to worry. I have been wandering around in Northern Plains for most of my life. I might not be too skilled in a head-on confrontation, but I still have more than enough ability to protect myself. Fang Yuan nodded. He also acknowledged this point, otherwise he would not have arranged for Tai Baiyunsheng to go to Eastern Sea. Tai Baiyunsheng was experienced and knowledgeable along with being a flying master. Thus his escaping ability was top-notch. Moreover, he now possessed a formidable cloud path defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. When you enter Eastern Sea, don't immediately make dealings with Ni, Qiu, and Bai clans. Instead proceed to Hai Shi Blessed Land. Among the 5 great trading markets in the world, Treasure Yellow Heaven is first and Hai Shi Blessed Land is second. Hai Shi Blessed Land should have missions for saving Air Bubble Sea. You can then use this pretext to get in contact with the 3 clans and save a lot of trouble. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Baiyunsheng agreed. I will definitely go make a trip to Hai Shi Blessed Land. Fang Yuan continued. I need some specific food to feed my immortal Gu. Tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. These 2 are specialties of Eastern Sea. Also, see if there are any laughter stones in Hai Shi Blessed Land. The blood of the desolate beast, 6-headed snake, and cloud dragon scales. This is the list of items I require, here. Tai Baiyunsheng accepted the list and revealed a serious expression. Junior brother, your matters are my matters as well. I will be sure to settle this with all my effort. Fang Yuan gave a bright smile. Old Bai, just do your best. Before departing, I hope you can make a trip to Danghun Mountain and consume some guts Gu. This Gu is among the highest quality Gu around for strengthening one's soul. It is always best to be prepared just in case. Junior brother, here we go again. I have said it many times. These guts Gu are your property. How can I covet your wealth as a senior brother? Tai Baiyunsheng immediately refused. This was already his 6th time refusing such an offer. Fang Yuan was already his benefactor. He, Tai Baiyunsheng, placed this favor deep in his heart, never to be forgotten. So how could he covet Fang Yuan's guts Gu? Fang Yuan mumbled before conceding. Strengthening the soul is extremely beneficial for you. How about this? I will sell these guts Gu to you for 1 immortal essence stone. It just so happens that I lack immortal essence stones to buy food for my immortal Gu. Tai Baiyunsheng wanted to say something, but Fang Yuan waved his hand and continued. Senior brother, Danger will be lurking on all sides during this trip to Eastern Sea. I hope you will arm and prepare yourself properly, otherwise, if some accident occurs to you, I will feel guilty. I try to pay attention to all details when I do something. I hope you can understand. His words contained sincerity and genuine friendship. Especially when Fang Yuan called him senior brother, which he rarely said. Tai Bai Yun Shang's eyes reddened. He rapidly blinked his eyes and breathed out. All right, I understand your intent, junior brother. We will make this transaction. A day later, Tai Bai Yun Shang had made all the preparations and left to Immortal blessed land together with Fang Yuan. Arriving at Eastern Sea. I will hand over both Moving Perspective Cup Gu and Stargate Gu to you. We will maintain contact frequently. If there is any significant matter, please inform me beforehand. Fang Yuan reminded. Junior brother, go back without any worries. If Immortal Crane's sect attacks, don't forget to call me. Fang Yuan nodded, and without saying any more, he activated fixed Immortal travel, disappearing from the spot. Tai Bai Yun Shang stored the Stargate Gu and looked at the surrounding sea. After identifying the direction, he rapidly began flying. When he appeared again, Fang Yuan had arrived at Western Desert. He was standing on an exceedingly tall sand dune. All around him was a boundless desert with countless sand dunes extending everywhere. The scorching sun shone down. There was no wind and the temperature was so high it made one have the feeling of being broiled. But Fang Yuan had an immortal zombie body and did not feel even a trace of warmth. The coarse and fine sand granules shone like gold under the sunlight. Fang Yuan looked at the sand dune under him. This sand dune was several times taller than other sand dunes. It shone with golden light and its contours were soft and smooth. The whole sand dune was a scene of nothingness except for a short tree on the peak. This tree was not even 8 feet tall. The branches were short, thin and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow. The flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. This tree's origin was huge. It was an ancient desolate tree, named Thousand Wish. It would finish growing in 300 years, flower at its 600th year and bear fruit at the 900th year. The number of fruits it produced was always precisely 1,000. Right when the fruits completely ripened, people could bring gu recipes and make a wish under the tree. If the wish succeeded, the fruits would open and the corresponding gu worms would fly out. These gu worms could be mortal gu and also could be immortal gu. But if a wish for immortal gu succeeded, the amount of fruits would decrease accordingly. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this desolate tree had caused a huge battle among Western Desert's gu immortals. Finally, several super forces came to an agreement and tried to partition this tree between themselves. But on the day the fruits ripened and fell down, all sizes of forces, big and small, allied and burst through the blockade created by the super forces, causing chaos throughout the place. A lone cultivator rank 5 gu master with the surname Han and namely, unexpectedly became the first to arrive under the Thousand Wish tree. His wish gave him a space path immortal gu named Phantom Heaven. Fang Yuan was a rank 4 gu master back then who sought to obtain profits in the chaos. After experiencing great dangers and difficulties, he arrived before the ancient desolate tree, and was also able to obtain a gu worm. But this gu worm was only a rare rank 4 gu. Even so, this rare rank 4 gu gave a tremendous boost to Fang Yuan's battle strength. Back then, I had to fight through such a tight siege defense to arrive in front of this tree, and the fruits were already sparse by then, only 50 or 60 were left. I have now arrived here in this life, but it's too early. The fruits still require over 200 years to completely mature. Fang Yuan's heart was deeply moved and he smacked this ancient desolate tree. But the Thousand Wish tree did not even budge. This desolate tree had astonishing defense and could continue to stand tall against the attacks of immortal gu. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of it. The regretful thing was that not long after that chaotic battle, Shi Clan's rank 8 ancestor, Shi Jianping, exited his seclusion and suppressed all the experts forcefully, his might awing the entirety of the great desert. The Thousand Wish Tree was taken away by Shi Clan and planted at Shi Clan's blessed land. Since then, Feng Yuan had not been able to see the Thousand Wish Tree again. Feng Yuan did not have methods to transplant the Thousand Wish Tree. Even if he had, he did not have any place to plant it in. Immortal blessed land had a terrain of grassland and not desert terrain. The Thousand Wish Tree required this kind of extreme environment to survive. Moreover, if the Thousand Wish Tree was moved impulsively now, the floral leaves along with the Thousand Wish fruits would wither and fall, wasting the previous millennium of effort. Feng Yuan walked down the sand dune and left this place. Only after walking for a whole half a day and countless li, he had truly left the range of the Thousand Wish Tree. Feng Yuan glanced back. There was only flat desert with no signs of sand dunes, let alone the gorgeous shadow of light of the 500 to 600 feet tall tree. He was not surprised. This Thousand Wish Tree had an ability of shrouding a radius of a huge distance in illusion. When leaving this illusion, one must leave on foot. And approaching it was extremely troublesome. The illusion would emerge repeatedly and could even make people move around the same spot without realizing. It was because of this that I and others could fish for benefits. Feng Yuan smiled. He had fixed immortal travel so he could ignore this illusion. However, the goal of this trip was not this ancient desolate tree. It was instead the person who had gained enormous benefits from a Thousand Wish fruit and became a immortal expert later. This person's name was Han Li. Han Li was immortal, but after repeated fortuitous encounters, his nature became steadfast and courageous. His starting point was much lower than mine. When he had just started his cultivation, I was already a rank 3 Gu master in southern border. But at the time of my self-detonation, he had already become a Gu immortal at the peak of rank 7, a famous powerhouse of Western Desert. Many influential figures of central continent's 10 great sects suffered losses from him. But right now he is only just a child. According to the biography of Han Li, he should be living in a mortal hamlet near Huang Clan. Feng Yuan's target was Han Li. Ever since Feng Yuan understood the effect of Connect Luck Immortal Gu, he had intended to use his rebirth advantage to get rid of the weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada wearing down his luck. He planned meticulously and ruled out many people, leaving behind only a few targets. Han Li was one of them. These targets were people who would attain great success in the future, having large potential as well as huge luck. People like Hunting King Sun Gone of Southern Border, who would only be at rank 5 all their lives, were simply ignored by Feng Yuan. Little immortal Xing Luo was a Gu immortal, but her luck was not good and she would at most reach a small scale of fame. Feng Yuan ignored her too. There was Shi Chaoyu who would be able to become a rank 7 Gu immortal, but his journey was filled with ups and downs. His luck was definitely not good and he was also excluded. Only people like Han Li and Ma Hongyun, who had smooth journeys with repeated fortuitous encounters, were Feng Yuan's targets. However, Ma Hongyun's whereabouts were unknown at present and Fairy Li Shan was exerting her full efforts to investigate it. Feng Yuan's first target thus became Han Li. After leaving the Thousand Wish Tree, Feng Yuan used Mortal Gu to disguise as a man with a yellowish face and a robust body. Then he directly flew towards Huang Clan. The entirety of Western Desert was a vast desert. Oases were like stars in the sky, shining among this sea of sand. Humans lived here by relying on the oases. Western Desert, Shajing Oasis. Huang Clan as an upper-tier force had hundreds of years of history here. They occupied the most important resources at the center of this oasis. At the outer parts of the oasis, there were small-sized forces that submitted to this Huang Clan. At the even further outer areas, near the fringe of Shajing Oasis, there were mortal villages. These mortals had a tough life, they had huge numbers and were all under the control of Huang Clan and other forces of Gu masters. In these villages, there was a Han village. Near Han village, there was a small natural grassland. Although it was called a grassland, it was much more desolate than northern plains. There was sand everywhere and blades of red dagger grass were sharp as swords, stabbing into the deep parts of the sand, trying to absorb the meager water content. A group of children were bending their backs, holding sickles as they laboriously cut down these grasses. These children were not even 10 years old, but they had to come out and work to make money for the family. This was common in mortal families. The dagger grass had sharp edges. These children were all wearing leather gloves. But there was one without gloves. This bare-handed child sniffed his mucus as he held the sickle, cutting the dagger grass and placed them into the basket on his back. The radiance of the setting sun was still very hot. These children were all breathing roughly as it shined on them, sweat pouring on their backs. Finally, the sky turned darker. As the sun was at the horizon, only half of it could be seen now, as the children stopped their work. Quickly leave. It is night time. The small ghost jackals are coming out to hunt for food. The child with the largest body frame spoke like he was their leader. How much did you gather? Wow, that's a lot. As usual, they started comparing with each other. I ate until I was full today. That's why I have strength, he. But the grass that you cut is still less than Han Li. Hey, Han Li, you are amazing. You can cut the grass without wearing gloves. Yet there are no injuries on your hands. How did you do it? A small lass with a ponytail asked. Han Li giggled. The children returned to the village together. They were talking excitedly along the way. When they returned to the village, they split up, returning to their homes. Han Li returned home too. He pushed the broken wooden door and realized that his parents were not back yet. His father was a farmer. He was planting wire cotton at the west part of the village. He had been plowing the fields these days, going out early and returning home late. His mother had a job that everyone in the village admired. Every day she would enter the outer area of the oasis, doing odd jobs and cleaning for a small-sized Gu master clan. Han Li stood beside one cornstone. He poured the dagger grass in his basket inside. Then he picked up a wooden pole and ground the grass down. He put in a lot of effort. Before long, he was full of sweat. After the grass was turned into paste, he took out a bag and poured a portion of the rice husks inside into the cornstone as well. He mixed them together, creating a paste-like food ingredient. He poured the food into a wooden basin. Next, he brought the wooden basin to the side of the house. There was a flimsy-looking stable beside the house. Inside were 3 fat sand scorpions. These sand scorpions were fat like pigs. They were no threat at all. Upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, the 3 fat sand scorpions rushed out from the shadows of the stable. Go ahead and eat. These were all cut down by me painstakingly. Han Li flipped over the wooden basin, pouring the paste-like food on the ground. The 3 fat sand scorpions surrounded the food and ate. They chewed loudly and made a humming noise. Eat, eat, eat more and grow faster. Han Li's small body was sprawled on the stable. He looked at these sand scorpions as he muttered. These fat sand scorpions were not goo. They were ordinary creatures. But the meat of the scorpion was plump and delicious. The money obtained after selling the meat would be a huge sum for the entire mortal family. To Han Li's family, these 3 fat sand scorpions were their most important assets. Thus, even if Han Li did not get to eat dinner himself, he had to feed these 3 fat sand scorpions. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At this time, Han Li's stomach started growling. Han Li jumped down from the fence. He rubbed his tummy and returned home, starting to cook dinner. He had to cook dinner for his family every day. The rice they ate was the most common sand rice in Western Desert. The texture of this rice was very bad. It was hard to swallow. But it was easy to cultivate. It was the main crop that mortals ate. As Han Li worked next to the stove, he did not know that someone had been watching him for half the day. As night descended, at the graveyard that was several li away from Han village, Fang Yuan was sitting still like a statue. The reason he chose this place was because of how deserted it was. At night, Fang Yuan came here and activated up to 1,000 investigative goo. He put the whole of Han village under his supervision. The primeval essence of goo immortals was unlimited. As long as they had enough goo worms, they could do things at the efficiency of thousands of mortals or more. In the darkness, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He assessed, the age fits. It should be this kid. As he thought about it, he activated the rank 5 luck inspection goo. Looking from afar, he saw that above Han village there was a lump of a luck cloud. This luck cloud size was not big. It was gray-white and looked very thin. This was a collection of luck. These villagers had a sense of belonging. Thus they felt that they were a collective body. resulting in their luck gathering together. Fang Yuan looked below the luck cloud. Smoky traces of luck were rising from the villagers. After rising for 200 meters, they merged into the luck cloud. And among the traces of luck in the luck cloud, there was one especially eye-catching portion of luck. This luck was like a huge stone. It was floating in the air above Han Li's family, 100 steps away from the ground. There was a crack on the surface of the stone, and a trace of luck was leaking from that crack. It had a golden color and was rising up, fusing into the collective luck cloud. What luck is this? Fang Yuan looked in amazement. He did not obtain the luck path true inheritance. He was quite unfamiliar with the meaning of the different forms of luck. For the time being, he decided to name this form of luck, calling it monolith luck. Only Han Li was at his home right now. Seeing this, Fang Yuan could confirm that Han Li was the future rank 7 Gu Immortal, the guy with countless fortuitous encounters. Fang Yuan then tried to look above him, but saw nothing. What a pity, after becoming an immortal zombie, I cannot detect my own luck anymore, unless I get the rank 6 luck inspection Gu. But who knows how my luck is now? Is it still the black coffin luck? Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He had always been very curious towards luck. But just as he was about to take out Connect Luck Gu, he heard someone shouting, "Little thief Ling Hu, you are hiding here. Do you think I, plump lady, can't find you? I chased you for countless miles. Quickly return my immortal essence stones." Fang Yuan was secretly shocked. He turned around and looked, only to see a human figure made of moving sand, shouting at him from far away. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He shouted, "Plump lady? You got the wrong person. I am not the person you are chasing." "Bullshit. Little thief Ling Hu, everyone knows you are an expert in disguise. Do you think that I would not recognize you when you disguise your appearance like this? You have some guts, stealing from me. I will beat you till your intestines are blown out." Not only was the human-shaped moving sand figure shouting, at the same time, there was a furious growl in the air as well. The voice was like thunder. It pierced heaven and earth. The entire oasis was shocked by this and went into chaos. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He did not think that by disguising as a normal human and hiding his zombie appearance, he would unexpectedly be treated as a thief by someone else. He stood up and turned around to look, only to see that at the northeast area, yellow sand was flying in the air and intense winds were blowing. The sound of the wind was like the roaring of beasts, continuous and loud. The yellow sand on the formerly peaceful ground was whipped up like tidal waves in the sea. The sand waves attacked one after another. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the monolith luck, before moving his body and charging towards the attacker head-on. Soon after, he saw the culprit. This was an extremely fat female Gu Immortal. She had a thick waist and broad shoulders. She was like a water tank. She stood on the yellow sand waves as she arrogantly and furiously looked at Fang Yuan. She stretched out a finger, scolding, "Little thief Ling Hu you." Just as she spoke, Fang Yuan attacked. "Heavenly zombie transformation!" Fang Yuan purposely shouted, before removing his disguise, showing his immortal zombie appearance. At once, a 6-meter-tall monster with a green face and sharp fangs, blood-red eyes, 8 monstrous arms and bulging muscles appeared before the female Gu Immortal, plump lady. He looked ruthless and terrifying, radiating killing intent. Plump lady was shocked. She said, "You?" Fang Yuan stepped on the ground, causing a loud sound. The ground was cracking under his pressure, as he flew towards Plump Lady like a cannonball. Plump Lady saw Fang Yuan's ruthless charge and her heart shook. She quickly raised her arms. Swish, swish, swish. 3 huge sand waves immediately rose into the air, reaching hundreds of meters in height. The huge waves came crashing. Fang Yuan snickered as he raised his speed, crashing towards them. Bam, bam, bam. In the blink of an eye, he scattered the 3 huge sand waves and appeared before Plump Lady. Plump Lady's heart was pounding. She finally realized she had found the wrong person. But she was someone with a fiery temper. Fang Yuan's fierce and ferocious actions aroused her anger. "I'll let you taste my killer move, martial sand armor," she shouted loudly, as 2 traces of yellow sand gushed out from her ears. The sand quickly gathered and enveloped her entire body. In a few breaths of time, she had turned into a sand giant that was about the size of Fang Yuan, but she had a thicker body. Fang Yuan charged forward, as the sand giant roared, slamming with both its arms, displaying unrivaled fearlessness. Boom boom! With two loud bangs, the 8-armed immortal zombie's fists met with the sand giant's. The sand giant's fist scattered into yellow sand, while Fang Yuan's fists were fractured. Plump Lady took a step back, as the scattered yellow sand merged to create the sand giant's fists again. Fang Yuan, however, took a huge step forward, while his fractured fists were recovering rapidly. His remaining 6 fists slammed at the sand giant. Crash, crash, crash. At once, the two engaged in fierce combat. Yellow sand was flying in the air as the sound of bones breaking could be heard continuously. Plump Lady was more shocked as she fought on. Who is this person? Why is he so insane like a demon? He is even more ruthless and fearless than me. Fang Yuan laughed wickedly. His 8 arms turned into fists and slammed. They opened into palms, slashing and smacking. They also became claws or piercing fingers. He showed his immense attainment in close combat. Plump Lady relied on martial sand armor's thick defense normally to engage in her relentless assaults. She was used to bullying other Gu immortals. But in front of Fang Yuan, she was at the losing end. Fang Yuan's fist shadows were flying. He moved nimbly as Plump Lady desperately dealt with his attacks. She could only parry his attacks but not retaliate. Suddenly, Fang Yuan saw an opening and got close to her. His 8 arms were like pythons coiling around her, as his 2 monstrous claws destroyed the sand giant's 2 arms like a drill. The sand giant roared, knocking its fat tummy towards him. Fang Yuan snickered in his heart. He had been expecting this. His figure moved quickly as he flew to the sky above the sand giant. His left knee slammed towards it, and with a bang, the sand giant's head was scattered. Before the yellow sand regenerated, Fang Yuan's right leg chopped at it like a battle axe. Bam! The yellow sand scattered, as the defensive killer move was broken. Plump Lady vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a falling meteor. Fang Yuan tore the yellow sand open, like an eagle scavenging for food. He flew down from the sky, bringing the intense winds with him. He was bent on killing Plump Lady. Plump Lady, who was falling, saw Fang Yuan chasing her and showed an expression of fear. She attempted to pull some distance from him, but Fang Yuan's speed was faster. Bam! With a loud explosion, Fang Yuan charged down from a high altitude, directly slamming Plump Lady into a deep part of the desert. Large amounts of yellow sand was sent flying. The huge impact created a large circular crater. It was 1,000 steps wide and about 30 meters deep. Oh! Fang Yuan stood at the pit of the crater. He had a surprised look as Plump Lady's corpse suddenly disintegrated into a pile of sand. At the same time, he heard her shrill laughter from the air. Oaf! I will let you taste my attacking killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin. As she said this, the yellow sand around the crater gushed down like tidal waves, filling up the entire round crater. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time. He was buried within. The surface of the desert was as flat as a mirror. Plump Lady's mouth was oozing with blood as she sat on a lump of yellow sand. Her palms were placed together as her eyes were staring wide open, activating her killer move maniacally. On the surface of the mirror-like desert, the sand statue of a certain horned dragon appeared. This horned dragon statue coiled around. The dragon's head bit its tail, gathering the surrounding sand and forming a great force to suppress Fang Yuan, who was under the sand. The intense battlefield had turned peaceful once more. Huff! Plump Lady let out a breath of turbid air. She wiped her sweat as she finally relaxed. It is over. My burial dragon sand coffin can form an incomparable pressure, emitted on my enemy in all directions. Once my enemy is trapped, they cannot move until they are turned into meat paste. In the past, I forcefully suppressed a desolate beast, evil dragon, not to mention restraining a lone zombie. Plump Lady muttered to herself. Her words had great effect as she quickly calmed herself down. But right at this moment, there was a loud explosion from beneath the ground. Bang! What sound is that? Plump Lady's body shook, She became nervous again. Bang! The loud bang could be heard again. It was like there was a giant underground beating a drum. Damn it! It is my burial dragon sand coffin. Plump Lady became alert. She stood up abruptly, but her vision turned dark. Her body was swaying as she almost fell onto the yellow sand on the ground. She was indeed injured. When Fong Yuan tore the martial sand armor, his strong punch had heavily injured her. At the crucial moment, she used her killer move as a body double, attracting Fong Yuan's attention as she hid inside the yellow sand that was flying all over the place. After that, she used her killer move Burial Dragon Sand Coffin and trapped Fong Yuan underneath the sand. Impossible! Even a desolate beast, evil dragon, met its end under my killer move's power. This killer move is worth at least 3 immortal essence stones in treasure yellow heaven. Plump Lady spoke to herself. Bang! Right at this moment there was another explosion. The originally fearsome and powerful evil dragon statue shook. It was covered in cracks as sand fell off the statue. Plump Lady's heart shuddered along with it. She stared with her eyes wide open. Her gaze was fixed on the desert below her feet. Boom! 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 The loud sound descended again. It became more and more frequent. The ground was shaking along with it. Plump Lady's mouth was dry. Her heart was pounding from shock as she felt that her killer move was not trapping a person. She was trapping a fearsome monster that was even fiercer than the desolate beast evil dragon. Bam! The huge dragon statue could suppress him no longer. It completely disintegrated. The surface of the desert swelled up like a tumor. Sand burst out and rained down, as a huge figure appeared before Plump Lady once again. It was a moonless night. Winds were blowing intensely, giving off an eerie and scary feeling. An 8-armed monster that was 6 meters in height. Fong Yuan, who had a green face and sharp fangs, was like a demon god incarnate. He brought fear and nightmares to this world. Different from before, he was covered in a black armor. The armor was spiky and looked very fearsome. It was extremely thick and could make Fong Yuan's tall and mighty heavenly zombie body become even more imposing. His demonic aura was oozing everywhere. This was Fong Yuan's defensive killer move. If Plump Lady lived for another 400 years, she would recognize this. During the chaotic 5 Regions War, this was the most common defensive killer move, hair armor. It had the rank 5 indestructible steel main goo as its core, with several hundred goo worms as assistants. It allowed a goo immortal to grow an absurd amount of hair all over their body, to form body armor. Not only was this cheap and efficient, it had great defense, and the goo worms used were easy to replenish if they were damaged. After Fong Yuan became an immortal zombie, his hair had become tough as steel. When he used hair armor, the effect was greater than most ordinary bodies of goo immortals. Using hair armor and his immortal zombie body, he took on Burial Dragon Sand Coffin directly without taking any injury. This killer move had appeared 400 years in advance. Plump Lady could not recognize it, but it did not hinder her from evaluating this killer move's value. This defensive killer move is stronger than my martial sand armor. If it is sold in treasure yellow heaven, it would be sold at 2.5 immortal essence stones. Thinking of this, Plump Lady's battle intent fell again. Sir, I am Mo Clan's Goo Immortal. I am chasing a thief. I mistook you for him. I believe that you are not Ling Hu Su now. This is a misunderstanding. It is said that friends are often made after a fight. We should... Fong Yuan laughed coldly. Hehe, interesting. Mo Clan's Goo Immortal. If I kill you, it will surely be very enjoyable. This was the first time Fong Yuan had spoken in this battle. His voice was hoarse and terrible to listen to. Plump Lady shuddered when she listened to him. Mo Clan was a super force in Western Desert, an overlord that dominated a territory. But Fong Yuan was fearless. He had no consideration for Mo Clan at all. Plump Lady's heart sank to rock bottom. Where did this demonic cultivator come from? Such incredible battle strength, high quality among rank 6 Goo Immortals. Yet he is so arrogant and ruthless. Next, Plump Lady saw a pair of wings growing on Fong Yuan's back. His wings were black, that of a bat's, black and huge. They flapped. The bat wings vanished like an illusion, but it caused Fong Yuan's body to shoot forward at lightning speed. So fast. This is a killer move, especially for movement. Plump lady's pupils shrunk. She had made up her mind to run. She screamed shrilly. Her plump face could not conceal the immense fear and shock she felt. Seeing that Fong Yuan was getting close, Plump lady's body burst out with a dazzling yellow light. The yellow light caused her body to move back rapidly. She escaped in the opposite direction at lightning speed. Fong Yuan activated the movement killer move Light Illusion Bat Wings again, but could not catch up to her. A few breaths later, Plump Lady vanished into the horizons. Plump Lady suffered a huge loss. She even used her killer move Light Sand Escape. Her foundation will definitely be affected. This guy is so absurd. He actually fought till Plump Lady escaped. Far away, Ling Husu hid deeply within a sand dune as he suppressed his aura, not daring to show any flaws in his concealment. She escaped quickly. Fong Yuan snorted. He stopped at the battlefield and used investigative goo to search. Ling Husu did not dare to breathe loudly. He felt that the investigative goo's aura had been sweeping the area where he was hiding in. Fong Yuan searched for a long time, but seeing that there was no effect, he left. He's finally gone. Weird. Why is my heart in so much unrest? Ling Husu had just wanted to come out, when suddenly his heart shook and he changed his mind. Time had slowly passed and it was already late at night. A figure moved like a phantom, descending from a high altitude. It was Fong Yuan. He had purposely left, turning around and flying into the clouds, secretly inspecting the ground. He had waited for a long time but did not see anyone. He snorted coldly, giving up on his search and returning to Sha Jing Oasis. So close, so close. This demon is really scheming and cunning. Thankfully I was careful, otherwise, I would have fallen for his trap. Ling Husu curled up in the sand nearby, breaking out in cold sweat from fear. In the darkness, his eyes were moving randomly. What is the origin of this demon? Where did he come from? What unspeakable secrets does he have? Ling Husu was extremely curious. But this demon's investigation methods cannot discover me. Should I trail him and see what he is up to? But when he thought about Fong Yuan pretending to leave and returning, his thoughts were extinguished like a candle. This demon is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also very crafty and cunning. I should forget about it. Anyway, the immortal essence stones are already mine. Ling Husu discarded this thought. He did not dare to come out of the desert's surface. He drilled underground. He did not have much battle strength, but he had many movement killer moves. His speed underground was unexpectedly not slower than an ordinary Gu Immortal's flight. He chose the opposite direction as Fong Yuan and left. Fong Yuan returned to Sha Jing Oasis once again. Lights lit up the oasis, as loud noises resounded everywhere. Even though Fong Yuan had purposely gone far away, the battle of the Gu Immortals still caused quite the commotion. The mortals were all panic-stricken. Fong Yuan ignored them. He used luck inspection Gu and found Han Li again. He was extremely alert. He concealed his traces as he used connect luck Gu secretly. This time it was smooth sailing and there were no more accidents. The two had their luck connected. Fong Yuan could see that Han Li's monolith luck was shrinking at a shocking pace. Soon after, the monolith luck was filled with cracks. It crumbled. A few breaths later, Han Li's luck fell to an ordinary mortal's smoke trace level. Next, his faint gray-white smoke turned black. Oh no! Fong Yuan saw this and his heart sank. At the same time, Han Li was eating with his parents who had returned. He was extremely hungry. He gobbled up the food. Eat slowly, son. His mother laughed dotingly. She was very concerned about her son. Guh. Suddenly, Han Li grabbed his throat. His eyes were wide open. He choked. Son, quickly spit it out. His parents were shocked. They moved frantically. But they did not manage to save Han Li. He was dead. Han Li woke up in his bed. He slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Beside his bed, his parents were kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to an elderly Gu master non-stop. They were expressing their gratitude. Dr. Mo, thank you for saving our son. Dr. Mo, we will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. Father, mother. Han Li spoke with much difficulty. He muttered softly. My son, my precious son. You are finally awake. Han Li's mother heard his voice and jumped onto the bed, crying from joy. Little rascal, you are finally awake. Quickly thank Dr. Mo. If he was not here by chance, you would have died. Han Li's father was overjoyed. He quickly reminded him. Dr. Mo? Thank you for saving my life. Han Li saw Dr. Mo and fear flashed across his eyes. I am the Gu master that is stationed in Han village. It was natural for me to save you. You were lucky today. You met me when I was patrolling the village. Dr. Mo laughed. Next, he left quietly while Han Li's parents were thanking him with all their hearts. Oh, this is interesting. Fang Yuan did not leave. He was lurking nearby, watching this scene. After he succeeding in connecting their luck, Han Li's luck fell drastically. It rapidly turned into a thin layer of deathly black luck. If Han Li was a Gu master with ample strength, he could ignore this luck. But he was a mortal, and a weak child among mortals. He was immediately killed by the backlash of this deathly black luck, choking on his food. Fang Yuan wanted to save him immediately. He had large numbers of mortal healing Gu. A matter like choking could be easily resolved. He could be saved as long as a long time had not passed. As long as a person is not dead, their luck would not stop. If Han Li died like this, Fang Yuan's disastrous luck would only be alleviated for the moment, but it would continue getting worse. The root of the problem would not be solved. If Han Li was alive, then by connecting his luck to Fang Yuan's all the time, Fang Yuan's horrible luck would slowly improve. But the moment he was about to make a move, a figure jumped out of a large house in the village, rushing towards Han Li's house. Seeing the movement Gu he was using, this was evidently a rank 2 Gu master. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. He silently got closer to the village, deciding to watch the event unfold. When this rank 2 Gu master arrived at Han Li's house, he straightened his clothes and pretended to be carefree. Next he accidentally discovered Han Li choking. Because of the pleas of Han Li's parents, he saved Han Li and revived him. From their conversation, this Dr. Mo should be a healing Gu master that is stationed in the village. But it seems that Han Li and this Dr. Mo have some secret connection. Fang Yuan thought. In order to control mortals, Gu master forces would send 1 or 2 Gu masters to look after the respective villages in turns. Like Guyu Jiangya on Qingmao Mountain, he was this kind of stationed Gu master. When Han Li and his family fell asleep, Fang Yuan sneaked into the house. He went to Han Li and used a mortal Gu, causing him to fall into deeper sleep. Fang Yuan stretched out his 8 huge arms. He searched all over Han Li's body and soon, he found something amiss. There were quite a few Gu worms on Han Li's body. His entire body's flesh and blood seemed to be influenced by Gu worms. These arrangements felt very familiar to Fang Yuan. A weakness of a zombie was that their cognition would slow. Fang Yuan could not find the key point and had to use the wills he stored in his mind to assist in thinking. He looked through his memories and soon found the truth. It turns out this so-called Dr. Mo is refining human medicine Gu. This human medicine Gu is a rank 3 Gu. It uses a human child as the main refinement material, taking years to slowly nurture and grow. Once the human medicine Gu was refined, it could only be used once to increase a person's lifespan, but it had huge drawbacks. That Dr. Mo is no longer young. It seems he wants to use human medicine Gu to increase his lifespan. Thus he placed his sights on Han Li. No wonder Han Li could grab the leaves of the dagger grass without any gloves. That was because his body had already been modified secretly. This is also why Dr. Mo came over quickly when Han Li choked. That was because he had placed a Gu worm in Han Li's body that could monitor him. And finally, even though Han Li choked to death, he could still be revived easily. That was because the human medicine Gu's refinement process caused his vitality to increase greatly. Fang Yuan realized at once. Even though he found out Dr. Mo's scheme, he did not do anything to stop him. If Dr. Mo mysteriously dies, Han village would definitely be investigated. If he does not die, in order to refine human medicine Gu, he would need to take good care of Han Li. There are still 3 to 4 years until human medicine Gu finishes refining, while I just need Han Li to be alive. Fang Yuan activated luck inspection Gu again, checking Han Li's luck. Ever since the luck connection had succeeded, Han Li's luck had fallen drastically. His special luck was gone, becoming like that of a normal mortal, a thin layer of luck resembling faint smoke. Fang Yuan observed for a while, noticing that the black color in Han Li's luck had vanished, turning into a gray-white color. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He summed up his experiences this time to reach a conclusion. Black color represents death. Without the black color in his luck, Han Li was in no danger of dying for the moment. As the saying goes, every cloud has a silver lining. There could be great fortune after surviving a near-death experience. After Han Li's crisis just now, his luck had been improving. Thinking about it, I narrowly survived a disaster in northern plains by relying on my own strength and schemes. Ever since I escaped from the wind veil of assimilation, half of my black coffin luck has most likely dissipated. But even so, Han Li was nearly killed by my luck. It seems I have to find a few more targets and connect our luck together. Fang Yuan's gaze shined for a bit. In the end, he secretly placed some goo worms on Han Li's body before leaving. Using his superior methods, there was no way the rank 2 Dr. Mo could find them. One day, if Dr. Mo tries to harm Han Li, he will definitely suffer severe consequences. Lad, I gave you 3 lifelines. From now on, you will have to rely on yourself. Hee hee. Fang Yuan arrived silently and left unnoticed, not leaving behind a single trace. He first went far away from Shajing Oasis before activating fixed immortal travel at an empty location. At the next moment, he appeared in Central Continent. A huge heavenly river flowed down from the sky. It flowed through the entirety of Central Continent, towards the eastern side of Central Continent, into Eastern Sea. At the downstream parts of the heavenly river, because of the impact caused by the water, it formed a huge fertile plain. There were abundant resources in the plain. People and nature flourished in abundance. Countless small and middle-sized sects were established here. Among these sects, there was one small sect that was inconspicuous, but had quite the grand name. It was called Universal Life Academy. Fang Yuan hid in a forest, observing them from afar. The academy was in a mountain valley. There were only a few rooms here with only one square. It seems that they were currently holding a sect competition, as there were 2 stages in this square, with hundreds of goo masters watching below the stages. This battle between mortal goo masters was extremely short. There was nothing too outstanding. But in the eyes of the spectators, it was extremely exciting. Especially for the youngster, Hong Yi, who was standing among the crowd. This competition had great meaning. I have bull strength, tiger strength, and even obtained the goo worm rewind by chance. My battle strength is first-rate among rank 2 goo masters. During this competition, I must shock everyone with my skill and obtain the number 1 spot in the academy. This way, I can force my father to relent and place my mother's memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Hong Yi clenched his fists, deciding in his mind. At the same time, Fang Yuan, who was far away, muttered with bright shining eyes, "Found you, Hong Yi." This Hong Yi's luck was not worse than Han Li. He was also a rank 7 legend that appeared during the 5 regions chaotic war. He cultivated strength and soul path. He had exemplary talent and was extremely skilled in self-creating killer moves. He had many fortuitous encounters. He obtained the body of an ancient Rockman king. He deciphered an inheritance left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and even through a lucky coincidence managed to subdue an ancient desolate beast, Whitehorn Qilin, as his steed. Even though he found his target, Fang Yuan did not strike immediately. Right now, this scene is in the middle of broad daylight. I will cause quite a commotion when I use Connect Luck. I might be discovered. This was not Han Village. In Han Village, there was only one rank 2 goo master stationed, but here it was an entire sect full of goo masters. Not only this, there were 3 to 4 other small to mid-sized forces in the valley. In this entire plain at the downstream of the heavenly river, there were countless sects. Among these mortals, there were even some lone cultivator goo immortals. These goo immortals were all creators of the sects. If Fang Yuan used Connect Luck Immortal Goo here, he might be discovered by them. I can only wait until night when everyone is asleep. I will arrange many mortal goo and try to conceal the area. It is worth a try. Fang Yuan was very experienced and cunning. He would never be lacking in patience. When it was nighttime, Universal Life Academy became silent, as Fang Yuan opened his eyes. Very good. I have arranged over 10,000 goo worms in the vicinity of the valley. My preparations are complete. To conceal the aura of the immortal goo, I will need to use Connect Luck for half the night. Right at this moment, there was the sound of a spatial disturbance in his aperture. A moving perspective cup goo appeared out of nowhere in his immortal aperture. There was a letter in the moving perspective cup goo. Is Tai Bai Yun Shang in trouble? Fang Yuan's consciousness entered the goo. He soon found out that the letter did not come from Tai Bai Yun Shang, but from Fairy Li Shan. After the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fang Yuan passed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan a moving perspective cup goo each, while he kept the other half of their respective moving perspective cup goo. The contents of the letter made Fang Yuan frown deeply. This was a letter asking for help by Fairy Li Shan on He Lu Lan's behalf. He Lu Lan was being chased down by her father. She was in great danger. How can this be? Damn it! Fang Yuan sighed deeply. Because of their oath, he had to put aside his own matters and swiftly return to Northern Plains to assist He Lu Lan. In any case, for the time being, Hong Yi was going to stay here. It would be easy for Fang Yuan to find him. I'll let you off for now. Fang Yuan hurriedly retrieved most of his goo worms, avoiding leaving behind traces as much as possible, before he sneaked into a cave and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he arrived in a secret room at the third peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the secret room, Fairy Li Shan was pacing back and forth worriedly. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, she got close to him. You are finally back. I am extremely anxious. The situation is terrible. Little Lan is being pursued by that evil scoundrel. Why aren't you helping her? Fang Yuan frowned. I was going to act, but Little Lan urged me to continue hiding our connection. She did not want our relationship to be disclosed. You came alone? Where is Tai Bai Yun Sheng? He has other matters now. Fang Yuan asked again. How many Gu immortals are pursuing her? Only two, one is He Cheng while the other is Shuesong Zi. I placed an investigative Gu on He Lulan. Her situation is very dangerous now. Quick! I will use my thoughts to transmit the scenery to you. Quickly go save her. Fang Yuan inspected the thoughts and used fixed immortal travel. At the next moment, he appeared beside He Lulan. Lulan, stop running. You are my daughter. Why would I harm you? Don't listen to other people's defamation. We as father and daughter have a huge misunderstanding. I admit it is true that I have the Inyang life extension method, but this method cannot harm lives. Your mother really passed away because of the earthly calamity. He Cheng floated in the air, using a tone like one who felt unjustly treated, trying to persuade He Lulan. He wore a black robe and had fair skin. His eyes were dark and his face was like jade. He had beautiful facial features and gave off a vibrant aura. He was truly a famously handsome man among Northern Plains Gu immortals. When he urged He Lulan, his tone was sincere. It was overflowing with emotions, coupled with his good looks. Outsiders who did not know the details might have truly believed him. But He Lulan already had clearly seen this man's true colors. She gritted her teeth. Evil scum! Who would believe your hypocritical lies? If the Inyang life extension method really cannot harm lives, why don't you let me see it? Hehe. I believe that Shuesong Zi at your side will also be very interested. Shuesong Zi was tall and thin. He wore blue clothes and his snowy white hair extended to his feet. He stood beside He Cheng without saying a word. He was a demonic path Gu immortal. He controlled the 7th peak of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Earlier, he had sponsored Ma Tribe and Ma Tribe lost in the Imperial Court contest. Thus he was heavily suppressed by He Tribe. Next, in order to obtain the Strength Path Immortal Gu, He Lulan exposed the secret of He Cheng causing harm to Suxian heir to him. Shuesong Zi thus had a secret weapon to restrain He Cheng. He Lulan had wanted to use Shuesong Zi to ruin He Cheng's reputation, but to think that the two of them had actually ganged up. Upon hearing this from He Lulan, Shuesong Zi's eyes moved about as he turned around towards He Cheng with much interest. Maybe I can help your daughter evaluate it? He Cheng snorted, ignoring Shuesong Zi's words. He changed his attitude, his eyes shining with cold light as he spoke to He Lulan calmly. Daughter, you do not know what is good for you. He Lulan spat in response to his words, but what came out was blood. She was in her true form now. She was bathed in blood as her armor was broken. She was in a pathetic state. Her gaze, however, turned more ruthless as her killing intent boiled. She showed a mocking expression on her face. Father? He, the Grand Righteous Path Rank 7 Gu Immortal Lord Hei-chung, actually brought along a demonic Path Gu Immortal with him to coerce his daughter. If this scene was shown to the world, I wonder what would happen. Hei-chung was indifferent towards such mocking words. He smiled lightly and showed his deep and unfathomable shrewdness. Lulan, you have nowhere to run. You have the great strength true martial physique. It is 10 times as hard for you to become a Gu Immortal compared to normal people. Without my help, you cannot become a strength path Gu Immortal. Humph. Kill me if you have the guts. Hei Lulan showed her fierce nature. Her expression turned ruthless as her aura surged. If you force my hand, I will self-detonate. I will let all your efforts go down the drain. When your plans fail, I wonder what you can do. Hei-chung laughed. If you die, how will you avenge your mother? You've endured this and lurked for so many years, painstakingly developing. Wasn't it all for revenge? Unfortunately, mortal and immortals are worlds apart. Even if you have one of the 10 extreme physiques and are able to bully some bottom-tier rank 6 Gu Immortals. For you to kill me, a rank 7 Gu Immortal, humph, delusional. Although he said that, Hei-chung still felt some agitation in his heart. Hei Lulan pointed out Hei-cheng's concerns. Although he had the immortal Gu Dark Arrow, this immortal Gu could only be used to attack. Hei-chung did not have capturing methods. If he forced her hand, and Hei Lulan self-detonates, he could not stop her. Most importantly, such acts of harming his daughter could not be known to the public. He could only work in secret. Otherwise, with Hei-cheng's reputation and influence in Northern Plains' righteous path, he could bring at least 5 to 6 Gu Immortals with him. But now he only brought Xuesong-zi. And Xuesong-zi was a demonic path Gu Immortal of Snowy Mountain. He only would care about benefits and could not be trusted. Although he seemed to be an ally, Hei-chung from the beginning was guarding against him. Earlier, Hei Lulan had exposed his secret. After Xuesong-zi obtained this weakness, he did not expose it to the public. Destroying Hei-cheng's reputation could decrease Hei tribe Gu Immortal's pressure on Xuesong-zi. But if he used it to threaten Hei-chung, he would be able to gain more benefits. Thus, before the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Xuesong-zi found Hei-chung in person and threatened him with this secret. Hei-chung was stunned at that moment. His secret that had been hidden for so many years was known by an outsider. He almost lost his bearings. But he was an old and shrewd person. He quickly calmed down and used his glib tongue to accede to a portion of Xuesong-zi's requests. Next, Hei-chung even urged Xuesong-zi to cooperate. As long as he assisted in the plan and it succeeded, he would gain more benefits. Xuesong-zi gave an overbearing request. He was interested in the Inyang life extension method. Although Xuesong-zi was middle-aged and also had lifespan Gu, who among Gu Immortals would not be interested in a life extension method? Hei-chung was furious and helpless. He could only agree for now. Thus, Hei-chung and Xuesong-zi's seemingly united but internally divided alliance was formed. Just as Hei Lulan, Hei-chung and Xuesong-zi were at a stalemate. A bright jade green light burst out beside Hei Lulan. The jade light dissipated, revealing Fong Yuan's huge body. He was 6 meters tall and had 8 arms. He had a green face and red eyes. His entire body was covered in a black shiny armor which had many spikes on it. Facing strong foes, Fong Yuan did not dare to be careless. He first used the defensive killer move Hair Armor, before using fixed immortal travel to come here. Although fixed immortal travel could only transport humans, when Gu Masters use Gu Worms, they can form clothes and armor, and would not have to teleport naked every time. Back when Fong Yuan teleported from Three Kings Blessed Land to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because he was short on time and did not have the relevant Gu Worms, he had to teleport naked, and gave Feng Jinhuang an unforgettable experience. You are finally here. Hei Lulan saw that her reinforcement had arrived. Her expression brightened. Which Gu Immortal is this? Who are you? Xuesong-zi quickly asked in shock. Fang Yuan rapidly looked at the two in the air. His voice was hoarse as his surging killing intent was displayed. The person who will kill you. As he spoke nonsense with them, he transmitted to He Lulan. Quick! We cannot stay here for long. Enter my immortal aperture and I'll bring you away. Hearing that Fang Yuan was trying to kill him, Xue Songzi flew into a rage. Such words. Next to him, the Gu immortal He Cheng reacted more quickly. Attack! That immortal Gu is fixed immortal travel. He only needs 3 breaths of time to escape. We cannot give them any opportunities. As they spoke, He Lulan had already entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Xue Songzi's expression turned severe. He waved his sleeves and created a curved moon blade wheel that was the size of a horse carriage. The blade wheel spun in the air, slashing at Fang Yuan. Killer move. Icy wind blade wheel. The blade wheel made of ice was extremely sharp. It was oozing with frost energy and was extremely fast when pushed by the wind. Before the blade wheel had reached him, Fang Yuan could feel the icy winds blowing on him. This killer move is very fierce. It has the essence of both ice and wind path. Its value is at least 3 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan squinted. He logically chose to evade it. Killer move. Light illusion bat wings. 2 large phantom black bat wings appeared behind him. After the phantom wings flapped, they vanished. Fang Yuan gained a huge boost in speed. He moved like lightning and flew sideways, dodging the icy wind blade wheel. The blade will hit the ground, making a loud sound as it dug deep into the ground like cutting tofu. On the grassland, the blade will carved out a huge trench, and ice that was tough as rocks formed on the sides of the trench. Although Fang Yuan dodged the icy wind blade wheel, He Cheng's attack was right in front of him. This was a very inconspicuous small black arrow. The body of the arrow was short. It was about half a person's arm length. It was black and did not give out any aura of danger. But precisely because of this, Fang Yuan was on extreme alert. This was the attack of the immortal Gu Dark Arrow. He Cheng was experienced in battles. He was ruthless and used his trump card from the start. Fang Yuan quickly activated his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings, but the black arrow was like a magnet attracted to him. It changed directions agilely and was fixed on Fang Yuan. He could not shrug it off at all. Immortal Gu Dark Arrow's attack could home in on enemies and turn in different directions. Its speed was fast. Even though Fang Yuan was a flying master, he could not shake it off. As the distance between him and the dark arrow shortened, he fell under greater threat. Fang Yuan's defensive killer move, Hair Armor, although it had a high price-to-performance ratio, and was widely spread during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was only immortal killer move, Dark Arrow, could pierce it in one hit. Even though Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body was strong, it could not resist the might of Dark Arrow, especially when this Dark Arrow ignored Fang Yuan's body, heart, and other areas, only aiming for his sole weakness, his brain. After becoming an immortal zombie, Fang Yuan's heart, throat, anus, and all other areas were no longer weak points in his body. Even if they were destroyed, he would still function fine and would not take too much damage. But his brain was different. If his brain was destroyed, his mind would also perish. Fang Yuan would be unable to think, unable to act, and would be at his enemy's mercy. Activating fixed immortal travel required 3 breaths of time, but the dark arrow chased relentlessly. Fang Yuan did not have the time for it. Fang Yuan moved around rapidly. The many mortal goo that made up his killer move, Light Illusion Bat Wings, were starting to be worn down. It is over. He Cheng laughed coldly, waving his sleeves and shooting out another dark arrow. My dark arrow immortal goo is merely rank 6 and can only shoot out up to 3 dark arrows at the same time. No matter who you are, making me use 2 dark arrows to deal with you, it should be your honor. He Cheng looked at Fang Yuan struggling at the brink of death as he evaluated arrogantly. Humph. What are you so proud of? I was just toying with you. Fang Yuan spoke in a hoarse voice and laughed suddenly. 2 dark arrows attacked him at once. He knew he could no longer avoid using green grape immortal essence, activating the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Swoosh! A huge wave appeared below Fang Yuan's feet. The waves moved quickly. Fang Yuan stepped on them as he quickly created some distance from the dark arrows. The power of an immortal goo was truly extraordinary. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used light illusion bat wings no less than 100 times, but he could not escape from the dark arrows. But right now, he had just used worldly wave trace once and immediately moved far away from it. Another immortal goo. Shuesong Zi's expression changed. His gaze was heated, looking extremely jealous and envious. To think that in order to obtain wooden chicken immortal goo, he spent so much effort in scheming, yet his plans still failed him. The immortal zombie in front of him actually had immortal goo, which most ordinary goo immortals did not have, and he even had two. Hee hei chung Shuesong Zi, that will be all for today. Enjoy your life from now on, because you do not have much time left. Fang Yuan's tone was chilling. He stepped on the flying wave. At the same time, a jade-green light flashed on his body. 3 breaths of time later, fixed immortal travel carried him across space, leaving this battlefield. 2 dark arrows arrived at his former location, only hitting the last trace of jade light remaining. Oh no, they ran away. Shuesong Zi's expression was extremely ugly. He questioned Hei Chung, "Aren't you a rank 7 goo immortal? Why couldn't you stop them?" Shuesong Zi, mind your tone. Hei Chung was expressionless. He gave Shuesong Zi a cold glance. Shuesong Zi was pressured by Hei Cheng's grand aura. His expression became less overbearing. Hei Chung spoke calmly. "The other party has 2 movement immortal goo. Unless we have an immortal goo that can seal the environment, we can only watch them escape. However, the tracing method I used on Hei Lulan is extremely secretive. It is a killer move at the peak of the mortal level. As long as she shows up in Northern Plains again, I will detect her. Also, this was not a fruitless trip. We have already found out that Hei Lulan has a force backing her. Without help, there is no way she could have reached this stage. I just did not expect an immortal zombie with 2 movement immortal goo to show up. It seems the force behind Hei Lulan is not simple at all. Hehe. The situation is getting interesting." Saying this, Hei Chung showed a faint smile. He felt no dejection after this loss. He did not strike against Hei Lulan. On one hand, he was wary of her self-detonation. On the other hand, he wanted to draw out her mysterious backer. "What are you saying?" Shuesong Zi's gaze focused. Immortal zombies are often the result of goo immortals who are forced by circumstances when they have no way of extending their lifespan. Do you think this immortal zombie is truly the person supporting Hei Lulan behind the scenes? Hei Chung asked with deep meaning. Fang Yuan did not fight against them. He only displayed his flying master attainment when he dodged the dark arrows. But this attainment was nothing special for goo immortals who had lived for hundreds of years. At this moment, Hei Chung and Shuesong Zi did not know Fang Yuan's true battle strength, and Fang Yuan did not receive much of their attention. They thought he was a normal immortal zombie. Shuesong Zi's gaze flickered. "I understand what you mean. This immortal zombie is not the crucial person. His 2 movement immortal goo are most likely loaned to him by others." Hei Chung nodded. "That's right. This mysterious person is likely to be someone we know. They sent an unfamiliar immortal zombie over here to help. That means it was not convenient for them to appear. This mysterious person is leaving no clues for us. How will we investigate?" Shuesong Zi felt a headache. An enemy hiding in the dark was the most troublesome kind. Not only did he feel restrained, he did not know who to trust and who to target. They have already shown a flaw. Hei Chung laughed loudly. Be it fixed immortal travel or worldly wave trace, they are both related to Central Continent. Such an obvious clue is enough for us to discover many things. As long as I can uncover the true identity of that person, I will be able to take them down all at once. Saying this, Hei Chung showed a ruthless expression on his face. Fixed immortal travel brought Fang Yuan back to Fairy Li Shan's residence. "Little Lan, how are your injuries?" Seeing that Hei Lulan was leaving Fang Yuan's immortal aperture while covered in blood, Fairy Li Shan was very nervous. She quickly went over and checked. "Little aunt, it is not a problem. That scoundrel did not attack me seriously. He was only putting on a show." Hei Lulan laughed, as if she was not the one injured. Fairy Li Shan's heart was eased. She let out a breath of turbid air. It seems that your guess is right, little Lon. That scoundrel really planted some tracking method on your body. This method is extremely well hidden. We could not find it even after searching intensely several times. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze turned cold. He looked at He Lulan closely. That is to say, you were discovered by He Cheng on purpose. I would not say it was on purpose. He Lulan looked into Fang Yuan's eyes without any fear. Earlier, Little Ant found some crucial information. It was regarding the whereabouts of Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun was taken away by a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng. His blessed land is situated in Crimson Reed Marsh. I went there intending to sneak into the blessed land and see if the information was true. I didn't expect that He Cheng was also nearby. The moment I stepped into Crimson Reed Marsh, he detected me. Fang Yuan nodded. He believed what He Lulan said. Of course, this was not because he trusted He Lulan, but because this was part of the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Allies could have personal secrets, but they could not lie. If you did not say it, then that is fine. But if you spoke, it had to be the truth, otherwise the oath would kill you. Ma Hongyun, as his name suggests, has fortune that rivals heaven. If I connect my luck to him, it would be far more effective than Hong Yi and Han Li. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, how reliable is the information that Ma Hongyun has been captured by Qin Baisheng? He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan looked at each other. As Fairy Li Shan said, according to our analysis, there is a 70% chance that we can believe it. During the battle inside the Wind Veil of Assimilation, dozens of Gu immortals from the righteous and demonic path were involved. I was there at the time. It was a chaotic scene. After the battle, everyone had their own guesses on who captured Ma Hongyun, and that resulted in dozens of small conflicts, but they were all proven to be wrong. This time, our information is different from the rumors. We have reason and evidence. Evidently, an insider had purposely leaked the information. Qin Baisheng is a rank 7 lone cultivator Gu immortal. He is a famous expert in the metal path, and also has his blessed land to defend himself. But Ma Hongyun's matter involves Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's luck path true inheritance. This has too much of an attraction to Northern Plains Gu immortals. Especially when Qin Baisheng does not have the Huang Jin bloodline. Everyone is jealous of him. Fang Yuan nodded. That is to say, this is a troublesome matter. If Ma Hongyun was really captured by Qin Baisheng, then soon, a band of Gu immortals are going to attack Crimson Reed Marsh. That is exactly so. He Lulan laughed heartily, her beautiful black pupils radiating with light. The way I see it, this information should be true to a huge extent. Luckily, Little Ant did not expose her identity this time. When the righteous and demonic Gu immortals team up, they will need Little Ant's Mountain Pledge Gu. At that time, we will be able to find a chance and intervene in this matter. If there is a chance for us to obtain the luck path true inheritance, we will strike. If not, we will take a step back. Using the time in which that old scoundrel He Cheng is engaging in battle, I will have a chance to ascend to immortal. He Lulan was a formidable person. Like Fang Yuan, she was very skilled in scheming. Fang Yuan asked coldly, although this was the first time I met He Cheng, I can confirm that he is no simple character. If he refuses to join this, what will you do? To He Cheng, although the luck path true inheritance was important, it could not compare to his lifespan. There are so many people fighting for the luck path true inheritance. It is like a battle of tigers and wolves. He might as well stay uninvolved and settle the issue of He Lulan instead. Fang Yuan's words directly addressed the problem. He Lulan's brows rose. She replied enthusiastically, I do not have much time left. It has been fortunate I have had Little Ants help these recent days. In half a month, I will have to ascend regardless of the situation. If He Cheng comes to find trouble then, it will be a perfect time to deal with him once and for all. In her words, she had already disregarded the possibility of death. Her fearless and resolute disposition was fully displayed. That means there is a possibility I have to fight He Cheng? By then, we cannot escape. In order to protect you, I will to fight him head-on. Fang Yuan's gaze was uncertain. Fairy Li Shan said, Fang Yuan, don't forget, when a Gu master ascends to the realm of immortal, There will be a huge influx of heaven and earth chi. Under that special environment, He Cheng's battle strength would be heavily suppressed. Little Land's ascension is extremely important. I will be there personally. Together with Tai by Yun Sheng, we have 3 Gu Immortals on our side. He Lu Lan replied graciously and understandingly. Fang Yuan, in order to save me this time, you used fixed immortal travel 3 times, and lost 3 green grape immortal essence beads. You also used 1 bead to activate worldly wave trace Gu. According to our alliance, you will be compensated twice the amount, that is 8 immortal essence stones. That's right. Fang Yuan looked at He Lu Lan. It was so easy for intelligent people to communicate. Fairy Li Shan spoke suddenly. 8 immortal essence stones. I can give that to you right now. But I also have other things, Fang Yuan. Perhaps you should take a look. You might be interested in them. Saying this, she took out 2 killer moves and 1 Gu recipe. Fang Yuan looked through them and was very interested. Of the 2 killer moves, one was called Poison Breath, a poison path killer move. It could turn a Gu Immortal's breathing into a poisonous gas. The killer move had little strength, but its advantage was sustainability. If a long time passes, the Gu Immortal surroundings would be covered in a layer of poisonous gas. It would unceasingly poison all the surrounding people and things. But this killer move had a flaw: it was easy to hurt oneself. Especially an ordinary Gu Immortal's body. They needed to protect and heal their nostrils, throat, and lungs. This weakness was non-existent to an immortal zombie like Fang Yuan. The other killer move was called Kong Shang Tian. Kong Shang Tian was the name of a person. He was the Gu Immortal who created this killer move. He was quite famous within Gu Master history. He controlled the number 4 Gu in the list of top 10 mystical Gu, Chi Escape Gu. Spring Autumn Cicada was only ranked at 7th, while Chi Escape Gu was 4th. It was reverse refined from the legendary Reputation Gu. In terms of flying speed in a straight line, it was the number 1 Gu in the world. No Gu was its match. And this killer move was also a movement killer move. Back then, Kong Shang Tian referred to Chi Escape Gu to create it. It could open the small pores on the Gu Immortal's body and blow out small air currents, causing the Gu Immortal to fly forward quickly. Not only was it fast, it could change directions very agilely. The killer move Kong Shang Tian was very suitable to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a zombie's body. His body's pores were tough and durable. Even if they were destroyed, his terrifying recovery speed would heal them quickly. As for the Gu recipe, it was an ancient strength path Gu recipe. It could refine the rank 5 group strength Gu. Undeniably, these 3 items had been collected by Fairy Li Shan for some time. They were specially prepared for Fang Yuan. They were allies who had made an oath under Snowy Mountain. It was a good thing for Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan for Fang Yuan to be strong. Fang Yuan thought a moment and said to Fairy Li Shan, I will take this poison breath killer move and the ancient Gu recipe. How many immortal essence stones for them? Fairy Li Shan replied, Poison breath is 2 immortal essence stones and the group strength Gu's recipe is 2 immortal essence stones as well. So altogether it is 4 immortal essence stones. Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing with Fairy Li Shan's quotation. Poison breath was not an ordinary killer move and was indeed worth 2 immortal essence stones. Group strength Gu might only be a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was already extinct and as such its high price of 2 immortal essence stones was normal. Fairy Li Shan took out 3 things, but this group strength Gu recipe, which was the most unremarkable among them, had the greatest attraction to Fang Yuan. However, although the offer was fair, Fang Yuan was low in cash and wanted to haggle to save as many immortal essence stones as possible. Thereupon, he said, This group strength Gu recipe might be rare, but it is an ancient Gu recipe. The refinement materials are very ancient and are now hard to find. Fairy Li Shan smiled. Fang Yuan, I have already considered this. I had originally planned to give this group strength Gu to Little Lan. The reason I am selling it to you now is because the main material in refining this Gu, stone monkey fur, has recently appeared in the market. He Lu Lan added. Right, in Treasure Yellow Heaven, a Gu immortal by the name of Shirley who calls himself Immortal Monkey King has managed to research and produce stone monkey fur in his blessed land. This Gu refinement material that had been extinct for countless years has now actually reappeared in his hands, causing quite a big commotion in Treasure Yellow Heaven. In Group Strength Gu's recipe, The rarest material is stone monkey fur. While the others might be rare, but as long as you look for them, you will be able to buy them, search for them, or find substitutes using your own refinement path foundation. The implied meaning of this was that no haggling would be accepted. Feng Yuan was not discouraged. Stone monkey fur? This ancient material might have reappeared now, but it is entirely monopolized by immortal Monkey King Shirley. The price will definitely not be cheap, right? There is an old saying, good things are not cheap. Feng Yuan. I have personally witnessed your immortal killer move, Myriad Self, and I still remember its astonishing might. There is no need for us to continue probing each other. Group strength goo is worth much more to you than to normal goo immortals. 2 immortal essence stones is already quite cheap. He Lulan refused to yield any benefits. If the other party understands you clearly, the situation would be rather troublesome to deal with. However, He Lulan was right as well, for immortal essence stones in total was a fair price. Fairy Li Shan did not cheat Feng Yuan of immortal essence stones, but she would not incur losses as well. All right. Feng Yuan observed the situation and did not persist. He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were not Lang Yalan spirit. Excessive haggling would only be insulting their intelligence. Both sides completed the transaction shortly afterwards. Feng Yuan obtained the poison breath killer move and the ancient group strength goose recipe, as well as 4 immortal essence stones. As for the movement killer move Kong Shang Tian, it was not suitable for Feng Yuan. Kong Shang Tian opened all the pores in one's body from which air would shoot out and propel the body. This killer move had extreme speed and could also give great flexibility in changing direction. However, the opening of the pores in the whole body would greatly reduce Feng Yuan's defense. Moreover, Feng Yuan's defensive killer move, hair armor, covered the whole body without leaving behind any gaps. If Kong Shang Tian was used, he would not be able to use hair armor. If he used hair armor, Kong Shang Tian could not be used. These two were not compatible. Feng Yuan thus gave up on the killer move Kong Shang Tian. His quantity of immortal essence stones increased to 19.5, but he had huge pressure in converting them to green grape immortal essence and feeding his immortal goo. Feng Yuan was still lacking in cash and could not casually buy the relatively useless killer move. When leaving, Feng Yuan did not extravagantly use fixed immortal travel, instead opting to use a Stargate. Before leaving, he checked He Lulan's luck. He Lulan was at rank 5 peak stage. Her luck could be perceived by the rank 5 luck inspection goo. He Lulan's luck had already recovered from the extremely low state when she went against Ma Hongyun. Her luck was like a giant pillar with the color of an azure sky, giving a feeling of being long-lasting. He Lulan's luck clearly is at the level of Han Li's and Hong Yi's. From this, it seems her goo immortal advancement has a high probability of succeeding. But one can't just look at luck in everything. Otherwise, why would He Lulan die so suddenly in my previous life? One's luck might be good, but it depends on whether they can grasp it. Now it seems, He Chung might be involved in He Lulan's unexpected death. Although He Lulan's luck was strong, it was written in detail in the Snowy Mountain Alliance that allies could not intentionally inflict harm to each other. Feng Yuan was plagued with bad luck, and connecting his luck with hers would mean having an intent to harm. Moreover, according to his previous life's memories, Feng Yuan was not too optimistic of He Lulan's future. Feng Yuan did not have break luck goo. Thus he could not carelessly connect luck and must choose his targets carefully. Back in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan took out 8 immortal essence stones and converted them to his own green grape immortal essence. He had used fixed immortal travel many times, going back and forth from Western Desert, Central Continent, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains. He also used worldly wave trace goo in the fight against Haicheng, using up a total of 6 green grape immortal essence. He originally had 17 green grape immortal essence beads, but only 11 remained now. In consideration of the frequent battles recently, Feng Yuan refined 8 immortal essence stones and increased his green grape immortal essence to 19 beads. With this, the amount of immortal essence stones on Feng Yuan was 11.5. Feng Yuan reviewed his battle with Haicheng and felt satisfied about it. Whether the result was victory or defeat was of no concern to Feng Yuan. He would not become angry or feel humiliated just because of failure. He would also not feel overjoyed and arrogant because of victory. What he prioritized were the gains and losses. He used up 4 beads of green grape immortal essence in this battle, but was able to obtain even more trust from He Lulon and Fairy Li Shan. At the same time, he also obtained 4 immortal essence stones, the poison breath killer move and group strength goose recipe. He had clearly made a good profit. But if I were to speak of a loss, it would be worldly wave trace immortal goo. Fang Yuan took out the immortal goo worldly wave trace. Right now, the immortal goo's aura was no longer as stable as before and revealed a trace of weakness. The goo worm did not have a healthy luster, instead appearing dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan was aware of why. Worldly wave trace goo was not fed properly back at Imperial Court Blessed Land. When the wind veil of assimilation appeared, Mo Yao's will activated Water Pavilion to battle, and after I obtained her goo worms, I activated this immortal goo several times. It has already reached a certain limit and need to be fed. If it is still not fed and I activate it excessively, it might die from hunger. Worldly wave trace goo was the first immortal goo in Fang Yuan's possession that was crying of hunger. It could be foreseen that as time passed, many more immortal goo would cry out in hunger and would need to be fed. However, worldly wave trace goo's food was tens of thousands of underworld jellyfish and thousands of deep-sea lightning eels. Fang Yuan inquired little who immortal land spirit. After Tai Bai Yunshang left, the land spirit took over Tai Bai Yunshang's work of paying attention to movements in Treasure Yellow Heaven. However, although Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to post requests for the goods in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were few who responded. This was not a highly commercialized society like that on Earth. The economy here was not developed and one could not buy whatever they wanted to buy. Fang Yuan used moving perspective cup goo to send a letter to Tai Bai Yunshang. Tai Bai Yunshang gave him a piece of good news. He had already arrived at Hai Shi Blessed Land and smoothly got into contact with some goo immortals. Moreover, he also saw someone selling underworld jellyfishes in Hai Shi Blessed Land. Only deep-sea lightning eels were rarely seen as goo immortals had to enter the deep sea to capture them, which was not only dangerous. The sea areas where they were abundant were already controlled by Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance housed the headquarters of Zombie Alliance within all 5 regions. They were very powerful, a level stronger than even the super forces of Eastern Sea. Thus, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance was domineering and rampant in their actions. They blockaded several large sea regions and controlled the large numbers of resources within themselves. This maintained and fostered their strength, making them become even more domineering to others. Tai Bai Yunshang suggested Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance and then purchase the deep-sea lightning eels internally. This was not only convenient, the price within Zombie Alliance would also be cheaper than outside. Fang Yuan was moved, but he had ascended to Goo Immortal in Northern Plains. His immortal aperture had Northern Plains Heaven and Earth Chi. There were differences between the Heaven and Earth Chi of the 5 regions. With just a simple test, one's origins would be clear. It was not impossible for Fang Yuan to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance with the status of a Northern Plains Immortal Zombie status. But he had to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance for his major plan. This major plan had huge prospective yield, and Fang Yuan had been thinking of risking an act of disguise even if he was not an immortal zombie to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. However, as an immortal zombie now, it was no doubt much more convenient to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance might make it convenient to purchase lightning eels, but if Tai Bai Yunshang is given some time to make connections, he would be able to purchase them, just that the price might be a bit higher. Although I won't be able to activate Worldly Wave Trace Goo as much as I wish, it should hold on for some time. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up on his major plan. Thus he refused Tai Bai Yunshang's suggestion in the end. After resting and reorganizing for a while in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel to arrive at Central Continent again. Universal Life Academy was located in Mountain Valley, and under the curtain of night, lights were lit up, making it appear quiet and tranquil. Hong Yi was sitting cross-legged on the bed, finishing his daily routine of nourishing his aperture. He opened his eyes, his pupils shining brightly, revealing a look of expectation and excitement. I have placed in the top 10 in today's competition without even having to reveal my true strength. Heaven is helping me, letting me coincidentally get a bye in the competition. People are treating me as just a lucky fellow. Tomorrow is the competition of the 10 strongest. They will underestimate me and won't expect my true strength. The day after tomorrow is the decisive battle. As long as I use this goo to break the opponent's defense, there is no need to mention what will happen next. As he thought of this, Hong Yi took out a rank 2 goo worm, Rewind. This was an extremely rare time path goo worm which could be used to both attack and defend. Its ability was to rewind an enemy's goo worm to its state before the activation. For instance, the enemy condensed a fireball, but under rewind goo's power, the goo worm would return back to before activation and the fireball would disappear. However, rewind goo had extremely huge demand on primeval essence. Even Hong Yi with his A-grade aperture and over 90% primeval essence could only activate it once. Hong Yi had decided long ago he was going to use rewind goo to deal with his opponent's defensive goo. As long as the other party did not use 2 defensive goo at the same time, Hong Yi would just need to hit the opponent's body with 1 strike to heavily injure him, obtaining victory. But if the opponent had 2 defensive goo activated at the same time, Hong Yi would not go on the offensive immediately, he would start a drawn-out battle. The enemy would definitely expend primeval essence faster than him if he uses 2 defensive goo. One could say, with this goo in Hong Yi's hands, he had a great advantage. He was most likely the winner of this competition. If I get first, Mother's memorial tablet would be placed in the ancestral hall. She would be given a proper status. Suddenly, Hong Yi frowned. For one instant, he felt like his heart was empty, like something precious had been stolen from him. Don't tell me, because my wish is finally going to be fulfilled, I am starting to feel apprehensive? There is nothing valuable on me besides rewind goo. What could be worth stealing? Hong Yi shook his head. He laughed bitterly, forgetting that weird sensation he felt earlier. Far away in the valley, Fang Yuan breathed out deeply. Connect luck succeeded. For the luck connection this time, he purposely made the best use of his time, rushing here immediately after resting in Immortal blessed land for a while. Thus, he did not come across any surprising disturbances. Fang Yuan used luck inspection goo to check Hong Yi's luck. His luck was previously milky white color. It was very special, giving people a feeling of vigor and vitality. His luck was gathered into a lump, forming the tall image of a scholar sitting and reading. The scholar's image was rather similar to Hong Yi. He had a lively expression. But after connecting with Fang Yuan, this white scholar luck shrunk. It was not even 30% of the original. The scholar's clean and smooth robe became a tattered shirt with random patches sewed onto it everywhere to maintain it. It was like a rich young master had turned into a poor man's child, a pitiful student. His expression was not so lively anymore. His face was thinner and his expression was darker, like he had experienced a terrible encounter. It seems that connecting my luck to these targets had its use. When I connected my luck to Han Li, I almost killed him. But this time, the connection to Hong Yi did not cause his luck to become deathly luck. It seems my own luck has improved greatly. Fang Yuan was gratified in his mind. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a tug in his heart. He found 2 hidden goo masters lurking in this valley. In order to undergo the luck connection, Fang Yuan had set up many goo worms near Universal Life Academy's valley. On one hand, he wanted to conceal the aura of the immortal goo, but it was also to surveil the surroundings and provide early warnings to him. One could say that the entire valley was under Fang Yuan's supervision. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and concentrated. These 2 hidden goo masters were not weak, they were rank 5 goo masters. They were at the other end of the valley, secretly moving while talking softly. Sect leader Fan Yi, are you sure that there is a Ji forest and earth horses underneath the surface of this valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai, there is no mistake. I saw it personally. Don't be anxious. Follow me into the cavern. When you see it for yourself, won't you believe me? Humph, this is the territory of Universal Life Academy. If the principal of Universal Life Academy, Hong Shenji, discovers us, we will be forced to bear the consequences of failure. Although Hong Shenji is strong, He is lacking in investigative methods, otherwise, he would have found the great resources lying here already. We are intentionally hiding ourselves while he is unaware. How can he discover us? If we are discovered, our reputations would be ruined. The leaders of two sects venturing into Universal Life Academy late at night. Fang Yuan heard the entirety of their conversation. Ji forest? Earth horses? He thought. Ji forests grew underground, usually for dozens of li. The lingji inside were as large as trees. Their meat was plump and juicy. They could be fed to goo worms, used as goo refinement materials, or sold. Earth horses were mutated beasts native to Ji forests. There were usually 2 or 3 in a single portion of Ji forest. They lived as a family. The hoof of the earth horse was the main ingredient of the rank 5 earth escape goo. The eyes of the earth horse could refine the X-ray vision goo. The tail hair of the earth horse could refine the smoke dust goo. The earth horse's body was full of treasures. It was no wonder the 2 rank 5 goo masters, Valley Lord Yuan Bai and sect leader Fan Yi, were interested. But to Fang Yuan, the earth horses and Ji forest did not have any appeal. An earth horse was a mutated beast that could be on par with a myriad beast king. But a family of earth horses was only 2 to 3 myriad beast kings. There were many people selling Ji forests in Treasure Yellow Heaven. It was a common good and did not even require immortal essence stones to purchase. But for Universal Life Academy, the underground Ji forest is a huge benefit and an important stockpile of resources. Unfortunately, they are still kept in the dark now. Fang Yuan thought about it. He followed behind the 2 rank 5 goo masters from afar, successfully entering the underground Ji forest. As he estimated, this was an ordinary Ji forest. It was about 10 li in size, and there were 3 earth horses. They were a family living in the Ji forest. What a huge Ji forest! Sect leader Fan Yi exclaimed as he walked in the forest. This is a land of treasures. Why did it not appear in my valley? Valley Lord Yuan Bai touched the branches of the lingji, saying in jealousy. Fang Yuan took a detour around them and got to the center of the Ji forest. There was the largest lingji here. It was 6 meters tall, reaching the ceiling of the cave. The flesh of the lingji was like a huge umbrella, spreading out in a circular manner. This was the Lingji King. Fang Yuan lowered his head and came to the Lingji King. Next to the Lingji King, there were 3 earth horses guarding it, along with some metal-consuming ant groups. Among the ant groups, there were some wild metal pathgoo, and the Lingji King also had some wildwood pathgoo worms. But these were all mortal. Fang Yuan did not conceal his immortal zombie aura. He came here without any obstruction. Fang Yuan stretched out one monstrous claw, grabbing the stalk of the Lingji King. The Lingji King trembled intensely, causing the ceiling of the cave to shake and debris to fall. The earth horses were suppressed by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. They did not dare to get close, and only made cries from afar. After Fang Yuan searched for a while, he pulled back his zombie claw. In his monstrous claw there was a heart. This was the Lingji King's heart. It was soft and hot. The surface was milky white. This was completely made of Lingji flesh and gave off a meaty fragrance. As long as I plant this Lingji King's heart, soon, a new forest will form. Fang Yuan took the treasure from right under their noses. The soil of Hu Immortal Blessed Land was not suited to plant large areas of Ji forests. But to sustain a small area of it, there were no issues. Of course, there were also not much benefits in doing so. Fang Yuan was doing this purely for fun. As for this huge Ji forest and the earth horses, Fang Yuan had no need for them. It was troublesome and time-consuming to move them into Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He would rather purchase them directly in Treasure Yellow Heaven if needed. It was more convenient. After losing the heart, the Lingji King would not die, but the Ji forest would stop growing. It would have to recuperate for over a decade. What sound is that? Far away, Yuan Bai and Fan Yi glanced at each other. Fang Yuan taking away the Lingji King's heart caused quite a commotion, along with the wailing horses. But when Yuan Bai and Fan Yi got to the Lingji King, Fang Yuan had vanished without a trace. He had left. The remaining Earth Horse family exerted their anger and furious emotions on the 2 of them instead. The intense battle quickly attracted the attention of Universal Life Academy. Hong Xianji led a band of Gu masters and rushed here, in shock and joy. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi sighed in their hearts, feeling extremely unlucky. After an intense battle, Hong Xianji chased away Yuan Bai and Fan Yi. He gave orders to the elders of the academy who were in ecstasy. The matter of the Ji forest is extremely important. From today onwards, we will halt the sect competition and call back the disciples and elders who are out on missions. From now on, there will certainly be difficulties. Yuan Bai and Fan Yi are sure to gather other sects to exert pressure on us. We have to defend this Ji forest. It is our foundation to rise up. Yes, Lord Principal, the Gu Masters responded. On the other hand, Hong Yi, who was sound asleep, had no idea that the sect competition that he was looking forward to had been cancelled. His desire to give his mother a proper status, that dream was going to have to be delayed for a long time. Swish, swish, swish. Waves were crashing on Fong Yuan's face, but such mild force could not make him feel anything. This place was not in Central Continent, it was in Southern Border. The river before him was the number 2 river of Southern Border, Jade Dragon River. Southern Border had 3 great rivers. The first was Red Dragon River, the second was Jade Dragon River, and the third was Yellow Dragon River. Red Dragon River had water red as blood, Jade Dragon River had green waves in it, while Yellow Dragon River was something Fong Yuan had traveled on in this life. It was yellow in color and had the most sediments. Fong Yuan toyed with the Lingji King's heart in his hands. After taking this heart, he did not leave immediately using fixed immortal travel. He went to a corner of the valley and left behind many goo worms before activating fixed immortal travel. These goo worms all self-detonated as he was leaving, eliminating the aura of fixed immortal travel. By doing this, he could avoid anyone tracing him. Right now, he was waiting for a person. This person was another one of his targets. He had amazing luck and many fortuitous encounters, rising to a legend from a nobody. During the 5 Regions Chaotic War, he was a rank 7 Gu Immortal, a famous person on the same level as Hong Yi and Han Li. But different from Han Li, who joined a clan later, and Hong Yi, who was a member of a sect, this person was a lone cultivator from start to finish. He had several good friends and family, but he did not join a particular force. When Fong Yuan was about to self-detonate in his previous life, there were rumors that Central Continent's Heavenly Court was about to recruit him. As for whether this information was true or not, Fong Yuan had no way to verify it. But now that Fong Yuan had been reborn, that was not important. In my memories, this person had been ostracized his entire life after his clan banished him. By this riverside, he obtained the inheritance of a rank 4 Gu Master. It was just enough for him to use. Using this inheritance, he earned a living while repelling the dangers of the wild. He grew stronger step by step, grabbing onto a huge opportunity and obtaining the Black-Yellow Mother Chi-Gu, the inheritance of a Taoist master. He won 9 out of 10 times when rock gambling, and dominated all of the Southern Border gambling dens. Fong Yuan recalled. He knew this place due to the biography of Yi Fan. Every important person's history was usually recorded down in words and pictures. Yi Fan was Fong Yuan's target this time, and here was the start of Yi Fan's rise. Tonight, he would have his first fortuitous encounter.